Chapter 42-26. Overlord's neutral cultivators also followed Li Qia's legion into the sea region. Some tagged right behind them and started chanting as well. 7 knights immortal, utterly incomparable. More and more people joined, so the shouting became louder. The shift in Li Qia's public image was consistent and positive. The young master who has nothing but money earned many friends and believers. In fact, some ancestors joined the group as well, albeit with reservation. They didn't chant as loud as the others. The remaining big shots exchanged glances, wondering if they should do the same thing. So there are 3 main forces right now? One big shot said, "We have Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel, Li Qia's faction, then the rest." His group agreed with this statement. Since the alliance between Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel was virtually unstoppable, only Li Qia gave them hope. The only way to oppose the behemoths was to join Li Qia. Those who didn't want to join Li Qia couldn't join the alliance either. After all, the alliance most likely didn't care for them, nor did they need more cultivators. As time passed, the neutral group started losing members, many of whom decided to join Li Qia's faction. This trend forced the rest to join Li Qia, not wanting to be isolated. Eventually, nearly all the other great powers were on Li Qia's side. 7 knights immortal, utterly incomparable. This silly chant somehow gave them courage and made their blood boil with excitement. Once they got deep enough into the sea region, they were met by suffocating auras. The individual wave of energy made it impossible for them to move forward. This was akin to having an entire mountain range pressing down on their shoulders. This made them crouch down while heaving for air. This power. They naturally knew where these mighty auras were coming from, the 2 overlords. The legion finally stopped since the island was before them. On top were 2 legions. Both had soaring banners. A few were gilded, meaning that the big shots of their sect were present. They saw ancestors with gray hair and monstrous aura. Though not all of the 6 sword gods and 5 ancient ancestors were here, just a few were enough to intimidate anyone. However, all of them stood behind 2 old men in order to show subservience. They had to be Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. Both were meditating, but they opened their eyes to gaze at the incoming legion. Everyone stared at them in awe. Some thought that seeing the duo made the trip worth it. The 5 overlords have reigned for many years, but not many actually saw them in person. Thus, this was a monumental event for many. They thought that their imaginations of these beings were rather wrong. Vast Sea Venerable was a sea demon with a complicated bloodline. His long ears draped down to his shoulders. There was a widespread belief that those with long ears like this were destined for success. Vast Sea Venerable was the manifestation of this belief. A simple robe covered his impressive stature. Though he was sitting down, others felt as if they needed to look up to see him, a being as majestic as a majestic mountain. There was no radiance and visual phenomena around him. Alas, everyone shuddered as he gazed at them. This alone immobilized them and left them helpless. As for Earthraiser Vajra, he was from the sacred spirit race. His frame was far smaller compared to Vast Sea Venerable. His eyebrows were white like snow, long enough to extend down to his chest. This seemed to be a sign of longevity. Despite his humble size, no one could ignore him. He gave the impression of being a pillar capable of shouldering the sky itself. This was similar to the pressure emanated from Vast Sea Venerable. Others simply felt inferior when in their presence. His robe was a faint yellow and had a simplistic regal style. He seemed to be attuned with nature. Each action of his contained untold force. Both of them have purposely contained their aura and vitality in order to not affect others. Nonetheless, something innate about their very existence and cultivation suffocated those nearby. Chapter 42-27. Myriad Era. The chant stopped from Li Qia's legion after people saw the 2 overlords, beings existing only in whispers of reverence. Even the experts and ancestors who knew all of their exploits didn't dare to open their mouth. They were preoccupied with the experience of seeing the duo in person. Prior to this, some thought that these 2 would have incredible divinity and bright radiance. This didn't turn out to be the case. Nonetheless, the lack of visual spectacles didn't mean that they were weak. As they sat there meditating, the subdued rays of energy emanating from them still suffocated the spectators. This didn't apply to Li Qia. He only glanced at the 2 briefly before turning his attention towards the island. Everyone else gradually did the same. They noticed a boulder with a sword on top. Smoke was coming out of the boulder, seemingly sentient. They looked like lips licking the sword. The boulder had a black shade and a coarse surface, looking like sand grains. However, upon closer inspection, the grainy texture consisted of runes, not sand. These dark runes seemed to be coming from the depths of the world. The countless nature of the runes made the boulder resemble the ultimate runic originator. Tiny flames were embedded in the runic indentations. They released smoke and danced, seemingly licking the sword. This process left behind faint patterns on the blade. There was no order to them. Nonetheless, the grand picture was one of a Tao chapter. Those who recognized this sword would be shocked because it belonged to Taoist Peng. His heirloom had flown into Sword Ocean and pinned itself on the boulder. This boulder appeared harmless at first. Same with the weak flames. This was a misconception because there were ashes of powerful treasures and weapons, even the remains of ancestors. It became obvious that the two behemoths have tried repeatedly to obtain the sword. Alas, this all ended in failure. Top ancestors and their weapons were reduced to ashes before being able to get close. My sword, Taoist Peng murmured but couldn't get closer. This was beyond his level. Eventually, people calmed down enough to talk. That has to be Myriad Era. They didn't know what Myriad Era looked like, but intuition told them this was it. Nothing else could motivate Vast Sea Paragon and Earthraiser Vajra to come here. It appeared that they couldn't get to the sword either, unable to handle the black flames from the boulder. What is that thing? Why is it so dreadful? One spectator asked. Myriad Era was right before them. One just needed to be strong enough to take it. Of course, this required being more capable than two overlords. Even if Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor didn't try to stop them, they wouldn't be able to get it either. The risk was simply too great. A moment later, many turned towards Li Qia, a man who could do the impossible. He became the most likely candidate to obtain Myriad Era. Can Li Qia do it? Everyone became excited about a potential miracle. We can't keep up with the young generation. Vast Sea Venerable commented while staring at Li Qia. That's just how it is. Era changes and so do the people. If subsequent generations are inferior, then the world will fall into depravity. Thus, it's not too late for you to leave. Li Qia smiled. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing his domineering statement. No one else would dare to speak to two behemoths in this manner, telling them to leave. If these top existences were to listen to him, they would throw away their reputation and prestige. Their sects would lose their authority and reach as well. Always overbearing. A big shot commented. Others spoke with reverence when in front of these overlords, not daring to breathe loudly. Li Qia, on the other hand, never gave a second thought when speaking to anyone. Chapter 42-28. Earthslope Ancient Ancestor. The two overlords fell under the spotlight again. However, they remained calm since top existences like them have cultivated a steady temperament. You're quite confident, fellow Taoist. Earthraiser Vajra spoke. Each word resonated like the sound of a bell in everyone's mind. I don't have that many virtues. Confidence is an exception. Li Qia smiled. I see. No wonder why you have such great accomplishments, fellow Taoist. Vast Sea Venerable praised. The crowd started thinking, judging by their attitude, it didn't look like they wanted to fight Li Qia to the death. There seemed to be room for negotiation and mediation. They were surprised because the duo might actually yield to Li Qia. However, some didn't think so at all. The duo was the most powerful in Sword Continent, whether it be their personal cultivation or sex power. Many ancestors also knew that both were normally courteous, but once it was time to fight, they would never show mercy. Thus, it was hard to read their intent. Myriad Era lies before all of us. It pertains to the peace and prosperity of our continent. Further deliberation is essential. Vast Sea Venerable said, not showing his stance against Li Qia. Nonetheless, he was right about one thing. The appearance of this sword could cause a bloodbath. It had happened once before when the five overlords fought each other. We have tried before to no avail. Unfortunately, Brother War God has left this world and the kings have retired. The sword is back today, and I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed if you wish to take it as your own. Earthraiser Vajra spoke. The crowd became emotional because this confirmed the rumors about the previous battle. Few had the privilege of watching it in person. The rest only knew about the devastating fight between the overlords. It ended with one death and two masters choosing to live in seclusion. Two of the three remaining overlords were now on the same side. It seemed impossible to take Myriad Era away from them. What is there to deliberate? It's simple, I'll take the sword and you all will go back home, everyone will be happy then. Lichia waved dismissively as if he was swatting a fly. He was the only one who would dare to be this impatient and rude towards the duo. That depends on if you're capable enough. An old man behind the Vajra stepped forward. His wrinkles seemed to have wrinkles. He was of average height and slightly hunchbacked. The part that stuck out resembled a mountain of steel. Earth Slope Ancient Ancestor. A top cultivator recognized him. People, especially the young ones, didn't recognize him based on his appearance. Nonetheless, they had heard of this title before. The leader of the 5 ancestors, he's just as famous as sword god Jaluan. An expert said. Earthslope seemed ready to take Lichia down a notch. He might not be as strong as the Vajra but was still the second-ranked cultivator in 9 Wheel. Rumor has it that he was even older than the Vajra. Haha, Earthslope, if you wish to play, I'll entertain you. An old man with grey hair suddenly landed from above, looking quite impressive and mighty. Poplar Paragon. People knew who he was since he had shown himself during the treasure hunt. He was the strongest ancestor of Wooden Sword and had lived a reclusive life. However, he showed up again after the death of Pineleaf Sword Lord. This was rather surprising because Wooden Sword had a good relationship with Sea Emperor recently, going as far as planning a marriage alliance. Now it seemed that this plan had failed. Wooden Sword has chosen to stand with Lichia. Long time no see, Brother Poplar. So be it, let us fight. Please give me pointers. Earthslop didn't waste time and rushed forward. He swiftly turned and used the hump on his back for an attack. It had a force similar to a steel mountain, capable of splitting the ocean. Though Poplar Paragon was the target, cultivators from 1,000 miles away were still sent flying. The weaker ones were reduced to blood. Fuck, get away! Frightened observers ran for their lives. This ancestor wasn't holding back at all, so collateral damage could be high. Good. Poplar unsheathed his sword, releasing the image of a towering sword tree. The branches moved forward and created a curtain of swords to stop the slam. Rumble! The shock waves from their fight ravaged the shore of the island. Can't be lazy anymore now. Jaluan spoke. Miss Lu Chi, must you stand in my way? He wanted to challenge Lichia, but Lu Chi prevented him from doing so. She answered by unsheathing her sword and gathered power. Let's get started. Very well. Jaluan roared and delivered a vertical slash, once again forcing neutral spectators to run away while blinding them with its white radiance. So many masters here today. How interesting. Another ancient ancestor walked closer towards Lichia, wanting to fight him. Chapter 42-29. Choice. Another ancient ancestor came forward, making it one each from the 2 behemoths. The one from Sea Emperor wore a strange outfit made of thousands of tiny feather-shaped swords of unknown material connected together. It exuded a chilling light and the individual piece seemed primed to shoot out and kill his opponent at a moment's notice. The one from 9 Wheel had a silver robe. His weapon of choice was a pair of golden cymbals. They weren't overly large, but when under his control, others thought that he could contain the entire world between them. The first ancestor spoke. I have heard of your heavenly methods before, fellow Taoist. Brother Symbols and I wish to broaden our horizon. Steel Feather Sword God and Sky-blotting Symbols. A last-gen expert recognized them. One was a member of the 6 sword gods while the other was an ancient ancestor of 9 Wheel. They wished to challenge Lichia together, signaling a change in Lichia's status. Normally, they looked down on fighting juniors or weaker cultivators, let alone wanting to do a 2-on-1. There wasn't a single youth worthy of fighting the 2 of them together until now. It showed that both Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel were taking Lichia extremely seriously. No one would want to be their target. Lichia belongs to the top tier from today henceforth. One big shot said, this alone shows his power. This ignorant junior wishes to learn from the great ancient ancestors. Please give me pointers. Lichia didn't respond since 2 others accepted the challenge instead. 9 Sun and Terra Sword Saint. Others became startled to see 2 middle-aged men stepping forward. The 2 sword saints wanted to fight the ancient ancestors in Lichia's stead. They have made their choice regarding their allegiance. The crowd took a deep breath and shuddered. Nine Wheel and Sword Sea has formed a virtually unbeatable alliance on the continent. Moreover, they had their top ancestors here as well. As for Li Qie, Poplar Paragon was the first to join. Now, both saints have joined him as well. The saints represented Virtuous School and Sword Temple. These sects have chosen to oppose Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor with Li Qie. It became obvious that the political landscape of the continent was changing rapidly. A while ago, though Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor were the strongest, all the other sects had autonomy as well. This has been the case for eras and none interfered with each other. Thus, their alliance became a problem since it was too powerful and could break the existing structure. On the other hand, Li Qie was a rising star with several top sects on his side. Perhaps the continent would be divided into two spheres, the alliance and Li Qie's coalition. Therefore, many ancestors became nervous, wondering about their future path. Should they join Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel or Li Qie? In terms of power, the alliance was stronger. However, would they even accept them? Haha, it looks like old bones like us have nowhere to go. This isn't our generation any longer. Golden Symbol's ancestor laughed heartily. Ancient ancestor, you have already proven your worth. It is we who are overstepping our bounds. Nine Sun Sword Saint said. It is an honor to experience Sword Emperor's Tao. Shall we begin? Golden Symbols accepted. We'll try our best then. Nine Sun Sword Saint said respectfully, then channeled his energy. He raised his sword and summoned 9 rising suns, blinding the audience. Take this. Golden Symbols didn't hold back and threw out one symbol. It became massive and blotted out the sky. Its radiance was destructive as it tried to destroy the 9 suns. Go! The Sword Saint turned the suns into fire dragons soaring towards the symbol. This junior requests a duel with you, Sword God. Terra Sword Saint cupped his fist towards Steel Feather Sword God. The Terra Sword Tao has blessed the ages with its wisdom. Steel Feather praised while gazing at Terra. Thank you, but unfortunately, I have only learned the bare minimum. Terra appeared focused. Terra was one of the 2 main Sword Tao of Sword Temple. Because the Sword Saint cultivated this heavenly Tao, his title became Terra as well. Shall we? Steel Feather wasn't a man of many words and began right away. Clank! Thousands of swords manifested into reality and flew towards Terra. Terra raised his sword in front of his chest. It became resplendent as he activated the heavenly Sword Tao. Flames appeared in the form of an earth vein, the heaviest type of defensive barrier. Rumble! For battlefield started at the same time. Frightening sword energies horrified the spectators. They would be reduced to blood if they were any closer. So strong! The youths were in awe. The prideful cultivators gasped after seeing this, realizing they were mere ants compared to actual masters. They're stopping the ancient ancestors for Li Qie. Are they trying to give him room to take on the overlords? A top cultivator speculated after seeing this. Chapter 4230. 10th. The battles raged violently across the region and robbed the Celestials of their light. Powerful treasures and unmatched merit laws were used perfectly by the combatants. The destruction caused by them disrupted the natural laws and orders. Spectators were smart enough to stay away from the shockwaves since they had no chance of surviving. Only the powerful lords and ancestors remained relatively close. Clank! Suddenly, they heard a hymn coming from the horizon. Next came a burst of murderous and chilling energy. A sword descended with a man riding on top. His cold eyes scanned the area and made the crowd shudder. They felt sharp pains from invisible gales. 9th? Why is he here? An expert shouted after recognizing him. This notorious character might not be the strongest but still instilled fear. He resembled the sharpest blade, always ready to cut. His sudden appearance caught the crowd off guard. Is he here to challenge Li Qie? Someone speculated. Others exchanged glances and found this quite likely. After all, there was an existing feud between the two back in the Tang's Plain. Li Qie had defeated and chased him away. It would make sense for him to seek revenge today. 9th. Even the ancestors from the 2 behemoths were surprised. They were mighty but still found this character frustrating. 9th never adhered to conventions and pride. One needed to be powerful enough to kill him right away or he would always be a source of headache. As he perused the area, he had a look of indifference as if none of this had anything to do with him. This applied even when he stared at the two overlords. Even Li Qie. He treated them as if they were thin air despite their power. He harbored no special feeling or bloodlust towards Li Qie either, not holding a grudge from the previous defeat. His focus eventually stopped on an ancient ancestor standing behind vast sea venerable. The ancestor wore a tight robe while being awfully skinny, looking like a pole. His face was paper-thin. The cheeks looked as if they had been flayed. He had an austere expression with the occasional flashes in his eyes, similar to a leopard hiding in the darkness, always ready to lunge at any prey. Thus, the crowd found him quite intimidating, even more so than sword god Jialuan. The latter certainly had an oppressive aura, but this ancestor resembled a deadly blade. Triune sword god, I challenge you. Ninth pointed his sword for a challenge. He's challenging Triune sword god? Everyone found this surprising since they assumed Li Qie was his target. Don't tell me Ninth is on Li Qie's side too. Another expert found this hard to believe. After all, members from Sword God's sacred ground have always been neutral. They always did whatever they wanted and never picked a side. I don't think he's on Li Qie's side. He simply got stronger. An ancestor said seriously. The intimidating sword god stepped forward and accepted the challenge. Very well, it has been a while since the last worthy opponent. Triune sword god is a terrifying character. He never needed more than 3 attacks to kill an opponent. Brutality is his theme. Who knows how many top cultivators have been killed by him? An ancestor murmured, aware of the sword god's notorious deeds including sect destruction. Back in his era, some rather antagonized Jialuan or Earth Slope despite them being stronger than Triune. The former two could be reasoned with, not Triune. You shall die to my blade today, Ninth. Triune grabbed his hilt and exuded a bone-piercing bloodthirst. 10th. Ninth coldly uttered, revealing his new title to everyone. 10th. Listeners trembled after hearing this. He learned the 10th slash already? But this is way too soon. A last-gen member became emotional. Ninth's cultivation improvement was astonishing. When he was 9th, his targets were the 6 sect masters and 6 kings. He then killed 2 of them. Now, they were no longer strong enough to be his targets. It was time for him to challenge the ancient ancestors. I knew it. An ancestor guessed correctly from the start. Obtaining the next technique was a significant leap for 10th. This meant finding more worthy foes as well. He's so close to the overlords then. One expert said. I'm afraid so. One king spoke austerely. If 10th could take another step, his next target should be the 5 overlords. Then he would be able to take up the mantle, potentially earning the overlord title. A big shot mused. The group exchanged glances and didn't deny this possibility. After all, the classification was outdated at this point. One was dead while another had retired. Once 11th showed up, the era of the 5 overlords would be over. Chapter 4231. 10th's battle. The 9th slash was known as Skyless. What about the 10th? Many wanted to see it in person today. After all, this slash rarely showed up in history. This was absolutely worth waiting for. Very well, 10th. Take this. Triune didn't waste time and immediately swung his blade. Murderous energy engulfed the air like a tsunami. The crowd felt their skin being pierced by thousands of needles and cried out in pain. A red hue took over the sky since the sword god became radiant. People could smell a thick stench of blood and the laments of millions of beings. Perhaps this was the number of victims to the same attack in the past. They were trapped in his blade and could never reincarnate. This first attack showed that Triune's notoriety was well-deserved. How many people have been killed by him? An expert said with fear. People thought that he was indeed frightening, just like the legends. No wonder why others would prefer to offend the other ancient ancestors instead of him. Perish! 10th calmly unleashed a horizontal slash, decapitating everything in its path. The 7th slash, godless. Spectators roared after seeing this. 10th started with the 7th slash, a testament to how serious he was taking this fight. Both of them were merciless killers and didn't hold back in the slightest. Murderous energies engulfed the sky. The world shook violently as waterfalls of energy shot everywhere. It was as if they were trying to destroy the realm. Again. Triune slashed again, wanting to drown 10th with overwhelming power. Space was being crushed into smithereens. Earthless! 10th roared. He seemed to be in high morale as he directly stopped the slash. It became obvious that 10th has grown strong enough to contend against the ancient ancestors. Meanwhile, the other fights were reaching the climax as well. Boom! Earth Slope Ancestor and Poplar Paragon fought at the bottom of the sea. The water around them had evaporated. On the other side, Lu Qi fought evenly against Sword God Jialuan. A curtain of sword rays surrounded them and stopped anyone else from coming closer. Terra Sword Saint and Steel Feather Sword God took it upward. They looked like immortals soaring in the air and unleashing their sword techniques. Truly a beautiful scene. As for Nine Sun Sword Saint and Golden Symbol's Ancestor, this was a contest of pure strength. The Sword Saint's 9 sons pushed upward against the suppressive symbols. Spectators had a hard time keeping up with the multiple battlegrounds and became dizzy. It seemed that these fights wouldn't end in a short time since the combatants were evenly matched. In this crucial moment, Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra suddenly stood up. Boom! Their auras swept through the 9 firmaments and could crush everything like dried branches. Numerous spectators fell to the ground, unable to get up. The overlords are joining! They shouted in horror. In reality, they had only activated their auras and didn't attack. Even the ancient ancestors and their opponents were affected, slowing down as a result. They leaped backward and quit fighting. The area quieted down right away. Fellow Taoist Li, there is no point in them fighting, you're the one who wants the sword. Vast Sea Venerable said. Sword God Jialuan and his allies returned to their position. Terra Sword Saint and the others couldn't give chase and stopped as well. Most had a hard time breathing normally due to the pressure emanating from the 2 overlords. Some kept their head lowered, not daring to look straight at them. Seeing so many old friends should be a joyous moment. Unfortunately, it seems like we have to fight. Earthraiser Vajra said. Seems so. Li Qie chuckled. The crowd listened with full attention, thinking that Li Qie was ready to challenge the 2 overlords alone. Our old bones can't handle another fight. It would be best if we stop here. Vast Sea Venerable said. That's fine, you all just need to leave. Li Qie replied. The members of the 2 behemoths glared at Li Qie. Backing down was too humiliating, akin to a stray dog without a master. You insist on being imperious, fellow Taoist. I don't think it'll go as you wish. Earthraiser Vajra replied. Some refused to give up before seeing the coffin. This makes fighting inevitable. Li Qie retorted. You're leaving us no choice. Vast Sea Venerable's tone became serious. Listeners thought that the fight was finally about to begin. Even the Venerable was dropping his polite tone. Brother Vast Sea, I'll be your sparring partner instead. A different person interjected. An old man in grey appeared behind Li Qie. He wore a round hat with a veil in front on top of using a stealth technique to hide his appearance, rendering heavenly gazes useless. Chapter 4232. Aji's identity. The old man was rather conspicuous. No one would give him a second glance. It was surprising to see him stepping up to challenge Vast Sea Venerable. Though the 5 overlords never had an internal ranking, many speculated that the strongest was either War God or the Venerable. Either way, he was not one to be trifled with. Even Terra and 9 Sun Sword Saint were not qualified to challenge him, let alone an unknown cultivator. Thus, the crowd thought that this old man was courting death. Where did he get the confidence to challenge the Venerable? Li Qie has so many followers. This guy even dares to challenge Vast Sea Venerable. An expert murmured. The old man was none other than the mysterious Aji. The Venerable showed no sign of anger and became sentimental instead. Brother Hallowed, you must join this mess as well? Hallowed City has always been neutral and uninvolved in the past. This revelation stunned the crowd. Can't hide it from you, Brother Vast Sea. Aji said and took off his hat, revealing his true appearance. Aji had a young face despite his grey hair, looking both friendly and mysterious. Others found him to be extraordinary right away. This was a stark contrast to his form earlier. Hallowed City Lord, spectators murmured. They regained their wits and started talking among themselves. Hallowed City was one of the strongest lineages in Sword Continent. Its lord was renowned and mighty as well. He was considered the strongest when not counting the 5 overlords. No one refuted this, not even the overlords. Other ancient ancestors have been praised in a similar manner before, such as sword god Jaluan or poplar Paragon. However, all of them seem to be missing a little something compared to Hallowed City Lord. God damn! Crimson Death Monarch and his allies were astounded. They have been taught by Aji previously. They knew that the guy was extremely strong, just not his actual ceiling. Who would have thought that they were hanging out with the Lord of Hallowed? It became obvious why Aji's teaching was so effective. They were learning from a true master. We're so lucky, one of them said, never expecting such luck before. Normally, characters like them didn't have the luck to be in the City Lord's presence. Now they were actually taught by him thanks to Li Qie. Why would Hallowed City Lord work for Li Qie? Someone calmed down and brought up this point. You're right. What happened between them? Others had no answer. Hallowed City Lord was not a man who needed money. I'm afraid this isn't the right occasion for you to join the fun. Earthraiser Vajra said, it's against your city's creed for you to be the Tao protector of fellow Taoist Li. Listeners exchanged glances right away. Ah, so is Hallowed City Lord acting as Li Qie's Tao protector? Does he want to become a Tao Lord? One expert asked. This was the only explanation for the Lord to be around Li Qie. One should venture out and experience many things in life. The City Lord smiled and said, of course, Sword Continent will be in a better state if you two would be kind enough to yield. Brother Hallowed, this is a serious issue. The existence of this sword can start a war after one wrong move. Vast Sea responded. This wasn't incorrect since if the matter of Myriad Era didn't have a satisfactory conclusion here, it might actually start a bloody competition. That's too early to say, but your sect already has 2 heavenly swords. Is there a need to get a third? Hallowed answered. The 2 overlords exchanged glances, aware that Hallowed City Lord wasn't going to back down. Your sword Tao is flawless, but I don't think you alone can make decisions here. Vast Sea Venerable said. Then count me in. Being able to fight an overlord is the blessing of a lifetime. Tai Jian appeared next to the City Lord. His voice was rather charismatic. Another. This was a surprising development for the crowd. He has to be another big shot, right? One of them asked. I don't recognize him. I have no idea who he is. Someone nearby shook her head. This was the case for the mass. They simply didn't know who Tai Jian was. Young ancestor. The sect master of Taoist Sword Ground actually recognized him and bowed deeply. An ancestor? Others became startled. I left the Sword Ground years ago. I'm not a member of your sect. Tai Jian's attitude was rather strange. Ling Jian's mouth opened but no words came out. He eventually let out a sigh and kept quiet. I remember the day vividly when I visited the Sword Ground. You were only 18 yet still sparred with War God. The Vajra spoke. He said that your cultivation would certainly surpass him in the future. Listeners couldn't believe it. This guy fought against War God when he was only 18? I've let First Brother down. My cultivation is not a match for his. Tai Jian took a deep breath and said, though you left the Sword Ground, he still gave you his legacy before death. Vast Sea added. What? Some gasped and became emotional. War God chose to leave his legacy to someone who had left the sect? Just how much hope did he place in Tai Jian? Ling Jian himself knew very little about Tai Jian, only that the guy was the most talented during that era, not War God. Keep in mind that War God was a supreme genius back then, yet Tai Jian was still 1 level higher. 1. Ji is the first character in Hallowed. Chapter 42-33. Challenging Vast Sea Venerable. The bright star of the Sword Ground, Tai Jian, suddenly decided to leave one day. The reason remained unknown even for the sect members, let alone outsiders. Ling Jian didn't know the reason why either and only heard speculations from the seniors and ancestors. One stated that he didn't share the same ideology as War God or the sect back then. War and battle were essential to their creed once. However, after the initial decline, they undertook a more passive and isolating approach. On the other hand, Tai Jian wanted to stick to their principles, resulting in conflicts between him and the upper echelon. Another rumor took it in a different direction, that he left with heavy responsibilities. This was supported by the fact that he left with other sect members, not alone. Keep in mind that when cultivators leave their sect, their cultivation and what they've learned would be taken away. This wasn't the case here. In other words, the purpose of his departure might be to leave behind seeds for the sword ground. After all, the warlike history of the sect had created numerous enemies that would love to kick them while they were down. Thus, this served as a plan for the worst-case scenario. In the event of destruction for the sword ground, at least Tai Jian and his men would still be alive to carry on the torch. Regardless of the reason, Tai Jian never showed up again after leaving. The world forgot about this great genius. No sign of him was left in the sword ground either. No plaque or memorial tablet. Therefore, his appearance surprised everyone including Sect Master Ling Jian. Are we going to finally see the overlords in action? One spectator said softly. Fellow Taoists, you two are respected masters in our continent. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you still won't be able to change the tides today. Vast Sea Venerable shook his head. Though the words were casual, they still encompassed his confidence in winning against Tai Jian and Hallowed City Lord. The overlords are still one level higher. A high elder sentimentally commented. Tai Jian might have obtained the legacy of War God and Hallowed City Lord was a renowned master. Alas, they were still viewed as the underdogs. Men are stubborn at heart. Tai Jian said, hope is always there until the very last second. With that, he unsheathed his sword. Clank! His sword caused the other blades nearby to resonate and vibrate. It exuded light waves. They weren't overly bright, but once others were illuminated, they felt their battle spirit surging. Dying in battle felt just fine in this moment. Runes manifested into reality along with loud explosions. One could hear war horns before the final battle. War God Heavenly Sword. Even Earthraiser Vajra was shocked to see this sword. Ling Jian couldn't believe it. Everyone else felt the same way. War God is back. He shouted, not expecting to see the sword in his lifetime. Congratulations to you and your sect, fellow Taoist. The heavenly sword has returned. The Venerable stared at the sword and said, so the rumors were true, the sword ground really lost it before. An expert in the crowd brought this up. Taoist sword ground once dominated the world after obtaining the heavenly sword and its Tao. Though some of its future disciples made incredible progress with this Tao, the sword stopped appearing in public. Therefore, some outsiders believed that they had lost the sword during the era of Sword God. Not that their later gen disciples couldn't control it. The sword ground never confirmed nor denied this rumor. Only the upper echelon of the sect knew the truth. For example, Ling Jian. He was aware that the sword has been missing for millions of years. Their elites for generations have searched for it. This might also be the reason why Tai Jian left the sect. Who would have thought that he would actually find it? In reality, Li Qie gifted him the sword after obtaining it from Black Tides. Thank you. Tai Jian calmly responded, I shall continue my first brother's battle today. Others exchanged glances after hearing this. It was said that the battle between the overlords was the reason for War God's death. Was Tai Jian talking about avenging his senior brother? If you think War God's death has anything to do with that battle, it's best to forget about vengeance. I fought War God, so did Senior Sanqian. But I'm ready for retribution if you insist. The Venerable said. What? The crowd gasped after hearing this. The legendary Dao Sanqian was there too? Someone blurted. 8 Desolaces aren't connected. How did Dao Sanqian get there? One youth asked. That only applies to other people, not Dao Sanqian. A big shot turned pale while talking about this legendary figure. Though Dao Sanqian was from Sky Border, everyone in Sword Continent was still afraid of him. Good. Tai Jian accepted. Then we don't need to waste more words. The Venerable said, my incapable self would like to witness your peerless sword techniques. Would you two come together or one at a time? That's an overlord for you. A spectating big shot said. The calmness in his voice didn't stop the words from slamming into the listener's heart. He had absolute confidence in his power and was ready to fight alone. His 2 potential opponents glanced at each other. Hallowed City Lord then spoke. You have created the unstoppable torrential rain blade while we merely follow the paths of the wise sages, and are doing a mediocre job at that. Thus, we'll learn from you together. They knew that the chance of winning alone was rather low. It wasn't the time to care about their personal reputation. This had nothing to do with supporting Li Qie either. After reaching this level, they wanted to test themselves against an overlord. Since Brother Vast Sea will be preoccupied, would you like to spar, fellow Taoist Li? Earthraiser Vajra stepped forward and challenged Li Qie. It was obvious that killing Li Qi would put an end to all resistance. No other sects and cultivators would dare to challenge them for myriad era afterward. The crowd's attention returned to Li Qie, wondering if he would accept a challenge from an overlord. They certainly wouldn't. Chapter 4234. Everlasting Sword God Li Qie showed no emotional fluctuation in this tough scenario. An overlord was no different than a random passerby in his eyes. Earthraiser, it's not time for you to challenge young noble Li since we have a score to settle. A pleasant voice answered before Li Qie, successfully captivating the crowd. Though they haven't seen the lady, that voice alone penetrated their heart. After the initial shock, the big shots calmed down and thought about this newcomer. Only a few beings were qualified to address the Vajra by his title directly. A woman landed from the sky right in front of Earthraiser Vajra. She wore a simple white dress and didn't have any makeup on. Despite the dress' simplistic style, it was clearly made by a master artisan. A perfect fit. She wasn't gorgeous nor did she have a powerful aura. However, her complexion was healthy and vibrant. Her temperament was noble and elegant, completely unpretentious. She seemed as free as the clouds in the sky, able to do whatever she wanted. The vast world couldn't contain or shackle her. In spite of her ordinary appearance, people couldn't help staring for a long time. They appreciated her just as much as a kingdom-toppling beauty. She was an immaculate piece of art crafted by nature itself. No one expected the newcomer to be an ordinary-looking woman since she spoke without honorifics. Everlasting Sword God. An old ruler shouted in astonishment after seeing her. She's Everlasting Sword God? The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought Everlasting Sword God was a man. One of them stammered. You thought wrong. A senior glared at him. Most subconsciously assumed that the 5 overlords consisted of 5 unbeatable ancestors. In this case, she was still relatively young. Putting her sex aside, they were also surprised by her lack of divinity and pressure. Everlasting Sword God was known to be an invincible sword user. However, she didn't appear this way. Lu Qi and the others bowed towards Everlasting Sword God. We meet again, young noble. She, on the other hand, bowed gracefully towards Li Qie. He smiled and slightly nodded. This only served to further confuse the crowd. A while ago, many guessed that Li Qie was from Sword Temple, potentially being her successor. This was obviously not the case now. Everlasting Sword God was none other than Shi Yu, who had met Li Qie back on Crimson Island. Long time no see, Miss Shi Yu. Both Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra greeted her. Indeed, it is time for debt to be paid. She replied with conviction. Outsiders exchanged glances. The feuds between the 5 overlords weren't public knowledge, so they became interested after hearing her. Competition and strife during the path towards the Grand Tao are inevitable. We all tried to obtain myriad era back then. It wasn't personal. The Vajra said. Indeed, it should have been a competition based on skills and virtues. However, I'm sure you two know more than anyone how Dao Sanqian got involved. She retorted. More information about the previous battle made the crowd shudder. Its outcome was revealed recently. War God's death, Sun and Moon Lords leaving the cultivation world. Only 3 remained. It turned out that others have joined this competition. Dao Sanqian was named to be one of them. This was now confirmed by Everlasting Sword God. 8 Desolaces were isolated in the absence of a Dao Lord. However, Dao Sanqian still extended his reach to Sword Continent. What was the secret behind this? Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra's expression changed, looking rather awkward as they smiled wryly. Many realized that perhaps this alliance was forged long ago. Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra most likely teamed up during the previous war and had the upper hand. The others might not have lost because they were weaker. There were other factors, one being Dao Sanqian. Unexpected things happened back then. Earthraiser coughed. I'm sure you two expected all of them. Everlasting Sword God disagreed. It is in the past now, Miss Shi Yu, but if you want revenge, we are ready. The Venerable was more direct. He seemed eager to drop this conversation, not wanting the truths to come out. So be it. Everlasting sword god was straightforward as well. Are you intending on fighting both of us? Earthraiser Vajra narrowed his eyes. Looks like you have understood the mysteries of everlasting. Your cultivation has taken another step forward. How commendable. The Venerable gazed and tried to read her. I can't compare to you, Venerable. You created torrential rain on top of knowing abyss and vast sea. She said. Torrential rain is no match for everlasting sword art. He humbly responded. We will find out today. Her gaze fixated on him, clearly intending on stealing Tai Jian and Hallowed City Lord's opponent. My old bones have been stagnating for years now. His eyes turned cold. I wonder how I'll do against your sword art. Clank. Yu unsheathed everlasting. Her aura immediately changed afterward. It had a clear glow as if time was floating around it. 1 inch of the blade contained millions and millions of years. Both the sword and its Tao were created by Sword Queen. Some believed that they were extremely close to reaching the level of Myriad Era and its Tao. Chapter 42-35. Battle between overlords. No one had a good idea whether Everlasting was actually comparable to Myriad Era or otherwise. However, it was clear that when used in conjunction, Everlasting had produced incredible results and meritorious battle feats. The translucent rays emanating from Everlasting seemed to be in tune with the Grand Tao. The aura of its user instantly changed as well, becoming a sword god instead of an ordinary woman. As she stood there, she seemingly fused into the world. As long as the universe existed, so would she. The 5 elements and mortal coil no longer restrained her. Her aura was one of elegance, not the oppressive type of immortal energies. Everlasting was indeed the right character to describe her. A being capable of standing on the river of time, unsurpassable by anyone. She became an observer of history, always present in all events. The crowd understood her title at last. Everlasting, a legendary blade. Vast Sea Venerable praised. Clank. He unsheathed his sword, causing clouds and mist to surround him. Torrential rain blade, personally crafted by him. An expert said while looking at the divine sword. It accompanied the Venerable across numerous battlefields and made a name for itself. He also created a matching sword law to boost its power. Boom! His 12 fate palaces emerged and released his vitality outward. Dark clouds took over the sky vault. Thunder crackles came next. The entire ocean was being affected by this looming storm. Spectators were horrified to see such a powerful phenomenon. Everything else seemed as feeble as paper in comparison. Rumble! Fiery shockwaves swept through the air and forced the spectators to run even farther away. Why isn't he using the heavenly swords or their Tao? One youth asked. They are undoubtedly strong, but for apex existences, they would prefer to use suitable weapons and merit laws. He doesn't have as much mastery with the heavenly Tao as he does his own. There would be too many flaws and openings. An ancestor explained. Yes, using one's own Tao and merit law will be better in the end. A king nodded in agreement. Either way, we will finally get to see the overlords in battle. Many watched with bated breath. Just stay far away. It's fine if we can't see. Better that than being killed by stray slashes. Someone advised because being careless could mean turning into ashes. Meanwhile, Hallowed City Lord and Tai Jian glanced at each other since Vast Sea Venerable was supposed to be their opponent. Fellow Taoists, it seems like I have to get through you two first. Earthraiser Vajra smiled. In order to get to Li Qie, he must get through the obstacles first. These two were clearly on Li Qie's side. Li Qie is something else. He's all alone, yet he managed to muster a force capable of fighting Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel. An expert said. Li Qie had done the impossible without looking too suicidal. Many powerful existences have joined his side. Please give us pointers, Tao brother. The two agreed to fight the Vajra. Good, I haven't exercised in a long time. Let's have a friendly duel then. The Vajra smiled. His words were cordial, but the glint in his eyes was anything but. He clearly wouldn't show mercy during the battle. Clank! Hallowed raised his sword and Tao runes appeared around it with loud detonations. Tai Jian was already eager to fight. He looked like a new war god with the blade in his hand, eager for conquest. The boundless Tao. The Vajra roared and became resplendent with massive golden rays. He resembled a scorching sun illuminating the world. He released his fate palaces as well and let their power roam free. The pressure of thousands of mountains descended on the spectators. Each inch of space was being victimized by an intolerable weight. Damn! Weak cultivators turned pale and were paralyzed on the ground. So this is the power of an overlord. Many were horrified after the Vajra revealed his true power. They felt like insects that could be killed with one stomp. Of course, Hallowed and Tai Jian were far stronger. They had an easy time withstanding this level of pressure. Chapter 42-36. Vajra will the cultivator seemed to be made of gold after channeling his power. Even his widened eyes were golden. He chanted and runes appeared around his fate palaces. They flowed beneath his feet and created a runic land encompassing a large region. They had the same golden luster as the rest. This magnificent spectacle left the crowd in awe. The ocean was no longer there, replaced by a golden land with a great Buddha. Earthraiser Vajra. Some murmured while realizing the reason for his title. That's the Vajra wheel. An ancestor understood this technique and said, his mastery of this wheel has reached a transcending level. Vajra was one of the 6 wheels from a heavenly scripture. 9 wheel had access to 3 of them. Earthraiser had cultivated this technique at a young age, so his mastery was impeccable. This allowed him to become one of the 5 overlords. Impressive. Hallowed City Lord couldn't help but praise. Make your move, fellow Taoist. Earthraiser spoke calmly, yet each word still instilled suffocating pressure. I'm starting. Tai Jian roared. His sword erupted with boundless ashen light. This light wasn't powerful sword energy but rather, a surging battle spirit fused with his vitality. The light eventually became a storm that would accompany the next slash. The ravaging power of this heavenly sword and Tao left everyone trembling with fear. A sense of helplessness while standing before a primal beast with its jaws opened. The activation of the Tao and the empowerment of the sword made Tai Jian seem as if he was possessed by a war god. One slash could take down 1 billion. The crowd couldn't be more amazed. Just the Tao alone would be impressive enough. In this case, it was both the heavenly sword and its Tao together. Die! He unleashed the matchless slash, serving the karmic ties and reincarnation cycles. The slash circled and entrapped the Vajra, wanting to drag him in. Vajra blessing. Earthraiser chanted quietly and raised his hand. A golden spring materialized in front of him and rushed forward like a tsunami to destroy the blockade. Tai Jian didn't relent, truly believing himself to be unbeatable while holding his heavenly sword. He slashed the golden tsunami repeatedly in order to break through. The crowd took a deep breath. The Vajra's defense held up perfectly against a heavenly sword. The Vajra wheel possesses such mighty defense? One of them gasped. Yes, rumor has it that the other overlords might not be able to get through either. An ancient big shot said. Excuse me. Hallowed joined the fight as well. His slash resembled the light of a fiery angel with a holy affinity. It struck the golden spring and successfully split in 2. Tai Jian took advantage of this and thrust his heavenly sword through the gap with peerless speed. The target was the Vajra's throat. Vajra flower pluck. Earthraiser stopped the tip of the blade with 2 fingers. War break. The sword tip suddenly shot out a ray to bypass the block. Vajra finger. Earthraiser shuddered and leaped backward before flicking the ray. It successfully diverted the attack away from his throat. Paramount holiness. Hallowed appeared above the Vajra and unleashed thousands of rays, wanting to reduce him to mincemeat. Vajra Kasaya. Earthraiser waved his sleeve and blocked the incoming rays. The trio was extremely fast with their techniques. Few spectators could actually keep up. Moreover, most were keeping a far distance due to the destructiveness of the battle. Earthraiser maintained his composure despite fighting 2 combatants by himself, proving that he was worthy of being an overlord. On the other side, Vast Sea Venerable and Everlasting Sword God have started as well. Lightning Ocean. Vast Sea's attack was of the lightning affinity in the form of an engulfing ocean. The lightning bolts inside were as thick as mountain ranges. A rain of swords also poured down from above. This was the ultimate offensive technique. Chapter 42-37. Sword. Come Everlasting Sword God was trapped in the ocean of lightning. The crowd thought this move could easily destroy a kingdom. How many cultivators or even sects in Sword Continent could actually withstand it? Most youths didn't understand the profundities behind the attack but could still sense its power. Everyone had heard about the 5 overlords before and how strong they were. Nonetheless, this used to be limited in their imagination until today. In the past, they respected and feared these cultivators. Now, fear has become the overwhelming emotion. Clank! Everlasting held her sword vertically in front of her chest and activated its power. Rays of light twisted together and made its user ethereal. Time and space became disorderly. The past and the present suddenly became unclear. If the past and the present couldn't be distinguished, the sword god was no longer here. This made it impossible to injure her. Thus, the lightning bolts and swords from the Venerable failed to pierce her since they couldn't travel back to the past. Nice move! The Venerable shouted after seeing this and decided to switch it up. The ocean of lightning disappeared and was replaced by a tsunami of swords instead. It covered everyone and the crowd became horrified. However, it just somehow passed through without hurting them, heading for everlasting sword god. It had the same illusory nature as the sword god's current state. As it came closer to the target, spectators then realized that it wasn't moving spatially but rather, temporally. They traveled to the past. That's the only way to take down the sword god. Tidal death. Vast sea Venerable roared. Everlasting leap. The sword god raised her sword and cut time itself. Everything became frozen, including the river of time. Spectators felt that time had come to a stop and they couldn't move. The severing location was enough to cease the incoming tsunami as well. In the next second, they regained their freedom and heard loud clanks. They looked over and saw the sword god unleashing a barrage of thrust at the Venerable, aiming at his weak spots. The latter retaliated, resulting in a fierce fight. Both proved their worth as they unleashed the mysteries of the sword Tao. Though few spectators could truly understand, everyone still became immersed in their battle and learned from it. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On the other hand, this region was victimized by the 2 concurrent battles. Waves shot up and blotted out the sky. The only one who found this boring was Xueqi. After a brief moment he yawned and said, "Have fun, I'll be grabbing the sword." The others were too preoccupied with their fight to pay attention to him. He walked in the air, completely unaffected by the rampant sword energies. What is he doing? Nonetheless, some spectators still noticed him and became startled. Sword come. He reached one hand in the direction of Myriad Era. Clank! The unbelievable happened. Myriad Era let out a long hum and pierced through the air. It fell into his grasp before anyone could react. Once they saw this, they instantly became statues. Even the Venerable and the others stopped, unable to accept this reality. Ever since they got here, they have used everything to try to obtain the sword. They utilized powerful treasures and peerless merit laws along with unbelievable means. Alas, those flames were hellish. Thus, Vast Sea and Earthraiser gave the order to stop. But now, Xueqi simply called for it and it actually flew away from the boulder. The guy didn't use any treasure or merit law, hence the shock from members of the 2 behemoths. Myriad Era. Alas, Vast Sea and Earthraiser woke up from their stupor and instantly flew towards Xueqi. There was no way they would give up on this sword. Don't think about it. Everlasting Sword God and her allies stopped them from reaching Xueqi. Clank! 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 The ancestors from the behemoths immediately unsheathed their sword while gazing intensely at Xueqi. Favorite chapter marked as read. Chapter 4238. It's that simple. They intended on surrounding Xueqi, but this was not without resistance. The ancestors from the other powers joined the fight as well. Nine Sun, Terra, Lingjian, the Lord of Flame Valley. The atmosphere became awfully tense, on the verge of erupting. The tension was palpable. An all-out war? The neutral spectators exchanged glances and felt uneasy. A war would drag the great powers and their vassals into this mess. The weaker sects would be the real casualties. Imagine the consequences. An ancestor from a large sect became justifiably worried. Countless inhabitants in Sword Continent could die from this conflict. Xueqi, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. He patted the sword and took a good look at it. This is grand completion, I suppose. There was another happy individual. Taoist Peng. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Xueqi's success. On the other side, Vast Sea and Earthraiser stopped their attack. However, their eyes remained fixated on Li Qie. They had no idea how Li Qie obtained the sword so easily when they did everything possible and failed. Fellow Taoist, how did you seize the sword? Earthraiser's curiosity got the best of him. I grabbed it, how else? Li Qie smiled. The Vajra had no response. Everyone else felt the same way, but he wasn't lying. Raising his hand and calling out for the sword was all he did. Of course, none believed that it was so simple. Want to rob me? Li Qie stared at the duo. Young noble, since you have obtained it, it belongs to you. Everlasting Sword God was naturally on Li Qie's side. This applied to Hallowed City Lord and his allies as well. The members of the two behemoths then stared at the Venerable and the Vajra, waiting for a response. These two became the main factor in whether a war would break out or not. They thought about it carefully. Numerous ideas flashed in their head. This decision was pivotal for their future. They and their sect knew how important this sword was since it was rumored to be the strongest out of the 9. This rumor remained unverified since it never had a master before. The accompanying sword Dao was a mystery as well. If another great power were to obtain Myriad Era, it might change the balance in Sword Continent and affect their dominance. Thus, they blocked everyone else from coming in while trying to seize the sword. The problem was Li Qie's alliance. He had top masters as his allies along with their sects, enough to pressure them and make this difficult. Nonetheless, they were still afraid of him the most. He has been shrouded by fog and mist. His actions and successes were inexplicable. They weren't certain of victory at all, especially not after seeing another miracle in person. Ahem. The Venerable spoke. In my opinion, this requires further deliberation. I know that Brother Vast Sea has some incredible wines. How about sharing them with us while we talk this through? We need to be thorough. Earthraiser nodded. They neither confirmed nor denied Li Qie's possession of the sword, only wanting to buy more time. The crowd breathed easily after hearing the lack of aggression. It seemed that the duo preferred anything other than a direct confrontation. This was absolutely good news for the rest of the world. What is there to deliberate? The sword is in my hand, as if I would give it to you too. All right, this matter is over now. Beat it. Li Qie replied. He didn't give them any face. In fact, this was a slap to the face before a large crowd. The duo was polite and made it easy for both sides to back down. As for Li Qie, he chased them away like flies. Top masters like them couldn't handle the insult. Though they didn't know any anger, their sect members glared angrily at Li Qie. The latter didn't mind at all. Why is he so impolite? He's talking to Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. One expert was dissatisfied, thinking that he was out of line. He's either stupid or crazy. One youth blurted without thinking. Is that what you think? His senior said. The youth had no response because this was clearly not the case. Would Everlasting Sword God and the others support a stupid or crazy person? There's another possibility. An old king mused. What is it? Someone nearby asked. Would a heavenly sovereign care about the dignity and pride of a weak vagabond? The king answered with a question. Chapter 4239. The 9 Paths of Finality. This comment left people pondering in silence. They didn't respond, but the answer was obvious. Not to mention a heavenly sovereign, even regular ancestors wouldn't care about an ordinary disciple's feelings. This was doubly true for characters like Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. Cultivators in the world were nothing more than ants in their eyes. Can it be? Li Qie is far stronger than the two masters? An expert said with skepticism when comparing the overlords to Li Qie. It would be something quite unbelievable for Li Qie to be stronger. Just wait and see. A big shot shook his head. These big shots and ancestors weren't sure about this matter. They had no idea about the true extent of Li Qie's power. During Vast Sea and Earthraiser's hesitation, Li Qie ignored them and took out his heavenly scripture, shouting, "Recall!" Buzz! The scripture in his hand exuded a special runic light. A new world seemed to be opening within this radiance. It contained boundless possibilities and mysteries. A top genius entering this world would feel themselves being immersed in an endless ocean brimming with life force. There were no shores in sight, meaning that a lifetime wasn't enough to learn everything here. The power of the Grand Tao permeated across the land. The myriad Tao under the heaven gathered in this place and released their power. All weapons resonated loudly with clanks and hums, wanting to fly out of their container. Thus, the frightened owners hurriedly grabbed them. What is that? Many were scared out of their mind while experiencing this incredible phenomenon. Space started trembling as well. The scripture began absorbing the spatial fabrics around it and turned them into lines. Next came the runes from the boulders prior in the form of a torrent. Initially, Myriad Era was pinned on top of it with flames serving as protection. This was a sight to behold. How could that boulder, albeit relatively large, contain so many runes? Nonetheless, the scripture had the suction force of a great whale. It didn't take long before it finished absorbing the runes. Crack! Cracks appeared on the depleted boulder. The thing then collapsed into tiny pieces, no longer as special as before. This astounded the spectators, even Li Qi's enemies. They had tried everything before. The runes and flames of that boulder were unbeatable and left them helpless. Now, Li Qie has taken this power for himself. The man appeared quite satisfied as he stared at his heavenly scripture. Do you know what that is? All eyes were on the scripture. Though they didn't know what it was, even a fool understood its heaven-defying nature. The older big shots became emotional since bold guesses popped up in their mind. The two overlords couldn't restrain their excitement. Greedy glints flashed in their eyes. Fellow Taoist, the item in your hand looks familiar. The Vajra tried to squeeze out more information. Familiar? I don't think so. Not to mention you, but your seniors and Tao lords might not have seen it before. Li Qie chuckled. There is a legend. The Venerable gazed intensely at the scripture. One regarding the 9 heavenly scriptures. They aren't formless like the Tao but rather, have the physical appearance of scrolls. The heavenly scriptures? Others gasped after hearing this. I believe the scroll you're holding resembles a legendary heavenly scripture. The Vajra got to the point. Li Qie smiled and answered, I need to give you 2 more credits. Yes, you are correct. It is a heavenly scripture. Ever heard of the 9 paths of finality? Li Qie spoke so casually, yet this revelation struck the crowd like thunder. They felt their world spinning as a result. This is finality scripture. The Venerable gasped despite having mentally prepared himself prior. The heavenly scriptures are real. Finality sword is before us. The Vajra trembled repeatedly. A clamor erupted among the crowd. Even the big shot stammered due to shock. Is this actually happening? It was hard for people to digest this information. The 9 heavenly scriptures were familiar yet not for the crowd. This was especially true for the one named finality sword in this continent. It was often brought up and currently, several powers possessed its swords and Tao. Nonetheless, the scripture itself was elusive and unknown. Where did it come from? Where was it now? Not even the Tao lords had an answer for this. Don't the heavenly sword Tao originate from this scripture? That means the Tao lords with one had seen it before. One expert said. The crowd remained silent because no Tao lords have claimed witness to this scripture before. No sect had possessed it in history either. Well, if they never saw it, how did they get their sword Tao? Another asked. This question couldn't be answered either because the Tao lords were reticent about this matter. Chapter 4240. Rising greed. Finality was the source of the current Tao system in Sword Continent. The strongest powers all utilize the various techniques found in this scripture. For example, Sea Emperor Sword Kingdom was founded by Sword Sea Tao Lord using the Tao named Vast Sea. This also applied to Sword Temple with the Terra Sword Tao. And for Taoist Sword Ground, War God Sword Tao. Thus, in the grand scheme of things, the continent was rather familiar with the heavenly swords and heavenly Tao. However, none had seen finality itself. If this was the truth, then how did the Tao lords come across the sword Tao? Maybe the Tao comes with the sword. One big shot said. When Myriad Era came out, there were Tao runes and flames burning it as well. Perhaps the Tao lords experienced the same thing when they found their heavenly sword. Is he the only person in history to possess finality? Where did he get this scripture? Another cultivator became curious. The crowd exchanged glances of confusion once more. Too many questions popped up in their mind regarding the origin of this scripture. No wonder why he obtained Myriad Era so easily. There was one question answered. It seemed that Li Qie had understood the profundities of finality. This allowed him to control myriad era. All 9 heavenly sword Dao are in there. Its owner can cultivate all 9. Heart started beating faster and eyes became unconsciously filled with greed. Everyone believed that Sea Emperor's unmatched success was predicated on them possessing Abyss and Vast Sea Sword Dao. What if another sect were to obtain finality? This should be enough to dominate all of 8 Desolaces for eras to come, perhaps even surpassing true immortal sect. I wonder what the content looks like. One cultivator loudly wondered. Olden language or regular Dao runes? A big shot replied. It would be nice if everyone could take a look. Someone had an unreasonable request. After all, who wouldn't want to take a look at a heavenly scripture? They hoped that Li Qie would actually entertain this request. Even the 2 overlords were tempted. As the strongest characters in Sword Continent, they had seen peerless treasures and merit laws before, including portions of this scripture. Nonetheless, to see the real thing was something else. Prior to this, the sect was the primary reason why they wanted Myriad Era. They didn't require the sword personally. Everything changed the moment finality showed up. Their sects were lucky to have some of the embedded Dao but never an actual scripture. If they could obtain finality for their sect, it would guarantee prosperity and domination for ages to come. This meant that their status and contribution would exceed the founders, Sword Sea and 9-wheel Dao Lord. Thus, this scripture was immensely tempting. They could have backed off and let Li Qie have Myriad Era. Alas, greed overwhelmed them this time around. Fellow Daoist, could you broaden everyone's horizon by showing us the peerless heavenly scripture? Vast Sea Venerable asked. All eyes were on Li Qie. Instead of asking to borrow it, he requested for everyone to have a look as if he was their representative. Yes, show us what the scripture looks like. Some crowd members chimed in. Everyone wants to take a look? Li Qie had a smirk on his face. Yes, we want to take a look. Of course, young noble Li, you'll become the greatest figure by blessing the world with its content. They flattered Li Qie, hoping to persuade him. If he were to say no, then he would appear to be the bad guy. No chance. Li Qie flatly responded and interrupted the rowdy crowd. The audience immediately shut up. In the past, they would have chastised and expressed their dissatisfaction. Now, doing so meant courting death. Even the overlords were wary of Li Qie. They turned their gaze towards the duo, hoping that they would take the lead. The sentiment shifted abruptly. Those who used to be on Li Qie's side changed their mind with haste. Chapter 42-41. Avarice as greed took over, the unreasonable request became reasonable in the crowd's mind. They knew that robbing him was impossible. Given their power, the duo was the only chance. Finality is a gift from heaven. Sharing it with the world is an immeasurable contribution to humanity. Vast Sea spoke, Fellow Daoist, this choice of yours can prosper Sword Continent for years to come. You'll be the most celebrated figure in history. The Vajra also chimed in, acting as if he cared about others. Right, if I had it, I would share it with everyone. That's our responsibility, a way to strengthen the legacy of the Sword Dao in our continent. They changed the narrative and sounded like masters wanting the best for mankind. After all, it would be improper for overlords like them to demand Li Qie's personal item. Big shots like them couldn't act like bandits. On the other hand, shifting the narrative into helping Sword Continent made it acceptable and actually boosted their reputation. The end result was the same. Only the justification was different. Senior Vajra is too kind. An expert loudly shouted, Yes, finality scripture should be public knowledge for the sake of our continent. That's right. Cheers erupted as others repeated the same sentiment. Finality should belong to everyone, not a single person. It is the source of all the Sword Dao, so anyone who attempts to monopolize it will be the enemy. You're perfectly right. Anyone who attempts to monopolize the scripture is the enemy. It didn't take long for them to claim that Li Qie's scripture was public property. How pitiful. Li Qie looked at them and said, Greed is driving you all crazy and clouding your conscience. Cultivating 10,000 years hasn't been enough to cure stupidity. He then turned his sight towards Vast Sea and Earthraiser, still with a smile on his face. The so-called overlords are nothing more than sordid merchants, Utterly disappointing. The duo turned red after the insult but refrained from acting out. They already had a plan and it was going perfectly. As for the rowdy crowd, embarrassment turned into rage. Li Qie, your greed is disgraceful and detrimental to society. One expert shouted. Your path will lead to certain destruction. Be smart and hand finality over or you will die without a grave. One more shrieked. Everyone in the world won't let this stand. Li Qie became the enemy in no time at all. He smiled and gazed at the greedy cultivators then said, Is that so? Doesn't sound bad at all. Come, I don't mind killing anyone who harbors this thought. Kill him. An offended cultivator shouted. Kill him. The crowd chanted as if wanting to cut him to pieces. Of course, they might be screaming for blood but none was stupid enough to actually attack Li Qie. They knew that only the overlords had a chance of subduing him. If you insist on being stubborn, fellow Taoist, then I shall put my old bones to good use for the sake of Sword Continent. Earthraiser said, I hope you'll share the scripture because it belongs to the entire continent. Yes. Sea Emperor believes in the same ideal and will support you, brother. The Venerable found that the time was right and added, Whoever stands by our side will be given a copy of Finality Scripture. Heart started beating faster right away. Everyone knew that it was impossible to learn or memorize the scripture in a short time. However, to have access to a copy? This was akin to possessing all 9 sword Dao. Greed already had a firm grasp on them so it became even more irresistible. Sun Moon School stands with Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel in our aspiration to improve Sword Continent. A sect master stepped forward and said, Benevolence will lend our strength to the continent. A golem ancestor joined in. Aquatic Kingdom stands with Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel. An old king loudly declared. Numerous sects revealed their attitude and chose the side of Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel. They wanted a piece of the pie. A copy of Finality. Meanwhile, the neutral parties exchanged glances. They would be lying to themselves if they claimed to not want a copy. However, this was a blatant robbery, an immoral and despicable act. Some of them didn't wish to get their hands dirty. Sword Temple stands with the young noble. Get through me first before thinking about finality. Everlasting Sword God declared. Her voice wasn't loud but everyone heard her clearly. The third overlord had taken the side of Li Qie. Hallowed City is on your side, young noble. Hallowed City Lord calmly stated. You have our swords, young noble. Tai Jian spoke on behalf of the sword ground. Ling Jian didn't oppose this either. Wooden Sword Kingdom is at your command, young noble. Poplar Paragon laughed heartily. The same with Armament Mountain. Shering Xue revealed her stance. Count us in as well. 9 Sun Sword Saint spoke for Virtuous School. We humbly ask for the chance to contribute. Flame Valley Lord also picked Li Qie's side. Heaven Silkworm obeys you, young noble. Dong Ling stepped forward and said. A rift appeared in Sword Continent between 2 powerful factions, the alliance of Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel versus Li Qie and his followers. Chapter 42-42. Nobodies. When judging strictly by the number of sects, the alliance had the advantage since they were still viewed as the favorite. Though Li Qie had many powerful sects with him as well, they couldn't quite compete with the 2 behemoths yet. Similarly enough, it was 2 overlords against 1. Of course, some remained to observe on the sideline. They believed that a neutral policy was the best route for survival. So everyone has made their choice. Li Qie smiled as his eyes swept through the crowd. Finality is right here, come and get it. Li Qie simplified the scenario. No need for further justifications. If they wanted the scripture, they just needed to wrest it from his hand. Alas, no one wanted to be the first to attack. Li Qie had numerous masters behind him so it had to be the 2 overlords first. Ahem. Earthraiser coughed and said, Fellow Taoist, we have no choice but to act on the side of justice since you insist on. Enough of this unveracious crap. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted the guy. Don't you feel nauseous spewing these lies? I'm getting goosebumps. The members of 9 Wheel glared angrily after hearing the disdainful response. I suppose the time for civility is over. The Vajra was slightly annoyed despite his impressive mental control. Li Qie had repeatedly offended him so even a statue would become angry at this point. Don't blame us for not showing mercy since you won't hand finality over. He continued. That depends on if you're capable enough. Come, I need to exercise anyway. Xie stretched and smiled. Humph. The arrogance. If it wasn't for Everlasting Sword God and the others, he wouldn't dare to oppose Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. A youth snorted. We'll see soon enough. An expert said gravely. All eyes were on Xie and the Vajra. Everyone thought that though Xie was mighty, there should be a limit due to his age. He had already proven his worth after killing Peace Ocean and Void. Alas, there should still be a way to go before reaching the Overlord level. Nonetheless, because of Xie's devilish abilities, some still believed that he had a chance. Why are you so sure of winning, fellow Taoist? The Vajra's eyes narrowed. Because killing you two will be as easy as pie. Xie said flatly. The duo's expression darkened after seeing this. They believed that they were the top dogs even when taking all of 8 Desolaces into account. Xie might be the only one who would dare to make this claim. It was humiliating to be spoken to with such disdain. The duo had a hard time restraining their anger at this point. Their eyes turned cold and their murderous intent roamed free, chilling enough to freeze everything. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Stop running your mouth. One cultivator shouted. Ignorant fool. You'll need a funeral soon enough. A disciple from Nine Wheel shouted. We'll never stop until we kill him. An expert from Sea Emperor gritted his teeth. On the other hand, the frustrated overlords maintained their composure. Very well, I will test your confidence with my old bones. Earthraiser said. The situation has escalated enough for them to drop the righteous angle. His arrogance justified their aggression. Xie smiled and said, One by one is too boring, I prefer a lively crowd. Come together. What? Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at him, speechless. He wants to fight both the Venerable and the Vajra at the same time? Ridiculous. An expert blurted. Not even Everlasting Sword God would dare to do so. This is madness. An ancestor on Xie's side took a deep breath. His allies became alarmed, wondering if they should let Xie do as he pleases. Chapter 42-43. Foundation. The majority didn't think highly of Xie's chances. Fighting 2 overlords alone was something unprecedented and suicidal, especially for a junior. Nonetheless, some were smart enough to never count out Xie. There was still a chance, albeit rather minuscule. In spite of the ridiculousness and humiliating nature of the circumstances, the 2 overlords maintained an air of civility, one befitting their status. Words spoken cannot be taken back. Vast Sea Venerable said coldly, wanting to prevent Xie from reneging since the duo had absolute confidence in winning a 2-on-1 battle. I never regret my words. Xie smiled. Don't worry, you can bring as many as you want. Fellow Taoist, will you fight alone? The Vajra asked Xie, but his sight was set on Everlasting Sword God and the other masters. It would be awfully problematic if they were to join mid-fight to save Xie. Rest assured, we will not interfere if the young noble wishes to fight alone. Everlasting Sword God confirmed. That finalized the scenario because a person of her status wouldn't lie. This is actually happening. An expert couldn't believe it. He's not just fighting the 2 overlords but their sect too. An ancestor corrected. Don't gauge the heart of a gentleman with the ruler of a despicable wretch. Xie smiled. I will fight alone as I have previously stated regardless of how many of you there are. The 2 overlords exchanged glances and pondered about the situation. There was no way back for them right now since it was an official battle. To negotiate or to surrender meant throwing away their sect's prestige and authority. No one would take them seriously in the future. Thus, fighting was absolutely required or they would become sinners. This was before taking finality into account as well. There were several reasons to fight. Moreover, they didn't think that they would lose to Xie regardless of his heaven-defying means. They made up their mind and both of them commanded their men. Prepare, no holding back. Despite their confidence, they were still preparing for the worst scenario and decided to go all out. Sword God Jaluan obeyed the command and summoned an ancient drum. The top was made from the skin of a lightning dragon while the bones of an aqua Xueqi made up the base. Earthslope ancestor from Nine Wheel took out an old shell of a rare jade gold conch. Boom! Boom, boom. The sounds of the drum and conch echoed towards the horizon and into the rest of Sword Continent. Each beat slammed the listener's heart and froze them while the conch created a tsunami of sound waves. What are they doing? Many saw this for the first time and became confused. Of course, they were aware that the two behemoths weren't messing around. Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra are activating the peerless foundation of their sect. An ancestor elaborated. This caused the crowd to shudder due to the significance of this action. When a Tao Lord lineage chose to activate their foundation, it meant that they were ready to fight to the death. In this case, a sect with 5 Tao Lords and one with 4 Tao Lords were doing so. A truly frightening event. Do they actually need to do this? Someone found this surprising because it shouldn't be difficult for them to deal with Li Qie. It's to be perfectly safe, or maybe to catch everything with one net. A big shot mused before glancing over at Everlasting Sword Gods group. Those nearby became emotional. What if the two overlords' real plan was to catch everyone else? This could potentially destroy their competitors and give them true hegemony. Boom! Once the drum and the conch sounds made it far enough, deafening blasts quaked the entire continent. Look in the direction of Sea Emperor. Many calmed down and turned their head. The kingdom resided in a vast oceanic region. Blinding beams shot to the sky and illuminated the realm with terrifying sword energies. Clank! 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 Images of gigantic swords manifested in the air. Chapter 42-44. Immense power. Each resembled a heavenly pillar capable of pushing up the sky vault. All other entities felt tiny in comparison, akin to mere insects. They contained enough power to serve as supreme judgment. Both regular ancestors and mighty ancestors would be eliminated by these incredible swords. They spatially leaped and appeared in the burial ground before astonished spectators, instantly sealing the sea region. Runes of the sword Tao type appeared and created an immense momentum, eventually forming a formation. To position! Sword God Jaluan shouted, and the members of Sea Emperor rushed towards their assigned rune. Boom! They became a part of the sword formation. At the same time, back in Sea Emperor, a pulse made of countless sword energies shot through the realms and empowered the formation. The strengthened formation became wide enough to contain heaven and earth with billowing flames and sword energies. Anyone stuck inside would be instantly reduced to ashes as if they were moths. Number no longer mattered because 1 billion soldiers would still be incinerated instantly by this sword formation. The crowd gasped after seeing how feeble they were despite years of cultivation. This is the foundation of Sea Emperor. It empowers a sword Tao and sends it here to form a formation capable of slaying gods. A high elder had a serious expression. The range of this offense frightened everyone. This meant that Sea Emperor could eliminate any opponent regardless of the distance. Buzz! A while after, a loud hum could be heard in Nine-Wheel Citadel and a golden radiance took over the entire continent, adding a bright layer on top. Archaic cities manifested into reality, looking holy and stately. They seemed to be the home of gods. Each city emitted 3,000 halos with embedded runes, each capable of containing a massive amount of knowledge and energy. Thus, the halo looked like the physical manifestation of the Grand Tao. Buzz! Their light swept through the realms and reached the burial ground as well. Spectators looked up and saw the radiance above them. It pushed up the sky and engulfed the earth. To formation! Earth Slope Ancestor commanded. The members of Nine-Wheel rushed towards the light and fused with it. Their power served as fuel. Boom! This resulted in the eruption of a force capable of destroying everything. This left the weaker cultivators on their knees. What are they doing? The pressure made it hard for others to breathe. The two sects are using their foundation to seal this area. An ancestor became alarmed. Everyone had a bad feeling about this development and became nervous. This was supposed to be a fight between Li Qie and the two overlords. Why did their sect get involved as well? Was it strictly to deal with Li Qie? They found themselves like fish stuck in a net right now. The two behemoths could really capture all of them. A heavenly scripture is a gift from the high heaven. Earthraiser Vajra announced, "Today, we will do everything in our power to obtain this scripture for the people. That's why we will require the assistance of heroes such as yourselves." Listeners couldn't believe it. The Vajra was asking others for help? They felt quite good to be addressed in such a polite tone by an overlord. Yes, if the scripture belongs to the world, then all of us have the responsibility to help. A sect master who had chosen to stand with the behemoth supported. He then led his disciples to the bright halos. We will support you as well. Another picked this side and entered the sword formation. It didn't take long before more cultivators joined them. Obtaining a copy of finality was one thing, but joining this battle might be the glorious day of their lives. They could tell this story for years to come, being qualified and capable enough to help the overlords. Rumble. The power of the sword formation and the halos intensified after gaining more followers. It became unbearable for everyone else and made it obvious how feeble life could be. Some neutral spectators regretted not entering right away. Please excuse us for needing to do this. Vast Sea Venerable said. Both he and the Vajra heaved a sigh of relief. They believed they had gathered enough power to crush Liqia's side without a problem. Chapter 42-45. Abyss Heavenly Sword Liqia wasn't only facing two behemoths but also their sex along with thousands of expert cultivators. Moreover, Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel had finished preparing their foundations and formations. Even if he could defeat the overlords, he might not be the last one smiling. All in all, the odds were against him. This was the reason why the duo was so confident. They didn't go this far back during the previous battle for Myriad Era. In fact, this was an unprecedented display of military might, perhaps the strongest possible force of Sword Continent. Therefore, Liqia's allies felt unrest and had a terrible feeling about this. The sword formation and the halos were meant for them as well, not just Liqia. If Liqia were to lose, then all of them would be captured as well. The entire continent would fall under the control of the two behemoths. No one would dare to go against them. Fellow Daoist, we've wasted a lot of time. Earthraiser Vajra spoke, looking a bit friendlier this time. This reason was very simple. He was irate earlier due to Liqia's contemptuous attitude, but now, they had prepared enough to have the absolute advantage. It seemed that Liqia's defeat was inevitable. This was their time to obtain finality on top of eliminating those who dare to oppose them. Given these circumstances, it was time to exercise elegance and grace in victory. Start then. Liqia smiled, completely unaffected by the forces before him. What a prodigy. I had neither the same courage nor determination back then. Earthraiser praised. The shift in attitude made it sound as if he was appreciating Liqia's talent and wanted to recruit him. Enough of your bullshit. Come so I can finish this. I have other business to do. Liqia said flatly. The confident duo simply didn't get it. They had shown their card, yet this youth remained dismissive and viewed them as insects. It wasn't easy maintaining a calm demeanor before him. Very well, I would like to see what you can do, fellow Daoist. I wonder if you have learned all 9 sword Dao. Vast Sea Venerable's eyes turned cold. His comment made everyone wonder about the possibilities. Liqia was known as the Son of Miracles and had done insane feats before. Now, no one found it strange any longer in retrospect. After all, he possessed a heavenly scripture. Such an artifact was virtually omnipotent. Sea Emperor only needed 2 heavenly Dao to reign over the continent. As for Liqia, he had all 9. This made people imagine his actual attainments in the sword Dao. Can a single person cultivate all 9 Dao? One skeptic said because no one in history has ever come close. In reality, just cultivating 2 of them signified one as a supreme genius. What kind of terrifying talent is required to finish cultivating all 9? A last-gen expert murmured while staring at Liqia. Those who had experienced with a heavenly sword Dao knew that it was extremely hard to master, even one despite using a lifetime. Peace Ocean Sword King learned 2 heavenly sword Dao, right? Everyone thought about a particular supreme genius. Everyone admitted that he was the number 1 of the young generation due to the 2 Dao. Then what about someone with all 9 Dao? Looks like Peace Ocean Sword King lost for a reason. Someone murmured. A while ago, the crowd didn't understand why those powerful geniuses lost to Liqia. Now, the answer became rather obvious. The new question became, how many sword Dao had he learned? You think too highly of yourself, just a single one is enough, no need to use all 9 to kill you all. Liqia stretched and said, is that so? Let's see what you can do then. Vast Sea Venerable finally shouted for the first time. His words erupted thunderously in everyone's ears and made them see stars. The wrath of an overlord caused some to faint as well. Clank! A sword hymn and violet energy exploded as the Venerable took out a heavenly sword. The violet energy oozing from it made the sword seem like the source of the world, the abyss that could give birth to all things. Thus, one slash from him could unleash this abyss again to devour the world. Abyss! Those who recognized it shouted in horror. A while ago, Peace Ocean used Vast Sea, and now, the Venerable finally revealed the second heavenly sword. Chapter 42-45. Abyss Heavenly Sword. Xueqi wasn't only facing two behemoths but also their sex along with thousands of expert cultivators. Moreover, Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel had finished preparing their foundations and formations. Even if he could defeat the overlords, he might not be the last one smiling. All in all, the odds were against him. This was the reason why the duo was so confident. They didn't go this far back during the previous battle for Myriad Era. In fact, this was an unprecedented display of military might, perhaps the strongest possible force of Sword Continent. Therefore, Xueqi's allies felt unrest and had a terrible feeling about this. The sword formation and the halos were meant for them as well, not just Xueqi. If Xueqi were to lose, then all of them would be captured as well. The entire continent would fall under the control of the two behemoths. No one would dare to go against them. Fellow Taoist, we've wasted a lot of time. Earthraiser Vajra spoke, looking a bit friendlier this time. This reason was very simple. He was irate earlier due to Xueqi's contemptuous attitude, but now, they had prepared enough to have the absolute advantage. It seemed that Xueqi's defeat was inevitable. This was their time to obtain finality on top of eliminating those who dare to oppose them. Given these circumstances, it was time to exercise elegance and grace in victory. Start then. Xueqi smiled, completely unaffected by the forces before him. What a prodigy. I had neither the same courage nor determination back then. Earthraiser praised. The shift in attitude made it sound as if he was appreciating Xueqi's talent and wanted to recruit him. Enough of your bullshit. Come so I can finish this. I have other business to do. Xueqi said flatly. The confident duo simply didn't get it. They had shown their card, yet this youth remained dismissive and viewed them as insects. It wasn't easy maintaining a calm demeanor before him. Very well, I would like to see what you can do, fellow Taoist. I wonder if you have learned all 9 sword Tao. Vast Sea Venerable's eyes turned cold. His comment made everyone wonder about the possibilities. Xueqi was known as the Son of Miracles and had done insane feats before. Now, no one found it strange any longer in retrospect. After all, he possessed a heavenly scripture. Such an artifact was virtually omnipotent. Sea Emperor only needed 2 heavenly Tao to reign over the continent. As for Xueqi, he had all 9. This made people imagine his actual attainments in the sword Tao. Can a single person cultivate all 9 Tao? One skeptic said because no one in history has ever come close. In reality, just cultivating 2 of them signified one as a supreme genius. What kind of terrifying talent is required to finish cultivating all 9? A last-gen expert murmured while staring at Xueqi. Those who had experienced with a heavenly sword Tao knew that it was extremely hard to master, even one despite using a lifetime. Peace Ocean Sword King learned 2 heavenly sword Tao, right? Everyone thought about a particular supreme genius. Everyone admitted that he was the number 1 of the young generation due to the 2 Tao. Then what about someone with all 9 Tao? Looks like Peace Ocean Sword King lost for a reason. Someone murmured. A while ago, the crowd didn't understand why those powerful geniuses lost to Xueqi. Now, the answer became rather obvious. The new question became, how many sword Tao had he learned? You think too highly of yourself, just a single one is enough, no need to use all 9 to kill you all. Xueqi stretched and said, is that so? Let's see what you can do then. Vast Sea Venerable finally shouted for the first time. His words erupted thunderously in everyone's ears and made them see stars. The wrath of an overlord caused some to faint as well. Clank! A sword hymn and violet energy exploded as the Venerable took out a heavenly sword. The violet energy oozing from it made the sword seem like the source of the world, the abyss that could give birth to all things. Thus, One slash from him could unleash this abyss again to devour the world. Abyss! Those who recognized it shouted in horror. A while ago, Peace Ocean used Vast Sea, and now, the Venerable finally revealed the second heavenly sword. Chapter 42-47. Boundless Vajra Palm. The loss of the first exchange was shameful for Sea Emperor. However, Vast Sea and Earthraiser remained focused on the battle instead of pride. As overlords, they naturally understood the power of that abyssal strike earlier. Thus, Li Qie's retaliation was even more impressive. Take this then. Vast Sea roared, Abyss Heart Strike. This time around, his slash didn't create a monstrous abyss. It was as gentle as the rain during spring, virtually imperceptible. His sword moved like a willow branch swaying to the wind. It encompassed zero power and murderous intent. Buzz! However, a smaller abyss appeared in front of Li Qie's chest, a truly fatal move that couldn't be guarded. Cultivators didn't sense the attack's power at first, but now, they had the illusion of an abyss appearing in front of their chest as well. Life became feeble and insignificant. Both unknown juniors and mighty ancestors became helpless. Countless bellowed in pain and became grievously wounded. The weaker ones spat out blood while the ancestors staggered several steps backward. Though Li Qie was the sole target, the Tao and profundity of the technique still affected those nearby. They knew that if they were in Li Qie's shoes, they would instantly drop over and die. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't think much of it and simply stabbed his sword forward, easily breaking the tiny abyss. This time around, Vast Sea was forced back after losing the second exchange. He nullified it again. A composed spectator unharmed by the Venerable's attack shouted. The first nullification could be chalked up to luck. But to do so again? This meant that Li Qie knew just how to defeat the Abyss Sword Tao. He most likely saw numerous flaws and exploited them. Everyone became shaken because these heavenly Tao have dominated for eras. Only a selected few were capable enough to defeat them. Don't forget, he has the actual scripture. A king quietly said. Many exchanged glances and thought that this was the only explanation. Don't tell me he learned all 9 already. One youth said in disbelief. Maybe he doesn't know how to use them, only how to defeat them after reading the scripture. He can see all the flaws and openings. An expert mused. Does that mean Heavenly Sword Tao from all the sects are useless against him? He just needs one swing to beat them? Another cultivator asked. While many were surprised, an old big shot realized something else and shook his head. Knowing alone isn't enough to do this. All in all, people stared at him with various emotions: envy, jealousy, fear, anxiety. None knew that Li Qie was the one who opened the new page. Who else could have a better grasp on their weakness than him? Displaying your slight skill before an expert. He smiled. Everyone thought that the Venerable had never heard this insult before. Alas, how could anyone try to refute? Li Qie easily stopped his attacks twice. He couldn't be any more convincing. The Venerable grimaced. He had great confidence in the Abyss Sword Tao. Unfortunately, it simply didn't work against Li Qie. Nonetheless, he didn't become pessimistic just yet. He exchanged glances with his ally and instantly came up with a new plan. Amazing, the master of a heavenly scripture indeed. The Vajra said, Looks like you have grasped its essences, but I refuse to give up. He stepped forward and wanted to try after the failed scouting by the Venerable. Though Li Qie had finality, the Vajra's techniques were from the 6 wheels and had nothing to do with it. Fellow Taoist, please give me pointers. He spoke politely but would absolutely not show mercy. Go! Li Qie didn't seem to worry. Excuse me then. The Vajra's gaze suddenly became piercing to all the spectators. He delivered a palm strike powerful enough to crush space and time. This instability surrounded Li Qie and aimed to immobilize him. In the next second, his hand became resplendent as if it was made from gold. Everyone felt that it wasn't just his hand soaring alone. All the myriad Tao and spatial fabrics were pushing forward as well. Boundless Vajra Palm. An ancestor recognized the move and became emotional. Chapter 42-48. Still one swing. This was a technique originating from the Vajra wheel, one of its many mighty palm techniques. It contained pure power. Not even gods could survive. Unfortunately for the spectators, this meant that they were getting another injury added to the list. Some bones cracked and more blood vomited even though Xueqi was the sole target. It can pierce through the earth, one expert commented. The Vajra lived up to his fame after displaying his might. They thought that Xueqi would have a hard time dealing with this overwhelming attack coming from all angles. Xueqi didn't bat an eye as space collapsed around him. He simply swung his sword upward in a carefree manner. Alas, it joined the laws of the world in perfect harmony, connecting with the truths of the Grand Tao and seeing the eternal secrets of the world. It broke through everything and thrust its way towards the center of the Vajra's palm. Boom! It navigated its way through his energy, piercing his palm, and flying onward towards his chest. The Overlord reacted quickly during this vital moment and activated his defense. A great wall blessed by the sages manifested in front of him. The long-lasting chants of these sages created an impregnable defense. Some big shots observed it carefully and didn't see any flaw. Nonetheless, Xueqi's sword was in tune with the world and became the only beat. All the other rhythms and momentums became secondary, nothing more than noises. Thus, it easily entered a flaw in a wall and caused the entire thing to collapse. The Vajra realized this and retreated with haste, but it was too late. The sword managed to draw blood. Eyes opened wide in disbelief and the scene fell into a deathly silence. The Vajra's palm and wall were the culmination of his lifelong efforts from studying the Vajra wheel. Today, Xueqi defeated both with a single variation. This was illogical even in a dream. "I must be dreaming," one spectator murmured. However, it was really happening. The evidence was the bloody wound on the Vajra's chest. That wasn't any of the 9 heavenly Tao. What did he just do? A big shot commented. It was one thing for Xueqi to defeat the vast sea sword Tao from the Venerable since he had the original version. In this case, he didn't have the 6 wheels of the myriad realms. The explanation was no longer there. The Vajra turned pale, also failing his attempt to gauge Xueqi's ability. His casual swings defeated their supreme techniques and suffocated them. This was unprecedented. All of their techniques seemed to be meeting their nemesis. "Fellow Taoist, we humbly ask for the name of your sword technique." The Vajra refused to accept that he was losing to a random motion. "As I've said, it's just a slash," Xueqi responded. Everyone couldn't even smile wryly at this point. If Xueqi could nullify supreme merit laws with random swings, then they might as well commit suicide. Their effort in cultivation was a waste of time. The merit laws they took pride in were utterly useless. How can a slash be so powerful? The Venerable didn't buy it. "The crux of the issue isn't me, it's about your lack of personal awareness," Xueqi said. "Please elaborate," the Vajra asked. "You should know the answer already given your age and cultivation. The heavenly scriptures are great, but are they suitable? Only your own Tao is the strongest." He stared at them and said flatly. The duo no longer found Xueqi's attitude annoying. They calmed down and clarity came to them. Right, our own Tao," the Vajra repeated loudly. "I humbly accept the lesson. Learning the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening. No regrets." The Venerable shouted. "It's a fine day as any to die in battle. Let's do this." The Vajra became confident after becoming enlightened. Chapter 42-49. Sacred Tyrannical Fist, Clank. The Venerable put away Abyss and took out Torrential Rain instead. Spectators, especially the youths, were astounded. "Why? Abyss didn't work. Can Torrential Rain do anything?" One of them questioned his choice of abandoning the heavenly sword. It didn't matter how strong he was, his crafted sword couldn't compare to one of the 9 blades. He wasn't the only one. Earth-Razor Vajra dispersed his golden radiance and replaced it with a faint aura instead. It was brimming with life and holiness, making him appear several thousand years younger. No longer an aged ancestor but rather, a vigorous youth. "He's not using a heavenly technique too? But it made him who he is," one expert said. This was reflected in his title, sharing the same character as the Vajra wheel. The merit law boosted him to the apex, but now, he chose to abandon it. "What is this aura?" A youth found himself acting more dignified while being in the presence of this aura. "It's the innate aura of a sacred spirit, embedded at birth. They are blessed with immense vitality," an ancestor explained. Earthraiser came from the sacred spirit race but never used his racial advantages because the Vajra wheel was immensely powerful. Today, he reverted back to his roots. The power of his race replaced the power of the heavenly scripture. Boom! He clenched both fists and raised them in the air. Space trembled in the process from the slight movement. Sacred tyrannical fist, a technique created by him. The emperor of a dynasty became startled. People were surprised since they haven't heard about this technique before. They only knew of his accomplishments with the Vajra wheel, not this fist technique. Of course, it wasn't their fault since he rarely used it. We shall use our own merit laws to test ourselves against you, fellow Taoist. The Vajra roared. Others started thinking about their decision. Is it because Li Chia knows how to nullify the Abyss Sword Dao in the Vajra wheel? One member asked. Not entirely. A big shot from the last generation said seriously. The other reason is because those Dao do not belong to them. They are merely following the path of those before them. Fellow Taoist, until death. The Venerable's eyes lit up with determination. Come together. Li Chia still appeared nonchalant. Very well. The Venerable pointed his sword at Li Chia and thunder could be heard. Rain eruption. A rain of swords descended while the Venerable himself released a barrage of draconic lightning bolts towards Li Chia. The Venerable seemed relaxed and natural while using his own Grand Dao. Whether there were flaws or not, the profundities of his sword Dao unraveled smoothly. Break. Indomitable might. The Vajra attacked at the same time. His small stature suddenly became massive just like a gigantic god. His fist spewed out sacred light while halos radiated around him. The same phenomenon occurred. His own creation manifested smoothly and in tune with the myriad Dao. Nice. These techniques were clearly inferior in power and momentum to the heavenly merit laws. However, the spectators found themselves immersed comfortably in the experience. Why do they look happy? Many didn't understand. The 9 heavenly scriptures do not belong to them, so they can't derive the final mysteries and secrets. An archaic being understood this feeling and explained. On the other hand, torrential rain and sacred tyrannical fist are their own creation. They are able to use them to the limit. The advantage, in this case, was embedded in their understanding and mastery over their movements and actions. Despite the flaws and openings from being inferior to the heavenly laws in theory, they were rather effective due to how comfortable the users were. The delicate and swift shift in stance and variation made it harder for enemies to take advantage of any opening. Not bad. Li Chia smiled and said approvingly, Behold the myriad era sword Dao then. He then swung his sword horizontally and froze time itself as it crossed through the waves of lightning and sacred radiance. All the spectators focused on this single moment. They felt as if in this split second, they were able to touch the mysteries of the myriad Dao. They saw the individual links and profundities within torrential rain and sacred tyrannical fist. The beauty of enlightenment surpassed all else and took their breath away. Chapter 4250. Unending rain of gratitude. The fist and sword technique were magnificent and revealed the possibilities of the Dao, successfully bedazzling spectators. However, Li Chia's slash paused the Grand Dao and allowed spectators to take a meticulous look. Unfortunately, this experience was ephemeral and time began flowing again. Boom! The wondrous scene exploded like fireworks then disappeared from sight. Once people regained their vision, they saw Li Chia standing still while the duo staggered one step backward. Though the exchange was over, it left an impressionable aftertaste in everyone's mind. Magnificent! The Venerable couldn't help shouting, looking rather happy. Myriad Era didn't let me down after the long wait. It does live up to its fame. Earthraiser praised. The crowd wholeheartedly agreed with the Overlord's assessment. After all, who was more qualified than them to make these comments? Li Chia really cultivated finality. A genius brought this up. A while ago, everyone thought that Peace Ocean Sword King was a genius for learning both Abyss and Vast Sea. Now, there was a chance of Li Chia being able to use all 9. Peace Ocean wouldn't be worth mentioning if this was the case. He's far stronger than the highest evaluation. Did he purposely hide his skills? A big shot took a careful look at Li Chia. Alas, her heavenly gaze revealed that his cultivation was subpar. Nonetheless, he still kept up with 2 overlords and actually had the upper hand. No one could make head or tail out of this. So this is the power of all 9 sword Dao together? An ancient ancestor said, thinking that this was the thing allowing Li Qie to be in this fight. The invincible heavenly scripture gave him the means to contest against 2 overlords. Let's try again. The venerable shouted. I was thinking the same thing. The Vajra's battle spirit surged. They lost their confidence in the heavenly techniques because Li Qie somehow nullified everything. But now, using their own made them feel much better and raised their morale despite Li Qie's successful stop. Don't be so confident, the next move will draw blood. Li Qie smiled. The crowd took a deep breath. Few could say this to the duo, but they believed that Li Qie could do so effortlessly. This realization scared the hell out of them. The duo exchanged glances. Only 2 choices awaited them, to stop here or to fight to the death. I've embarked on many battlefields before and am no stranger to blood. The venerable spoke with great momentum. Let us see whose blood will spill. The gigantic Vajra asserted. As you wish. Li Qie chuckled and slowly raised his sword, creating myriad eras in the process. Strings of light circled around him, creating a phenomenon of him standing in the river of time. The sword was capable of affecting temporal flows. One flow could be 10,000 years, or even upward of millions. Thus, people still became frightened despite a lack of oppressive aura. Each string and its temporal affinity contained immense power. No one could escape the grasp of time. Thus, being slashed by this sword meant bad news. After millions of years, not to mention a cultivator, even top treasures would turn to scrap. Unending rain of gratitude. The venerable used a similar style of attack again, painting a beautiful scene. Spectators became immersed in an illusion seen in the rain, the best moment of their life. They became distracted and would become victims of the sword. Strangely enough, they would also feel gratitude towards this attack for bringing them back to a better time. They felt a sharp pain in their heart. Defenses and techniques were useless against this attack because everyone had emotions. The moment they felt something, especially debt to the attack, the sword would pierce their heart right away. Some thought that dying was absolutely worth it as they recalled the glorious past. Spirit Tyrant. As for the Vajra, his faint aura became resplendent after a loud explosion. He unleashed a punch capable of crushing all things. Just the shockwaves alone could reduce anyone to blood. This stood in contrast with the venerable sword. One attacked the mind while the other consisted of brute force. Chrono thrust. Li Qie slowly moved his dominant hand forward. However, the blade itself wasn't the thing being pushed but rather, time itself. Buzz. The flow of time corroded both the illusory sword rain and the ferocious fist energy. The rain dried up and the energy waves turned into smoke. Both were unable to withstand the flow of time. Activate. The duo used their vitality to pour energy into their techniques, wanting to reach their peak state. They tried to empower their technique again to weather the temporal storm. Alas, this proved to be futile. Chapter 4251. Chrono Lantern. The temporal affinity embedded in the sword couldn't be fathomed and was capable of corroding all forces. Therefore, nothing could even reach Li Qie before being reduced to dust. The duo realized that keeping this up was detrimental and time would steal their life force soon enough. Explode! The two exchanged glances and immediately understood the next step. Their fate palaces opened and longevity blood gushed out and formed maelstrom. Shock waves swept for 10 million miles. Boom! The explosion wielded enough power to destroy all of Sword Continent. Exploding one's longevity blood was reckless since this type of blood was extremely precious. Each drop contained an immense life force, ranging from 1 year to 10,000 years. This was especially true for apex existences like the duo. In fact, they most likely viewed a single drop as more precious than a top treasure. After all, their age was up there already. Nonetheless, their decision to use this type of blood showed just how serious they took this fight, wanting to go to the very end. The rampant explosions from the blood drops fueled their techniques to the limit. Lightning bolts suddenly detonated in the sword rain while the Vajra's fist became increasingly domineering. Ah! Spectators were smart to be extremely far away. Alas, those closest were still reduced to blood, prompting others to flee far away. Li Qie's single sword resembled a tiny boat lost in a tsunami. Li Qie smiled and shouted, "Chrono Lantern!" A spark from Myriad Era illuminated the temporal fabrics across the realms. Of course, the duo's moves were also affected by the net. The powerful sword momentum and fist energies along with the endless vitality served as their fuel burst into flames due to the spark. Rumble! In the next second, the raging flames incinerated everything about the duo. Ah! They bellowed in pain since their activated power caused a backlash and sent them flying while vomiting blood. Spectators gasped and screamed after seeing this. They saw the duo aging rapidly, seemingly becoming thousands of years older. Wrinkles took over their face. Their hair became as white as snow. They resembled two grandpas on their deathbed. No one said anything since they were trying to digest this development. They viewed the overlords as the strongest ancestors. Two of them fighting together should be nigh unbeatable. Alas, Lichia alone utterly defeated them. No one would have predicted something like this previously. They lost. Most had no choice but to accept this unbelievable reality. This was especially true for those aligning themselves with Nine-Wheel and Sea Emperor. They exploded their longevity blood. How many years did they lose just now? An expert took a deep breath. The two overlords were old already. Who knows how much longer they had left? That's not the only thing. Their vitality and blood were burned by Myriad Era too, maybe 70 to 80%. An ancestor explained. Others realized that the duo no longer had that long to live, even if they were to leave this place alive after defeating Lichia. Myriad Era's temporal mastery is invincible. A High Elder shuddered. Time is the most terrifying force in the world. The big shots turned pale. Merit laws and techniques could be stopped or nullified. Alas, time was extremely hard to deal with. It was flowing around Lichia's sword and its Tao. How could anyone bypass this? So this is the number one blade out of the 9. Others stared enviously at Lichia's weapon. They thought that if they had this sword, they could also defeat the two overlords just like Lichia. Chapter 4252. Too weak. The members of Nine-Wheel and Sea Emperor were in disarray. Their unbeatable ancestors have been defeated by Lichia, someone they previously deemed as being suicidal for daring to oppose them. They felt suffocated as if there was an invisible hand grasping their throat. All eyes were on the overlords now. In reality, everyone knew that they were quite old, but their power masked their age. Now, they looked feeble and weak like mortal grandpas shivering to the cold winds. So that's the Myriad Era sword Tao, magnificent. The Venerable got up. Even his spine looked curved now. The injuries didn't diminish the glow in his eyes. The old lion was still fierce and intimidating. This phrase encapsulated the current scene. We finally got to see it. The Vajra became emotional. Of course, they were still shocked to lose to a junior. Most importantly, he didn't use any special or sorcerous method. He simply defeated them using Myriad Era and its Tao. Losing the battle on top of their lifespan was hard to accept. You've lost, Lichia stated. This was not the first time he said these words in such a casual manner. Alas, the weight of his words this time was too much to bear. Both the duo and their allies became frozen. A junior had indeed bested them in public. This situation was beyond their control. What do you think you should do now? He smiled at them, seemingly ready to deliver judgment. What do you want? The Vajra uttered coldly. An overlord like him has truly fallen off the pedestal. He still had the same pride, but the arrogance was gone. He and his ally were no longer eligible to look down on Lichia. Their confidence has been shattered. Commit suicide, or must I have to do it myself? Lichia demanded. You! The Vajra turned red. Lichia's contempt could be attributed to arrogance and ignorance before. Now, since he had the upper hand, it was pure contempt and disdain. Li, don't push it! An ancestor from Sea Emperor shouted. Their sects would never accept this because the overlords were their pillars and spiritual totems. If they were to commit suicide and apologize to Lichia, the sect's prestige would be ruined. Fellow Taoist, your sword art is the best in the world. We accept defeat and let's drop it at that? Our sects will no longer stand in your way. The Venerable took a deep breath and admitted. All eyes were on Lichia now. The Venerable has chosen to surrender, the same with their entire alliance. This would firmly establish Lichia's dominance on the continent. No one would disagree in order to prevent further complications. You think too highly of yourself, I don't care about what you and your sect will do. The only thing I want is your head. Li Qie glared at them. The duo's expression became extremely ugly right away. They have already thrown away their pride to surrender to him, yet he still wouldn't spare them? Chapter 4253. Saber and Swords. Li Qie's murderous intent became clear for all to see despite the duo's de-escalation attempt. These overlords had never bent their knees before until today. The most humiliating moment of their life. Alas, Li Qie kept on pushing the issue. We won't go down without a fight. The Vajra uttered coldly. That makes zero difference in my eyes. Li Qie responded. Such a domineering statement could only be uttered by Li Qie. He proved his eligibility after defeating the two overlords. His opponents turned red and couldn't stay calm. They glared furiously at him for letting them experience something so humiliating. Fellow Taoist, must you force the issue until the fish die or the net split? The Venerable tried his best to calm down. That phrase does not apply here. The likes of you have no chance to bring me down regardless of what you do. Be smart and just end yourself. Li Qie waved his hand dismissively. I see. The Vajra, on the other hand, wasn't as calm. We'll see who will fall then. The Venerable stared at him and agreed. Indeed. These two would never pick suicide regardless of the circumstances. Death meant never having a chance to wash themselves of this humiliation. It would also destroy the reputation and prestige they used their entire life to build. Have it your way. Li Qie didn't mind at all. Start the formation. The duo shouted since negotiation time was over. Clank! The sword formation of Sea Emperor expanded and occupied the entire region. The calm crowd became intimidated once more. Their legs trembled with fear due to the terrible momentum exuded from the formation. Once activated, anything inside would be reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Buzz! At the same time, divine halos landed around the Vajra and instantly blessed him with numerous grand Tao. Sages and saints appeared and held numerous treasures to empower him as well. A mighty force manifested into reality within him. He became the possessor of countless Tao. I am boundless. He roared and released a golden radiance. Buzz! A supreme treasure emerged above him. Light of the Worlds, the patrimony weapon previously used by Void Saint Child. This spherical ball of light rotated and seemingly tore the world apart. Spectators then heard a sound akin to flower petals blossoming. Boundless world! The disciples and ancestors of Nine Wheel within the halos roared in unison. The accumulated vitality in the halos entered the Vajra's body while the lights poured into the treasure. The Vajra became young and vigorous, reaching his peak state again while standing beneath the resplendent sphere. Chaos energy took over, making him seem like a world creator. Meanwhile, the sphere forcefully made the world spin to its rhythm. On the other side, the sword formation was gathering vitality and sword energies as well. All of this was then channeled into the Venerable. He enjoyed the same revitalization just like the Vajra. His aged appearance disappeared from sight. Clank! The hum of a saber could be heard. Yes, a saber, not a sword. He had taken out a crescent saber. Its rays reached the ends of the world and could decide everything. Strangely enough, the sword energies from the formation had no problem mixing with the saber rays, amassing a sea of power. Conflict and disharmony didn't exist. The sword and saber Tao intertwined with a perfect balance. Saber and Swords, the patrimony weapon of saber-learned Tao Lord. A king became startled. This DOA Lord was rather unique. He was a golem who started his Tao debut with the saber. However, he eventually swapped to the sword despite being so dominant his entire life. The sword was the Tao used for his ascension. Of course, no one found it surprising for Sea Emperor to have a patrimony weapon. Chapter 4254. Comprehension. Light of the Worlds and Saber and Sword's appearance perplexed the crowd. A while ago, the Venerable and the Vajra chose to use their own Tao. It seemed rather effective on both a personal and practical level. On one hand, this patrimony weapon might be the strongest tool for Nine Wheel Citadel. As for Sea Emperor, they still had two heavenly swords. Using those should be more destructive than saber and swords. This was before mentioning them being the perfect match for his sex sword formation as well. Why that saber? A high elder murmured. Meanwhile, The duo used the foundation of their sect in order to deliver an ultimate blow. Another? The Venerable seemed as youthful as can be. Why not? Just useless struggling. Li Qie smiled. We'll find out soon enough. The Vajra roared thunderously and made people see stars. Start. The Venerable didn't waste time and immediately attacked. The terrible sword-saber formation suddenly appeared beneath Li Qie and expanded at a shocking rate. The combined Dao twisted together and coiled around him like two iron chains. Imprisonment. He roared and performed a Dao seal to immobilize Li Qie. Cosmic reversal. The Vajra crazily roared and his treasure's light engulfed the world. Everything suddenly flipped around. What's going on? Spectators became startled since they sensed the sudden shift. All affinities nearby were moved to Li Qie's location. A frightening level of suppression. People could already hear the sounds of his bones breaking. He was immobilized by the Venerable and now, the full brunt of the world was pressing down on him. He's gonna die. Someone shouted while feeling aches and pain all over. However, this was only the beginning. A world-ending explosion came from the formation and the halos, blinding the crowd in the process. The sheer force of this ultimate move forced the crowd on the ground, unable to move an inch. The true masters were able to keep their eyes open and stare at the scene. They saw two majestic figures appearing. Dao Lords. They bellowed. Comprehension, saber to swords. The Venerable's voice echoed across the realms. Comprehension, 9-wheel cycle. The Vajra roared as well. The weapons fixated on Li Qie and illuminated him. The first strike. A spectating ancestor screamed. This is it. Another trembled. The 3 strikes made patrimony weapons special compared to regular Dao Lord weapons. They included comprehension, mastery, and extinction. Each strike was comparable to a full-powered attack from a Dao Lord. The image of saber-learned Dao Lord could be seen in the sword formation. Sabers and swords rotated around him in harmony as he seemed to be searching for the ultimate Dao profundity. His grand Dao manifested into reality with enough power to split the heaven. As for the halos, they created the image of 9-wheel Dao Lords. Each halo could shoulder 3,000 worlds. The inhabitants in each individual realm offered their power to the Dao Lord. He became the center of the universe, the god of gods. Both geniuses and ancestors realized how weak they were in the grand scheme of things while experiencing these attacks. People understood why the Venerable didn't use the heavenly swords. It seemed that he preferred to use the formation to unleash a comprehension named saber to swords. So they knew how to use it. A king gasped. The two were capable enough to use this attack. However, the limitation previously was their lifespan and depleted longevity. Moreover, they used up their longevity blood during the previous exchange with Li Qie. Relying on their sex foundation was the only way to use these weapons to their fullest potential. Chapter 4255. Mighty Comprehension. The comprehension strikes put the spectators in awe with their flashy destructiveness. The auras of the Dao Lord swept by like tornadoes and flipped everything over, creating total darkness. The sky vault was not spared. The same went for the ground. Primordial chaos replaced current entities. Oh, mommy! Cultivators were scared out of their mind. Some actually vomited blood or even fainted after witnessing the untold power from the strikes despite being a million miles away. A few were done with watching and simply wanted to be away from this battle. Alas, the Dao Lord level suppression fully immobilized them. The sun seemed to have been crushed while the ground was caved in. Lost in the darkness, they wanted to scream but no words came out from their mouth. After a while, light returned akin to the start of a new dawn. How about this time? One of them murmured. No one can survive that terrible move, right? The full force of a Dao Lord. His peer was pale. No one refuted the level of those strikes earlier. It had to be the full force attack of a Dao Lord. In this case, 2 were used together. They thought that only ashes were left of Li Qie now. In their opinion, even an immortal would have been killed. He has to be dead. Another stared at Li Qie's position and saw a void. The spatial fabrics there have been crushed, so only a black hole was left. The duo heaved a sigh of relief. That attack earlier took all of their strength and their sex foundation along with numerous cultivators. Given their advanced age, they would have died after using the 2 attacks. Fortunately, The vitality and energy of their disciples and allies left them just fine. Defeating the monster named Li Qie was a testament to their strength. This was the fate of those who dared to oppose them. Is he really dead? An ancestor observed the messy battlefield. If that move couldn't kill Li Qie, nothing else could. No one in the world can stop 2 comprehension strikes at once. A supporter of Sea Emperor said. Others exchanged glances. An ancestor from an ancient kingdom said, yes, he might be able to dodge or block one. 2 are impossible. This was a high evaluation of Li Qie, mainly due to his possession of finality. No grave for him, that's what he deserves. The disciples of Sea Emperor were ecstatic. That's right, no mercy for the impudent. Those from Nine Wheel finally relaxed. They were vexed and annoyed earlier since their stronger ancestors lost to Li Qie, not to mention the repeated insults and contempt. They wanted nothing more than to flay him and drink his blood. Though the barbaric torture wasn't possible, at least the guy was dead. Don't celebrate so soon. A distant voice interrupted their celebration. Spatial remnants were blown apart along with boulders, revealing Li Qie walking out of the void. He held myriad era in front of his chest. The temporal light of the sword engulfed him and gave him a crystallized appearance. He seemed to have returned from a different temporal dimension. Li Qie! It's Li Qie! Many roared after seeing him. Chapter 4256. 1/9 Dao. He's still alive. Eyes widened in disbelief. He survived 2 comprehension strikes. A high elder gasped. Not just that, he's completely untouched. An ancestor nearby added. Words couldn't describe the emotion of the crowd right now. The devastation from 2 comprehension strikes should have been unstoppable. The overlords themselves would either be crippled or dead after facing this. Thus, using the word monster wasn't enough to describe Li Qie. The duo's expression darkened, realizing the grim situation. They felt that something terrible was about to happen. During their defeat earlier, they didn't feel any despair. After all, there were still other methods from their sections. It wasn't the end of the road just yet. Now, the situation was far more serious than they expected. They exchanged glances, looking pale and lacking confidence. How did he do it? Don't tell me myriad era and its Tao are that strong? One ancestor commented. So it's just far superior to the other 8? An ancient king replied. Perhaps, but then again, it might be due to finality scripture. A big shot joined in. All in all, no one had a good answer. Alas, Li Qie did something that no one else could do. Withstand 2 comprehension strikes without an injury. Comprehension strikes are not bad. Unfortunately, you're no Tao lords. Power and foundation aren't sufficient to make up for the lack of Tao fruit empowerment. Li Qie smiled. Wait, is he saying that a real comprehension strike is stronger? Others thought about it. Everyone assumed that those 2 strikes were as strong as can be, similar to a version dished out by a Tao lord. Li Qie seemed to disagree. The big shots smiled wryly and shook their head. One of them said, how many actually saw the real thing? Tao lords probably didn't need to use comprehension. Others agreed with him. Tao lords were unstoppable already, and didn't need to use ultimate attacks. My turn. Li Qie smirked and raised myriad era to the horror of his enemies. Even a slight movement from him at this point was awfully intimidating. A random swing could decapitate the gods and was far more threatening than supreme sword arts. Go! The duo roared crazily and activated the sword formation and halos again. A storm of vitality and energy took over, causing the region to shake violently. The world had a hard time containing the 2 sex-activated foundation. Boom! The auras of the Tao Lord took over again, suppressing the firmaments and infiltrating every inch of the land. Saber to swords! The Venerable roared. 9-wheel cycle. The Vajra followed right after without holding back. 2 comprehension strikes appeared again, just as daunting and terrifying as before. Again? Many screamed in astonishment. Though the strikes were useless against Li Qie earlier, the duo had no choice but to try again. They relied on pure force in order to stop Li Qie. 1/9 Dao. Li Qie chuckled and swung vertically. 9 Dao manifested into reality. They didn't create flashy explosions and unending gales. Just their presence alone made everything else insignificant. They appeared to be eternal, surpassing both time and space. Eventually, they would become the only things left in existence. Comprehension strikes and Tao Lord auras were nothing in comparison, as ephemeral as a single breeze. The pressure from the two strikes disappeared and the spectators were at ease again, no longer suppressed and immobilized. 1/9 Tao? They repeated the title of this sorceress technique. A king while all other swords arts and merit laws were mere peasants. Chapter 4257. Killing/Boom. The invincible yet carefree slash instantly cut through both comprehension strikes. Ah! The sword formation and the halos weren't spared either. Blood splashed out like a storm and rained down along with decapitated heads. It didn't take long before rivers started to form on the ground below. The stench of blood made everyone shudder. Who knows how many cultivators were killed from that slash just now? They included members of Sea Emperor, Nine Wheel, and their supporters. There was no chance for them to stop the slash. This was something above the level of 2 comprehension strikes. Dismembered corpses rained down. These were the lucky ones who were strong enough to have intact corpses. The weaker cultivators were reduced into blood. Rumble! The sword formation and the halos crumbled. Wails of lament from the carnage echoed. More than 80% of the combatants have been killed by Li Qi's casual slash. Using unbeatable was not enough since this character was a tier lower. The gruesome scene was nauseating. 2 behemoths have been decimated by Li Qi and finality. Many big shots had seen massacres before. Alas, the victims were powerful ancestors and top disciples of the continent. This shocked them to the core. What a slaughter! One pale youth trembled with fear. Normally, just killing a regular disciple from these 2 sects could end in a disaster. The killer's seniors would need to come and apologize. Of course, no apology would happen here. So that was the 9 paths? An experienced cultivator asked. Alas, only silence answered because most were still overwhelmed emotionally. No, no, no! Everyone saw Vast Sea Venerable climbing out of a pile of corpses. His eyes nearly left the sockets. His face twisted with agony and hatred. This can't be. On the other side, the Vajra also made it out of the pile. He was covered in serious injuries. They couldn't accept the pitiful death of their juniors. Their sex had dominated for eras. They were always the killers, not the victims. Thus, Li Qi made them experience something new. Sadness, rage, and despair. Their back became bent as they turned old once more. Now, even the wind made them shudder. They once could withstand the elements with their impressive cultivation. Even the coldest ice affinity in the world couldn't overcome them. Alas, they have become weak after this battle. Nonetheless, no one looked down on them for losing. In fact, some sympathized and felt the same hopelessness. This can't be. The Vajra appeared dazed and decrepit. I have given you 2 plenty of opportunities. Blame only your stupidity. Li Qi said. Others held their breath as they stared at Li Qi, realizing the full extent of his terrifying power. Normally, the victor against 2 behemoths would be celebrating, but he thought nothing of it. This meant that the massacre was utterly insignificant in his mind. Then what in the world could actually move him? Even his fans thought that he had become unreachable. He was higher than the sky and vaster than the world despite not exerting any pressure. His very existence made others feel inferior. Chapter 4258. Decision. Disciples of Sea Emperor can't die in vain like this. Vast Sea Venerable gritted his teeth and lost his composure. Grief and indignation took over due to the heavy losses. Both of them thought that they were responsible for avenging their fallen members. What can you do about it? Li Qi chuckled. His smile froze the crowd because this was indeed the truth. It had nothing to do with arrogance since he had the power to back it up. The 2 overlords were clearly outmatched. Though he merely told the truth, the duo still felt as if he had just slapped them. Their pale complexion turned red. They wanted to scream and shout, but that would be useless. No one expected the top masters of the continent to fall so low, being looked down upon by their opponent. They resembled stray dogs that have lost their master. Not long ago they were imperious characters. Anyone talking to them did so with fear and anxiety. This was no longer the case. The abrupt shift made it difficult for the crowd to accept. "Lee, blood for blood," the Venerable roared. Alas, raising his voice caused him to tremble since it took all of his strength. "Try your best now, I'm waiting," Li Qie replied. Spectators became confused. What else did the Venerable have up his sleeve? After all, he already utilized their foundation for a comprehension strike earlier. "This will not end until I taste your flesh and drink your blood," he roared furiously. All eyes were on him, eager to see what he had in mind. He took out an old item, looking like a shell seemingly made of bronze. This was rather surprising because it didn't look like a supreme artifact at all. Alas, it had to be amazing given the circumstances. "Brother, I don't think this is right." The Vajra hesitated and told him, "We must pay any price today." The Venerable remained steadfast. The Vajra sighed and didn't say anything else. After all, he wanted to avenge his fallen disciples as well. Oh, the Venerable blew on the shell-like item and the sound echoed across the realms. While listening to the sound, the crowd felt something ominous and terrible approach. The sound was akin to the wail of specters from the past. It left behind an indelible mark in their mind. The sky suddenly turned dark, seemingly blotted by something. What's going on? People looked up and didn't notice anything peculiar. It wasn't the night sky because there would be stars. Only boundless darkness was up there right now. The fear of the unknown took over. They thought that something was awakening deeper inside and staring greedily at them. "I'm creeped out, it feels like there's a ghost." One expert trembled. Others shuddered as well, thinking that they were stuck in a ghastly domain. A monster was about to emerge and devour them. What the hell is up there? Heavenly gazes weren't sufficient to see through the darkness. Boom! A loud explosion caused the world to shake. Something seemed to be coming down and swept the crowd off their feet. What is happening? Numerous cultivators screamed. An endless power manifested out of nowhere and suffocated, albeit only for a split second. Once people got up again and stabilized, they found themselves in a different area. The sky was no longer dark. They saw rays from the stars again. The light allowed them to get an idea of the surroundings. Where are we? Most became confused. A while ago, they were in Sword Ocean, but this place was completely different. They saw mountain ranges and ancient architecture. Most buildings have collapsed due to their old age. Chapter 4259. Mysterious Great Emperor. Everyone found themselves in a decaying world with an archaic atmosphere. It was as if they were back in the past. An era older beyond imagination. Most buildings have collapsed, but they could still see the faint outlines and initial appearances. They definitely didn't belong to their era or even epoch. Nothing modern came remotely close. Where is this place? Many looked around and panicked. I feel like there is something underground. A big shot told his group of peers. Yes, this is bad news. An ancestor felt a chill coursing down his spine. Look ahead. Another powerful friend used his heavenly gaze and saw a mountain range deeper in the darkness, seemingly separating time and space. It was impossible to cross. Its immensity could crush any living being. People felt as if there was a slumbering devil king residing there. However, the slumber was near over, spelling bad news for everyone present. Vast Sea Venerable, what the hell did you summon? An ancient ancestor knew that this was due to the old shell. Can't be a ghost realm, right? Someone else shuddered. No, this place looks a bit familiar. A highly respected individual from a prestigious clan noticed a gate and recognized the characters. These characters are rather familiar. Revival. Revival something. It's Revival Emperor City. An old lord recalled a particular place. That city? We're there right now. The big shots nearby became frightened. We need to leave right now. A lord turned pale and shouted. There's no path, how do we get out? The high elder scanned the area but only saw darkness in all four directions. Why is everyone so afraid of this city? A junior noticed the fear in the seniors and asked for elaboration. It's haunted. There's no leaving once entered. One senior begrudgingly explained. Really? We're afraid of this city but not sword burial? Someone nearby interjected. It's not the same thing. there are fortunes and people do leave that place alive. An ancestor explained, revival is different. Rumor has it that when this city closes, even an immortal will die here. There are so many of us, we can't be afraid of this place. A hot-headed youth was fearless. Quantity doesn't matter. In the past, Nine-Wheel Dao Lord tried to purify this place and failed. What are we, compared to the Dao Lord? His senior shook her head. This revelation frightened the crowd. Even the Dao Lord failed? What is this city then? An expert asked. Nine-Wheel Dao Lord was absolutely brilliant. The first Dao Lord of their race after Azure Ancestor and the owner of 3 wheels from a heavenly scripture. All I know is there might be a mysterious emperor in this city. A time-worn character stared towards the darkness and said, an emperor? Like the great emperors in the past? Someone else asked. Great emperors were titles in the distant past. Now, Dao Lords have taken over. Impossible. Even ancient emperors can't live that long. Plus, Dao Lords don't linger around in 8 decalaces. Why would the emperors? An erudite youth disagreed. There is an emperor indeed, but if it's one from the past? That's uncertain. My ancestor had mentioned this before. Another old lord said with a serious expression. What kind of being? Looks to be of the dark affinity. Others exchanged glances and started discussing. Then we'll be too unlucky. Nothing like this has happened since the chaotic era. A dark emperor here? One more added. Rumble. Sudden explosions from the mountain range interrupted them. They felt as if the darkness was oozing out and becoming denser. The ground shook violently and made it hard for people to stand still. Shit, something's awakening. Even a fool could sense that something was wrong. Yes, it's coming out. Everyone became tense and on guard. Did Vast Sea Venerable really summon a dark emperor? It would herald a disaster to the land. One cultivator murmured. They turned towards the Venerable and only saw an old man hell-bent on vengeance. Boom! More darkness erupted like thousands of volcanoes. The star rays could no longer be seen despite activated heavenly gazes. The quaking intensified, then came a dominant aura. The suppression forced cultivators down on their knees. It might really be a dark emperor. Numerous cultivators felt as if they were being stomped by a giant. They couldn't move an inch, let alone get back up. This is the power of an ancient emperor? Even the ancestors couldn't believe it. Chapter 4260. Old enemy. The suppressive power engulfed the world to the horror of the crowd. Who dares disturb my slumber? An ancient being spoke an unfamiliar language not belonging to the current epoch. However, listeners still somehow understood the words when they echoed in their mind. In the next second, they felt the existence of a supreme looming in the darkness. This existence could see through everyone's heart and see their evil nature. They had the urge to submit and follow this being right away. I apologize for the disturbance, Great Emperor. Vast Sea Venerable bowed, as did the Vajra. Spectators were astounded to see this. It looked like the 2 overlords had a relationship with this dark existence. This is really an ancient emperor? The big shots in the crowd were shaken. It seemed that the rumors about this city were true. How can this be? One of them gasped because emperors didn't belong to their epoch. Similar to Dao Lords, they couldn't linger in 8 decalaces forever. However, one stood before them right now, and this emperor seemed to be of the dark affinity. Why did this being want to stay in 8 decalaces? There must be some larger plans or schemes. For what reason? The ancient characters erupted like thunder. Immobilized cultivators found themselves helpless like fish ready to be cut. Great Emperor, please kill someone for us. The Venerable respectfully said. Others finally understood. So the Emperor turned out to be the Venerable's ace card. They wondered if Xueqi could win once more. They sensed just how much stronger the Emperor was compared to the 2 overlords. My involvement has a price. The being's pressure intensified. The duo exchanged glances and gritted their teeth. The Venerable made up his mind and replied, We are aware, please help us, Great Emperor. This made listeners curious. What did the Emperor want? Treasures and merit laws shouldn't be enough. Who is it? The being asked. Him. The duo pointed at Xueqi in unison. Many worried for Xueqi right away since this was a mighty existence from the legends. Even 9-wheeled Tao Lord couldn't purify this dark emperor. Li Qia's chance of victory seemed slim to none. Alas, they saw that he remained relaxed as if he wasn't about to face a monstrous existence. The pressure didn't affect him either. "Let me see." The being accepted the duo's request. Everyone felt two eyes opening in the darkness. Li Qia's position suddenly became brighter, but he was not afraid of the eyes, unlike the rest of the spectators. The latter didn't want to be devoured by the darkness. On the other hand, he smiled and said, "So much time has passed, I wonder if you have improved." The crowd gasped after hearing this. No one expected Li Qia to answer in such a tone towards a great emperor. "You. It's really you." The being hesitated for a moment before blurting. This wasn't the expected development. Everyone thought that the emperor would attack right away with a shocking technique. The two overlords on the ground thought so as well. They didn't mind the price as long as they could avenge their fallen disciples. However, they had a terrible feeling after seeing the emperor's reaction despite not knowing what was going on exactly. It was too late to change their mind anyway. Must have not been easy surviving underground all this time. Li Qia spoke. The existence hiding in the shadows became startled, not expecting to see an old enemy after an epoch has passed. Chapter 4261. Supreme Woman. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard during this crucial moment. The overlords and others never expected this development. This was the same for the existence in the shadows. To meet Li Qia again? If there was a list of people this existence didn't want to meet the most, Li Qia was definitely on it. From the brief exchange, everyone understood that this existence recognized Li Qia and vice versa. Thus, the origin of Li Qia became a prime focus again. At first, they thought that Li Qia was deeply related to the Tang. Next came speculations regarding Cloud Dream Lake, then Sword Temple. In hindsight, none of these seemed accurate. The problem was that Li Qia had appeared out of nowhere overnight. There were no hints to his identity and background. "You!" the existence uttered but stopped because Li Qia's appearance was truly unforeseen. In the past, rage with a murderous urge might be the first direction. Unfortunately, this was the epoch of 8 Desolaces, a timeline started by Li Qia. Thus, the existence couldn't oppose Li Qia while residing in this world. "Tell me, what should I do right now? Perhaps dig a grave for you?" Li Qia asked. Listeners couldn't believe that Li Qia was threatening an ancient emperor. Domineering, or heaven-defying, wasn't enough to describe him. The existence didn't lash back, falling into silent rumination instead. This caused the atmosphere to become tense since everyone patiently waited for a response. This was an apex conversation. Both beings were capable of unleashing untold destruction. Whoosh! Suddenly, beautiful flower petals rained down and brought light back to this ghastly world, fully reversing the dark atmosphere. A silver dawn manifested and put the crowd at ease. "It's Peach Blossom." One cultivator picked up a petal on his shoulder. Petals continuously fell down, but there were no trees above. "It's her," Lu Qi murmured. She recognized the petals since she had accompanied Li Qia to this city before. Li Qia also picked up a petal with a smile on his face. A gust of wind with a gentle fragrance blew by. Those who caught a whiff became freed from worry and full of vigor. A woman in a light dress descended gracefully from above, looking like a blossom fairy. Spectators became petrified after catching one glance of her, seemingly struck by thunder. This applied to the ancestors and lords as well. They had seen plenty of beauties before, but none was on the same level as this woman. Words weren't enough to describe her godly appearance. Kingdom-toppling, supreme, immaculate. Many racked their brains and found their diction insufficient. To put it simply, she was the most gorgeous woman they have seen. Due to cultivation, each era produced many beauties. Alas, even from a historical perspective, all paled compared to her. Who is she? Weaker cultivators with an unstable Tao heart couldn't avert their gaze. When her eyes fell on Li Qia, time came to a halt. This wasn't their first time meeting each other recently. Nonetheless, this didn't diminish the special occasion. Her lucid eyes lacked imperfections. She was transcending and untethered from the mortal coil. However, staring at him stirred up different emotions, familiarity and strange images. This caused her to frown. The spectators took note of this and wanted nothing more than to comfort her and get rid of the source of her frustration. Boom! Their stupor was interrupted by a massive detonation. In this split second, the existence in the shadow soared towards the horizon. Rumble! The world started rotating again and they became dizzy. Some fell and rolled on the ground. The landscape around them receded like the tides along with the darkness. Once they calmed down and regained their wits, the evil mountain range and the broken buildings were no longer there, the same for the ancient emperor. They returned to their original position and the whole thing felt like a dream. She's gone, thank goodness. An ancestor wiped the sweat off his forehead. My cultivation would have been ruined from the uncontrollable infatuation. Other big shots heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that she wasn't here for that long or her beauty would have driven them mad. The event earlier felt unreal and illusory. Nonetheless, her beauty still left an indelible mark in their memory. Many were still standing there, trying their best to recall her wondrous face. Chapter 4262. Feudal. The city and the ancient emperor arrived quickly and left just as fast. The being was summoned by Vast Sea Venerable but fled before doing anything. What was the emperor afraid of? Li Qie? Some thought that this might be the case. However, the appearance of the supreme beauty might have more to do with it than Li Qie. The attention shifted from Li Qie to the mysterious woman. A being potentially strong enough to frighten an ancient emperor, something truly inconceivable. An ancient emperor absolutely stood at the apex. Even the two overlords beseeched the emperor's help. There were many legends regarding the abilities of the past emperors. Plus, the monstrous aura earlier spoke plenty. Many thought that this ancient being was comparable to their Dao lords. This would imply that the woman just now was even stronger than Dao lords. Who is she? Knowledgeable characters examined the clues in history. Alas, they couldn't come up with a matching female figure. If that ancient emperor was afraid of her, it means that she might be stronger than even Dao lords. A king brought this up. Others exchanged glances and doubted this statement. The invincibility of Dao lords was ingrained in their culture and common sense. Regardless of the period, the Dao lord of that generation would be the strongest cultivator. How could there be someone else higher than a Dao lord? Unfortunately, no one had an answer regarding her identity. Looks like you're left disappointed. Your backer isn't of use. Li Qie broke the silence with a casual tone. People stopped thinking and focused up again. The Venerable's ace card didn't come into fruition since the emperor fled. He thought that there was a chance of the emperor being able to kill Li Qie. This would avenge their fallen disciples on top of getting rid of a nightmare for their sect. Thus, the duo was ready to pay a monstrous price. Now, they were lost in despair after losing again and again. This was truly vexing since they weren't used to the taste of defeat. Their Dao journey had been too easy and smooth sailing until they reached the top. In their entire life, setbacks and defeats could be counted with one's hand. Alas, Li Qie shattered their confidence today. As for the spectators, too many twists and turns happened in a short period. They thought that the overlords were going to win for sure when in reality, the opposite happened. The duo looked dejected. They still had other cards up their sleeve but have decided to give up. The winner takes all. The decrepit Vajra emotionally said. There is nothing to say for we have lost. Take our heads. The Venerable smiled bitterly. The two looked hours away from death, no longer domineering like before. The crowd was sympathetic since the old men looked so weak and pathetic. Mighty masters have become losers. No one could remain at the top forever. Isn't it a little too late to come to this realization? Li Qie smiled. The duo's expression darkened while everyone else was moved. The winner takes all was euphemistic. More often than not, the consequences of losing were extreme. What do you want then? The Venerable roared, looking more pitiful than commanding. You tell me. Li Qie stroked his chin. Isn't it enough that we are accepting defeat and death? The Vajra said. The lucky survivors from Nine Wheel and Sea Emperor lamented and cried after seeing their mighty ancestors reduced to this pathetic state. They had never surrendered nor showed despair until today. This can't end with you accepting defeat. You know better than that given your long reign. If I were to lose, would my life alone be enough? Li Qie chuckled. The answer was rather obvious to the crowd. In the case of defeat, even if Li Qie were to offer his head, it wouldn't have been enough to appease the two behemoths and their allies. Chapter 4263. Pyrrhic attempt. The crowd exchanged glances. Li Qie's defeat wouldn't have ended with his death. There might have been torture before a cruel demise. Moreover, those who sided with him would be massacred by the two behemoths as well. In reality, this was their plan in the first place. Hence the need to use the sword formation and halos. They wouldn't have let anyone leave alive, not even Everlasting Sword God and the two saints. Next, they would mobilize against Sword Temple, Virtuous School, and many others. Such a thing was not unprecedented in history. They have destroyed plenty of enemies previously. Therefore, although the two old men looked pitiful in their current state, it wasn't out of line for Li Qie to press the issue. Sympathy didn't cloud the crowd's judgment. Do you intend on destroying my kingdom? Vast Sea Venerable bellowed. Listeners shuddered because this was an actual possibility. Why not? Li Qie said. The crowd shuddered because Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel have been around for eras. What would be the consequences of their demise? Nonetheless, this might actually happen today because Li Qie had the ability to do so. The duo's expression was as ugly as can be. They naturally didn't want to see their sect being dragged down as well. Unfortunately, the cards were stacked against them. Don't be so unreasonable. The Vajra turned red. He was ready to do anything to stop Li Qie from destroying Nine Wheel. On the contrary, I've been reasonable the entire time and gave you all plenty of chances. Your stupidity has buried you and your sect. You! The Vajra was too livid to speak. The crowd thought about it and Li Qie seemed to have given them multiple chances to back off. Alas, the duo was confident in winning and didn't yield. One misstep resulted in losing everything. Such was life, they thought. Enough talking, time to end this. Li Qie said. The duo was at their wits' end. What else could they do now outside of trying one more time? Li, if you insist on being stubborn, we will take you down with us. The Venerable roared. Seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Li Qie replied. Ha ha ha, fine, we'll all die then. The Vajra let out a sorrowful smile. Boom! The true flames of life erupted from him. He activated his palaces and released his true fate, deciding to burn everything. Boom! The Venerable did the same and ignited his true fate and longevity blood. Ah! They screamed in agony. Their face contorted due to the pain of being burned alive. Nonetheless, they endured the unbearable pain and started chanting, "My ancestor, my lord, the source of the Tao." Each word echoed into the horizon. Rumble! Billowing flames suddenly appeared over Sea Emperor and Nine Wheel Citadel. They incinerated the sky and left behind black holes. The members of the two sects started chanting as well. They have answered the call of their ancient ancestors and ignited the foundation of the sect. Fuck! The heat waves were unbearable for the neutral spectators. Numerous were burned while some were reduced to ashes. They felt their blood and true fate sizzling, wanting to ignite as well. This scared the hell out of them. Why is this happening? A youth felt a sharp pain coming from her true fate and screamed. They want to perish together with Li Qie. Her ancient ancestor shielded her and explained, those two overlords are burning their life while chanting a mantra serving to ignite their sect's foundation as well. This is a spell capable of burning their opponent's life until death. Unfortunately, they will also turn to ashes. As for their sect, the best-case scenario would be maintaining 30 to 40% of its power. How scary! She retreated. Others weren't as lucky as her to have a protector. They screamed due to internal pain. Seal your senses, don't try to resist because it's futile. Two overlords and the foundations are burning. A king told his fellow disciples. This advice was heeded. They stopped actively trying to resist and sealed off their senses instead. Chapter 4264. Tao Lord's appearance. The burning signaled their intent to die and take Li Qie down with them. This type of fire spell rendered escaping impossible regardless of one's power and heaven-defying method. ZZZ. Tao laws and other physical affinities were being incinerated by the true flames. Even the cycle of karma was affected. This was all for the sake of killing Li Qie. They really want to kill him. A big shot turned pale while watching this from a safe distance. This suicidal method was immensely destructive. Moreover, the users were two top cultivators channeling the power of their sect's foundation and fellow members. The foundations have been blessed and empowered by countless masters in the past. Thus, the accumulation of energy there was immense. Thus, the ignition resulted in an incalculable attack, one creating black holes in the air. Is it worth it? To go down together with Li Qie? A big shot murmured, aware that the two sects were about to pay a shocking price. Absolutely for the duo. They want to kill Li Qie at all cost. That's the only way to survive. A high elder said. No one disagreed because the feud had reached an irreconcilable level. They could have saved their sect before by committing suicide. Their pride got in the way. An ancient ancestor shook his head. This was indeed the case. Li Qie gave them a chance, but they were too confident in their ace card. They could have used their lives as a token of apology earlier. That might have been enough for Li Qie to spare their sections. Unfortunately, it's too late for that. Another expert said, Li Qie will destroy their sects if he stays alive. Are you sure? He's merciless but might not be that extreme. The duo can still give up their life along with many ancestors. The sects then can offer him their resources. That might be enough for him to stop. The ancient ancestor responded. The crowd didn't respond. This scenario was utterly humiliating. Which sect would be willing to go so far? That's no different than sect destruction. They might as well go all out. A sect master murmured. The prideful behemoths would never agree to those conditions. Yes, it is better to die than live in disgrace. Someone else added. That's exactly what they're thinking, still holding on to a sliver of hope. My scenario at least saves their younger members. There is always firewood as long as the verdant hills remain. Otherwise, their sects will be destroyed. The ancient ancestor chuckled. Boom! The true flames continued to ravage the air and suddenly erupted with a monstrous divinity. Laws of a Tao Lord shot vertically upward and blinded the spectators. Incredible figures then appeared in both sections. Sword C Tao Lord. A spectator recognized one figure. Saber learned, Violet Abyss, Starshooter, Nine-Wheel, Immovable Tao Lord. Spectators shouted in astonishment. Their suffocating auras began ravaging the firmaments and forced everyone on their knees. No one had ever seen such a magnificent spectacle before, not even the two overlords. They summoned all nine. The hidden masters turned pale after seeing this incredible gathering. That's why their foundations are unbeatable. A sect master became emotional. This was the reason why the two behemoths dominated for so long. Their foundation was just superior to every other sect. The ancestors have answered our call and will protect us. Their members prostrated and smacked their forehead on the ground while crying. They were overwhelmed with emotion after seeing the great sages of their sect. Just seeing the portrait of a Tao Lord was a great honor, let alone their activated energy form. Chapter 4265. Death. The figures floating above Nine-Wheel and Sea Emperor seemed to be eternal and capable of untold destruction. Tao laws poured down from them like heavenly waterfalls. They were at the Tao Lord level, resplendent and filled with peerless runes containing the truths of the Tao Lords. They rendered it impossible for anyone to get through. Just one figure alone was enough to frighten all living beings. In this case, there were a total of 9. If gods were to appear, they would still be considered insignificant compared to this force. Unlike the dread felt by others, the members of the two behemoths viewed these beings as the ultimate existences. They were uncontrollably emotional with tears streaming down their cheeks. The ancestors are here with us. Both regular disciples and ancestors shouted. The two overlords became overwhelmed as well and hope resurfaced. After all, this was the combined power of 9 Tao Lords. Meanwhile, the neutral spectators were horrified and immobilized by the various auras. Ancestors, please slay this monster and save us. Many prostrating members from Sea Emperor beseeched. Ancestors, raise our banners and bring our glory back. Those from Nine-Wheel did the same thing. The ancestors have returned in spiritual form, so their morale was back. As long as these avatars were willing, they would be able to kill Li Qie. In fact, they believed that their sincere effort to subdue the enemy had reached the Tao Lords. Thus, victory was on their side. Can anyone stop an attack from 9 Tao Lords? The crowd turned the sight on Li Qie. Those with complete confidence in Li Qie wavered due to the insurmountable odds. Boom! The Tao Lords actually answered the prayers of their sect members and made their move. No one could see a damn thing due to the blinding radiance. The auras of these Tao Lords became flood-like and drowned out the entire world. Yes! The two overlords and their fellow sect members were ecstatic. However, the duo suddenly stopped and their eyes became wide open. Boom! The incoming attack was shockingly aimed at them, not Li Qie. No! This was something they and their allies never expected. Why would the ancestors attack them instead of Li Qie? Everyone else became slack-jawed as well. Alas, they didn't have any power to resist. The true flames around them extinguished with haste, and then the full brunt of the attack annihilated both their fate palaces and body. It only took a second for them to be reduced to a bloody mist. The wind blew what's left of their body away. This was the end for two supreme cultivators. Poof! The ablaze foundation from both sects became normal again after their death. No one had an explanation for this development. When the avatars showed up, the members of the two sects thought that they would be able to destroy Li Qie. He should have been annihilated by that attack, not their overlords. Alas, this was indeed the reality and left them frozen for a long time. This can't be. After a while, they regained their wits and screamed in despair. Chapter 4266. Destruction. The avatars destroyed Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra instead of saving them. This result was too much of a blow for the survivors. They were ready to die in order to kill Li Qie. Alas, all plans have failed at this point and they lost all hope. Why, this can't be real? One ancestor murmured. Why did the Tao Lords kill their own descendants? Without the protection of their Tao Lords and top ancient ancestors, they seemed rather weak at this point against a monster like Li Qie despite their domination over Sword Continent. Why did this happen? The neutral spectators looked confused without an answer. The Foundation and Spirit avatars are meant to protect future descendants. This is so strange. A sect master from a Tao Lord power commented. If it was one Tao Lord deciding to do this, it would be a different story. However, all 9 chose to do the killing. Remember, they weren't from the same era and had different perspectives on matters. Today, they came to a consensus of needing to eliminate Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. Maybe they weren't content with how their descendants turned out. One expert boldly speculated. Others thought that at least it was one explanation. Another big shot said, "It does make sense. Just think about it, the two overlords were furious enough to drag the sect down with them, igniting the Foundation as well. The Tao Lords were most likely unsatisfied with their destructive nature." True. The crowd agreed since no one else offered a second opinion. Nonetheless, their skepticism remained. As they were assessing the situation, the supreme avatars disappeared one by one. As for Li Qie, he captured Vast Sea and Abyss then took a closer look. No one dared to say a thing about these heavenly swords. Currently, he had a total of 3. Myriad Era, Vast Sea, and Abyss. This was unprecedented, yet no one dared to be greedy. To oppose Li Qie was akin to committing suicide on top of bringing their sect down with them. Anyone with this idea would be swiftly dealt with by their seniors. Will he gather all 9? Someone else asked. Just how invincible will he be? The next Tao Lord? An ancestor became emotional. Li Qie already had finality and its sword Tao. If he were to obtain the 9 heavenly swords, he would be able to utilize them with the corresponding Tao. That would result in a frightening power. No Tao Lord has ever done this before. He would become the greatest in that case. An ancient ancestor from a prestigious clan added. Sword Sea Tao Lord only had access to 1 sword and 1 Tao, the same for Violet Abyss Tao Lord. This was still enough for them to dominate their era. If he gets all of them, he'll be something greater than a Tao Lord even if he doesn't become one. An old master joined in. Of course, there were mere speculations. No one had an estimation of the power resulting from obtaining all the heavenly swords and Tao. Go now! Li Qie suddenly released the 2 swords. Rumble! The 2 swords flew towards the horizon like 2 meteors with a flashy trail behind them. Their targets turned out to be Sea Emperor and 9 Wheel. Shit! An ancestor in Sea Emperor shouted. Alarms could be heard across the kingdom. A similar scene occurred in 9 Wheel as well. The heavenly swords are attacking. The disciples of the 2 sects looked up in astonishment. For the members of Sea Emperor, These swords used to be their defining treasures and had always protected them. Today they heralded an apocalypse. The ancestors at home knew that they had no chance of stopping the sword. Thus, they tried to take away as many disciples as possible. Rumble! Floating palaces crumbled in Nine-Wheel Citadel. On the other side of the ocean, sacred palaces and shrines exploded from the might of the heavenly sword. The ground seemed to be fully penetrated. It didn't take long before their ancestral ground was completely annihilated. Spectators, regardless of how strong they were, became stricken with fear after seeing the devastation. Chapter 4267. Goodbye for millions of years. See, Emperor and Nine-Wheel resided unopposed at the top of the continent. No one thought of offending them, let alone attacking their ancestral ground. This all changed with Xueqi commanding the heavenly swords against their foundation. Though the majority of disciples escaped alive, they had to watch their ancestral ground being covered in dust and flames. They knew that this spelled the end of their golden days. They would never be able to loom above all others henceforth. The sects wouldn't have a problem with losing ancient ancestors. After all, the foundation would allow them to produce more powerful cultivators in the future. Alas, their ancestral ground and foundation were annihilated now. There was no climbing out of this abyss. They have been used to jades, extravagant outfits, and exquisite delicacies. Now, they became dogs without a master. Many big shots activated their heavenly gaze to take a better look at the aftermath. Although they already knew the result, witnessing caused them to gasp audibly. The ancestral ground from these two sects used to be heavily guarded and was considered a holy ground for cultivation. Everyone wanted a chance to enter. This would be the opportunity of a lifetime. Alas, only ruins were left of them. There's no coming back from this. One ancestor whispered. Yes, see, Emperor Sword Kingdom and Nine-Wheel Citadel will never dominate again. A big shot said softly. It's still better than sect destruction. One ancient ancestor sentimentally said, at least their descendants get to stay alive. They'll only lose their riches. This is as good as one can ask for. Others remained quiet. Many of them wanted their sect to last forever in prosperity and authority. Unfortunately, living a borrowed life was still better than dying. It was obvious that Xueqi could have easily massacred every single member of the two sections. Nonetheless, he showed mercy while changing the landscape of Sword Continent. My heart grows softer with age. Can't be as merciless any longer. Xueqi commented. No one dared to utter a word. They didn't even dare to stare straight at him even when they felt nothing but respect and awe. Terrifying became the most common emotion when dealing with Xueqi since he had obliterated the top two sects of the continent. His allies and supporters quietly congratulated themselves for making the right choice. As for the supporters of his opponents, they were kneeling on the ground. They didn't dare to beg for mercy either and simply waited for his judgment. Come here. Xueqi waved at Taoist Peng. The Taoist scuttled over. He trembled while standing in front of Xueqi because back in Hallowed, he had tried to recruit Xueqi and treated the guy as a naive junior. It's fortunate that Xueqi wasn't so petty. Take it. Back to where it belongs. Xueqi handed Myriad Era to the Taoist. The Taoist didn't expect this. Though Myriad Era was their heirloom, he didn't have the power to take it back from Xueqi. Plus, the guy was the only one who could seize it from that boulder. He held Myriad Era and found the sword to be completely different. It was as if he was holding a grand Tao in his palm. Thank you, young noble. Our sect will always remember your kindness today. The Taoist carefully put away the sword before kowtowing. Others watched with envy. Xueqi actually gave away the potential leader of the 9 swords. This generosity was unmatched. Furthermore, they were jealous of the Taoist's incredible luck as well. In this particular case, reason trumped over greed. No one dared to think about robbing this weak Taoist. Xueqi publicly handed him the sword, meaning that to go against the Taoist was to go against his wish. This might end in sect destruction. I leave omniscient home to you all. Xueqi then told Ningzhu and Su Yiyun. You're leaving, young noble? Ningzhu quietly asked after hearing this command. She already knew that this day would come since the continent was too small for a dragon like Xueqi. Alas, it was happening too quickly. It's about time. He smiled. It was the greatest honor being able to follow you, young noble. Ning Zhu became sentimental. Su Yun bowed as well. She wasn't as close to Li Qie while Ning Zhu was considered a confidant. This wealth should go back to where it belongs. He also handed the resources belonging to Omniscient Tao Lord to the two girls. Crimson Death Monarch and the others bowed. They have become a part of Omniscient Home. You've followed me for a long time. What is your wish? He then asked Lu Qi. She was his first follower starting from Crimson Island. Nothing. Being able to learn from you has been the greatest reward. She respectfully bowed. Good answer. He chuckled and touched her forehead with one finger, releasing a Tao light to wash over her. Thank you, young noble. She prostrated after receiving his blessing. Young noble, when will I be able to follow you? Everlasting sword god Shiyu came over and asked. Others were silent. An overlord of the continent wanted to follow Li Qie. The Tao path is long, there will be a chance. He said. Chapter 4269. Tao Xianzi Sword Burial Ground had 5 domains. The cauldron came after the graves while the last area was named World. Li Qie left the ocean and headed for Sword World. However, he stopped at the border of Sword Cauldron since he noticed a woman. The one appearing back in the haunted city. Her flawless features made men unable to look away and drove them crazy. Nonetheless, Li Qie calmly approached the woman. She seemed to be waiting for him, so she turned back to take a closer look with her clear eyes. They were shiny and rippling as if there was a spring coursing through them. Waiting for me? Li Qie didn't find this surprising. She nodded and said, My name is Tao Xianzi. Tao Xianzi, it's a nice name. Li Qie stated his own. Li Qie. Li Qie. She tilted her head as her clear eyes became slightly muddled. She tried her best but couldn't recall. It's a familiar name, I think I've heard of it before, I should have heard of it. Indeed, there are lingering marks in everything but they can't last forever. Your name is a perfect fit though. He said. You heard of it before? She asked sincerely and naively. A stark contrast to her power and flawless appearance. In theory, she should be imperious and hard to get along with. However, she appeared rather innocent and childish. No. He shook his head. He didn't tell her that he knew her by another name before. She looked as beautiful as an immortal in a painting as she was lost in rumination. Even a slight frown stirred the soul. People would be willing to give up everything for her. Kings abandoning their kingdoms. One glance of her left an unforgettable memory. Have we met a long time ago? She asked softly. You tell me. Li Qie revealed a rare, gentle smile. She pondered for a while, clearly looking lost. I don't know, we haven't met in my memory, but I feel quite familiar with you as if we've known each other in a past life. Do you believe in reincarnation? He asked. Not as far as I know, because the gods and the Tao lords in the past would be trying to do so. She replied. True. He nodded. She smiled wryly and continued. But when I see you, I believe in it a little more, that we have met in our previous life. If you actually had a previous life, do you want to know about it? He stared at her. She hesitated, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I wonder what type of life I lived then. I'm sure you loved and hated, a life filled with unforgettable memories and many emotions. He replied. Love? What type of man did I fall for? She asked. That depends on your belief. If you want to entertain the notion of a previous life, I will tell you more. He paused for a bit before continuing. But if you don't, there is no point since it'll interfere with your current path. There is a long way to go. Should you let this intangible previous life affect it? You're right, she said. The decision is yours. I will pass down the memories if you wish to know. He added. Thank you, but no. She shook her head firmly. What is making you abandon the past? He smiled. If we're assuming that reincarnation is real, then the heavenly Tao is giving me a new chance. If that's the case, no need to dwell on the past, I just need to pursue the present. She answered. Well said. Li Qie clapped and praised. The future is boundless, don't let worries stop you from reaching higher and walking farther. Everything else are mere images on the river of time. What about you? She asked. Her innocence made it hard for others to refuse. The eyes made him sentimental, so he responded, I have no previous or next, only this one. I see. She stared at him and said, then you need to make good use of it. He looked up towards the horizon and said, yes, only this life to do what must be done. There is no other option. What if you fail? She asked. I will do a great job. He chuckled, not minding the question. He spoke calmly and slowly, each word containing absolute confidence and conviction. The characters seemed imprinted into history and time couldn't erase them. I believe you. She somehow believed in him. What will you do afterward? She continued with another inquiry. What about you? Why do you keep attacking Revival Emperor City? He changed the topic. A mission, my destiny, she said. I just know that I must go whenever the city appears despite not knowing the reason. Instinct. He nodded. Go, follow your heart. There are many others who can't due to fear and weakness. The mind follows the heart, she replied. This might be what people call destiny, and it's immensely difficult going against it. Nonetheless, this is still a path towards the Tao. You aren't wrong here. He replied. Thank you. She thanked him for his guidance. Yes, you're talented enough and are his nemesis. That is your destiny and the reason for reincarnation. The question is, what will you do after destroying the city? Xueqi became slightly emotional at the end. I haven't thought of it. The innocent woman had no answer. He came closer and gently patted her head. Don't be lost and hasty, exercise patience instead. When the time is right, you will know. I understand. It's the same for you after you finish your task? She asked. Me? Perhaps, we will see when that day comes. His gaze returned to the end of the world, the place of his final mission. Okay. Her eyes appeared brighter than before. I have to go now. Thank you, may we meet again? She said before bowing. May we meet again? He nodded. Her figure flashed once and disappeared from sight along with a sweet fragrance in the air. Xueqi stared in her direction. The pain, the training, the previous life. All were still sealed deep in memories. If the past is too heavy of a burden, just let it pass. This is where death is a better outcome. At least one will be able to forget. Goodbye, little one. He reflected. 1. Translation would be Peach Fairy. Given the narrative, this should be a name, not title. This is a pretty tacky and uncommon name if given by parents or self-proclaimed. This could really go either way, but given the conversation, keeping it as a name. Chapter 4270. Sword Cauldron and Sword World were the two last domains of this burial ground, also the hardest to enter. Those capable of entering the cauldron were all top masters in history, capable of sweeping through 8 desolaces. As for Sword World, the visitors were equal to Tao Lords. Alas, just leaving that place alive was rather difficult. The cauldron was true to its name, resembling a massive cauldron capable of refining anything. The heat here was beyond measurement by any existing scale. Treasures of the sovereign level or other artifacts could be melted in the blink of an eye. It also nullified defensive merit laws. Thus, the heat stopped others from intruding since they would be reduced to ashes. Only supreme sovereigns and up were capable of surviving in this harsh condition. As for Xueqi, he grasped heaven and earth with his palm, contained the myriad laws in his heart, and restrained karmic ties and the yin-yang with his mind. The various methods prevented the heat from injuring him. The endless lava here was discomforting due to its boundless nature. It seemed to be the source of the unbearable heat. Upon closer inspection, they would find that it contained more than just lava. Perhaps it had molten metal or the liquefied form of various artifacts. Only Xueqi could have such an easy time dealing with it. He walked on top of the boiling lava and stirred the entities below. Rah! On one end, a giant covered in lava stood up and opened its mouth, spewing out a golden liquid. One would think that it had melted immortal metal before. Boom! The lava surged crazily and a black hole appeared to suck in the golden liquid. The monster roared continuously and turned the black hole into a terrible tornado, capable of incredible destruction. There seemed to be other hidden entities as well, hiding in the lava. This cataclysmic battle was frightening. However, everything was limited to the cauldron, so outsiders had no idea what was going on. Remember, the lava here didn't allow for any life form. However, these monsters were still capable of surviving in it. This showed just how powerful they were. Some corpses also showed up, managing to withstand the test of time and the high heat. One of them was a skeleton with its ribs penetrated by a terrible spine. Nonetheless, it remained standing proudly. Its divinity was no longer there, only a faint golden glow. This person must have been immensely strong when they were alive. The rough conditions destroyed the flesh, so only the bones were left. In a different spot was a skull as big as an island. It had 8 eye sockets and 3 mouths. Clearly a mighty monster. The lava also burned down its divinity, but it still had miasma floating around it. It mixed with the lava, resulting in an ink-like liquid. One could imagine a colossal creature with a corrosive miasma capable of instantly killing its opponents. Alas, it still died in Sword Cauldron. Some rare treasures remained. For example, the blade of a sword with no hilt. It wasn't damaged, merely uncompleted. Despite its imperfect form, it still had a golden aura and visual phenomena around it. Once completed, this divine sword could slay gods and devils. Buzz! There was a ghost banner swimming in the lava. Wails of lament could be heard coming from it. The banner itself endured the heat, but whatever inside was being tormented. It possessed a devouring nature, capable of feeding on 3,000 worlds and their inhabitants. If this thing found its way out of the grave, it would cause a terrible calamity. All in all, the monsters and weapons capable of surviving were supreme, the finest of an era. Those lucky enough to obtain and control one would become unbeatable. Of course, more often than not, these things were too powerful and would devour the adventurers instead. Xueqi seemed quite amused at the diverse things living in the lava. He only glanced and didn't bother taking them. They were definitely top-level treasures, but this wasn't his goal in coming here. The lava beneath him suddenly split apart, revealing a gigantic monster. It had 6 blood eyes. The rays from them could mesmerize any cultivator. It clearly viewed Xueqi as a delicious meal. He stared at it with a smile before speaking. Interesting, I haven't skinned your type yet. You would make a decent robe. The red rays intensified but still did nothing to Xueqi. Splash! The lava walls caved downward again, and the monster went into hiding. It realized how strong Xueqi was and immediately fled. Chapter 4271. Mighty swords, but I'm still stronger. There was a Tao portal floating at the center of the cauldron. It seemed to be made from the oldest stones, already existing at the start of the world. The structure itself looked regular and untouched by time. Only the spatial passage was radiant with 5 different colors. Buzz! Xueqi appeared at the entrance and walked through. There was no danger going through the passage, but the moment he got out, he was met with numerous destructive slashes. Not bad, Xueqi said and activated his supreme laws again, becoming the ultimate ruler of 8 desolaces and looming above all else. Boom! He easily stopped the closest slash with his bare hand. More swords came with incredible might, each capable of slaying the likes of Vast Sea Venerable and Earthraiser Vajra. These slashes were the definition of invincibility and the apex of the sword Tao. Cultivators in the outside world stood 0 chance, whether it be the greatest geniuses or the experienced ancestors. Clank! 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 Alas, Xueqi was a cosmic-level entity. Each wave of the hand repelled the incoming slashes. Yes, he has arrived in the last domain, Sword World. This place rejected invaders and immediately attacked. The fabrics of reality shattered before the slashes, leaving behind spatio-temporal maelstrom and black holes. Just one misstep would result in a terrible death. Meanwhile, it seemed that the onslaught of blades was endless and could last for an eternity. They also became increasingly stronger and stacked on top of each other. The power was unlimited. Eventually, even the mightiest master would falter before the barrages. This was the reason why supreme sovereigns didn't last long in Sword World. The first 4 domains weren't worth mentioning compared to the danger here. There were deep abysses on the ground and unstable continents. On a particular one was the corpse of a relatively young man. It exuded the radiance of a Tao Lord bloodline. The cause of death was a direct thrust piercing his heart. There was a badge hanging on the waist with the characters, bestowed by Blessed. That's right, even the Tao child of Blessed Tao Lord fell in this place. Another notable corpse floating in the air belonged to a draconic tiger. Its colossal body was split into two halves. Nonetheless, one could still recognize an ancient character written on its forehead, profound. This meant that it was a king of the profound true tiger species. In a remnant space was a heavenly woman with a hole on her forehead. She wore an old-style regal dress. She came from a hidden realm of the past, once adored and worshipped by all. Unfortunately, she died a lonely death here. There were many others. They were all top characters of an era. Some were on the same level as Tao Lords. A few Tao Lords' mounts and followers met their end here too. Clank! Li Jie continued parrying the various sword Tao. All of the affinities and laws of the world obeyed his command. Thus, he was able to reverse the fundamental essences of the sword Tao back to the source and effectively nullified them. This was a magnificent scene that the world didn't have the pleasure of witnessing. Even gods and devils would be in awe, unable to forget for the rest of their lives. He eventually made it to the last part of Sword World and saw numerous stars. In reality, they were divine swords, each infinitely close to being at the immortal level and far more valuable than a Tao Lord sword. One sword had a majestic aura, clearly of the defensive affinity. Another was the sword only to be wielded by a true king, granting its user the ability to govern. One more was a sword focusing solely on the Tao, brimming with inscrutable mysteries. These swords have turned into stars that would last for an eternity. Incredible! Li Jie couldn't help but praise, immaculate craftsmanship, perfect beyond perfection. Just one alone would drive 8 Desolaces crazy, but there were a dozen here. However, Li Jie only observed them and didn't grab any. They were unique and each served as an individual sword Tao. After meticulous observation, he was able to understand the mysteries within. He found that the master had arranged them in chronological order of their journey, a maturity process. This person had reached an unbeatable state but was still searching for something greater. While at the apex, taking each step meant breaking through the next limit to create an entirely new concept of power. Thus, each sword represented one step and limit. This being could obliterate sovereigns and Tao Lords in the blink of an eye. This was not someone who could exist in 8 Desolaces. Of course, Li Jie knew of the master's identity, hence his visit to this place. Great swords, but unfortunately, they don't belong to me. The swords told a story of their master's Tao improvement process. Li Jie figured it out and decided to leave, heading for an old ruin that has been around since antiquity. It contained incredible ore mines gestated by chaos energy. This was a peerless treasure ground capable of producing top heavenly treasures. Even the richest sect in 8 Desolaces right now paled versus this land's natural resources. Of course, Li Jie didn't particularly care for the land or its riches. His focus fell on the inhabitants instead. Clank! 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 Metallic beatings continued in a rhythmic fashion. This seemed to have been going on for millions of years now. Chapter 4272. Middle-aged men. This blessed land was occupied by a few thousand members. They were busy at work and normally, this shouldn't be surprising. However, this was the deepest region of Sword Burial Ground, the most dangerous area. Strangely enough, there was no fighting here, a stark contrast to the previous area. No outsider would believe the scene found here. Most importantly, they were all the same person. Exactly identical. The individuals performed different tasks: smelting ores, hammering, sharpening, controlling the flames and air. In other words, they were blacksmiths creating divine swords. Some worked in groups while a few worked alone from start to finish. They seemed to be made from the same mold, looking exactly the same from appearance down to the expression. Li Jie had met them before. The middle-aged man who threw swords back into the abyss and ran away from Li Jie. Their long hair was a mess and draped downward, covering half of their face. They wore black robes that have turned white from being washed too many times, looking a bit poor and lonely, akin to someone down on their luck or a member of a weak sect. Most would attribute this as an illusion. Alas, using the strongest heavenly gaze would still show them the same outcome. These men busy at work were real, not mere illusions. Their mind was hell-bent on crafting the swords. Nothing else could distract them. Their actions seemed to be in tune with something. There was a sense of joy in each action. The tough labor shouldn't be enjoyable, but this was indeed the case. Spectators wouldn't get tired of watching this beautiful scene. This phenomenon was difficult to describe and had to be experienced to understand. The next question would be, who was the real body? They might not be illusions, but one thing for certain. They were avatars of this middle-aged man. It's just that he had reached an incredible level and his avatars were infinitely close to the original body. Because of this, techniques and special eyes still couldn't tell them apart. Li Qie watched the process with a smile. He became immersed in this scene and stood still like a statue. All other sounds disappeared from the world. Only the noises relating to blacksmithing remained. He eventually joined the group and performed his own task. The avatars didn't stop him and treated him as their own. He came closer to one of them who was busy grinding a divine sword. It was extremely tough, so only a small piece was morphed despite half a day of effort. Nonetheless, this avatar persevered and focused on the polishing process. It seemed that in order to fully polish it, it would take several thousand years. Alas, the avatar seemed to be enjoying the process instead of finding it tedious. Edgeless blade, yet the Tao is sharp, not bad. He commented. It turned out that the old man was focused on grinding down the tip of the blade. He would grind for a long time before taking a look at the tip, then resumed the grinding. He seemingly didn't hear Li Qie. The latter patiently continued to watch. After a long time, he finally responded, "Why is an edge necessary?" His voice was filled with the echoing rhythm of the Tao. "Just the user needs to be sharp." Li Qie smiled. The man continued to grind without looking up to see Li Qie. "I must be sharp." The words coming from this man cut like the sharpest divine swords, capable of dismembering the strongest cultivators. However, Li Qie was unaffected by his sharpness. Chapter 4273. Sword grinding. The grinding process was awfully slow, but the man remained meticulous and patient. Grind then observe, grind then observe. The spectator, Li Qie, exercised patience as well. He seemed to be enjoying watching the man at work as if he was viewing gorgeous scenery. In fact, those with sufficient cultivation and strength would find that each of the man's actions was in harmony with the grand Tao. The thing he grinding wasn't the sword but rather, his grand Tao. "I'm already dead, you don't need to wait," the man suddenly said. This would frighten listeners because there was nothing odd going on with him. Simply another middle-aged man, alive. In fact, outsiders had seen him back at the abyss. Dead didn't come up in their mind at all. Only that he was mysterious. He wasn't the only one no longer living. The rest of the avatars were the same way. The reason being that the true body had died long ago. Nonetheless, they seemed to still be surviving here in a manner no different from other living people. People would only believe this after witnessing with their own eyes. Alas, despite the lack of any discernible difference, his true body was indeed dead. His monstrous power simply prevented time from erasing his existence. This didn't surprise Li Qie because he already knew beforehand. "There's nothing bad about being dead," he said. "True." The man actually took the time to nod his head this time around. "Still far better than your position on the verge of death." "You're not wrong, but I must struggle beforehand. Maybe I'll actually survive. That's what life is, an unending struggle." Li Qie calmly responded with a smile. The man didn't answer and kept on creating his blade, taking the time perfecting even the smallest line. After a long while, he checked the edge again, then the flames before asking, "To what do you entrust in?" "You entrust the sword not because of its sharpness or because you need it. Rather, its very existence is significant for you." The man had reached a frightening level beyond imagination when he was alive. He didn't need the sword because he himself was the strongest sword. Nonetheless, he still tried to create numerous divine swords. Blacksmithing and the sword served as his symbol of hope instead of being weapons. "And you?" the man asked again. Li Qie didn't respond and only stared at the sword in the man's hand. "I've forgotten," he eventually answered. "You can't let go." The man said something that didn't pertain to the conversation. However, Li Qie still understood. "That is your weakness," the man continued. "Is the sword your weakness?" Li Qie responded. The man didn't reply. "Hope can make one stronger and more determined." Li Qie said, "The lack of hope means the lack of shackles. This can destroy a person." In the beginning, all the dark existences certainly never thought that they would have to live in the shadows later on. They eventually lost themselves. Well said. The man pondered for a bit before agreeing. Both of them had transcended the limitation of an epoch, capable of changing the course of the entire world, breaking and creating a new order. Power gave them untethered freedom. The only thing capable of holding them back was hope and entrustment. This kept them grounded and sane. Thus, my unwillingness to give up is not a weakness. It will make me stronger, strong enough to overcome the monsters and even the villainous heaven. It may not be possible. The man observed the white snow sword near completion and was happy with the brilliant product. It'll be done because I've set my mind on it. Li Qie uttered with conviction and confidence. Someone's looking for you. The man changed the topic. I'm aware, I'm looking for him as well. Li Qie didn't feel pressured. And that's why you're here to find me. The man said. If my intelligence is correct, you fought him during the distant chaotic years. Li Qie smiled. Indeed, and that's why I am dead. The man revealed. Sword Immortal might be dead, but the sword lives on. Li Qie replied. The world has never heard of this being referred to as Sword Immortal before. After all, there were no immortals in this world. Nonetheless, those who knew him wouldn't find this title inappropriate. This was a testament to his power. Alas, he still fell to that person. I'm afraid he knows more about you than vice versa. The man said. Not too surprising. I'm sure he has been researching for a long time now. Therefore, I'm here to ask you some questions. Li Qie smiled. What I know might not be useful to you. Things have changed throughout the years. The man paused for a bit before speaking. Still better than lacking knowledge. Li Qie replied. What do you want to know? The man nodded and agreed. I want to know the details of the battle. Li Qie became serious. The man's eyes erupted with sword rays. Just this slight hint of his sword intent could crush top cultivators in history. This was the true manifestation of invincibility with the sword. He was recalling the battle back then. The most brilliant out of them all. He had no regrets despite meeting his end. Chapter 4274. Unbeatable, he became spirited and his aura soared, exerting its dominance. His current state alone commanded respect and reverence even though he has yet to activate his power. The battle must have been unimaginable. Regular cultivators couldn't even envision it due to a complete difference in power scale. Li Qie didn't have this problem and could understand the details. My slash eliminated the myriad eras. The man ended the summary with this. Flames sparked in his eyes and he returned to the past once more. Even the Cosmo was only a speck of dust compared to his sword. He wasn't exaggerating or being poetic. His slash actually wielded this power. History on the River of Time became nothingness by that slash along with the current world. If this happened in 8 decalaces, the 8 worlds and their inhabitants would disappear in the blink of an eye. The man stopped after this last phrase. The light flashing in his eyes also gradually dissipated. He calmed down and stopped looking solemn. But I still lost. The man let out a wistful sigh. He then stared at Li Qie and said, My sword was unbeatable, no other Dao could touch me. His world had terrifying existences, yet he remained supreme with his sword Dao. Any of his opponents would have shocked 8 decalaces. He used the sword to defeat me. He stared at Li Qie and revealed the shocking truth. His sword Dao was absolutely untouchable for many epochs. This was no exaggeration. Alas, that person used the sword to kill him, meaning that there was still a superior sword Dao. And the sword Dao might not be his main. He went on to say, meaning that person didn't even use his strongest Dao. The latter didn't need to go all out against an apex existence. This reality was truly daunting. What was his actual Dao? Just how powerful would it be? Unbeatable. Li Qie concluded. He knew just how powerful this man was. Thus, the outcome of this battle painted a better picture for his future opponent. Why must you fight him? The man stared at Li Qie. Why not? Li Qie said flatly. Why not? Haha, well said. The man laughed after hearing the reason. But ultimately, my opponent is not him. Li Qie added. The man paused for a while before agreeing. Yes, our opponent isn't someone else. Indeed, only ourselves. Li Qie said. Weaker cultivators usually viewed their rivals or certain challenges as their targets. However, for Li Qie and this man, they only sought to surpass themselves. Your goal isn't a fight, it's part of your research. The man said. It's an illness, I don't like uncertainties and unknowns. Li Qie replied. I am the same way. The man enjoyed the conversation and lamented their late meeting. What would you do if there is a possibility of you and him teaming up? He then asked. That's an interesting scenario. What would you say is his pursuit? Li Qie smiled. The man pondered, then shook his head. It would be presumptuous for me to comment since I know very little about him. But I'm sure that he'll start on the journey again just like before. Can't rest when the villainous heaven looms above. Li Qie agreed since existences like them would inevitably embark on this journey. So teaming up is a possibility? The man inquired again. The choice isn't there. Li Qie shook his head. You're right. The man agreed because ultimately, only one person would make it to the end. Would you like to pick one? He then looked up at the stars above. Those swords are magnificent, but they aren't meant for me. It would be a waste. Li Qie said. I see. The man stared at Li Qie and started thinking for a bit. Well, I believe a battle between you two is inevitable. Who knows? It's not up to me. Li Qie responded. I have a sword technique. The man's tone suddenly became serious as he revealed his true intention. Judging by this technique should be superior to the star swords above. I couldn't win when I was alive. The man elaborated. I had a particular idea going. Alas, since I was the sword, I couldn't be unsheathed. Now that I'm dead, this sword has been gestating and growing boundlessly. I can only imagine. Li Qie knew that he would be impressed by this technique even without seeing it. My regret is not being able to use it. He said. You wish to give me this sword? Li Qie stared at him. Yes. The man was direct. I can't fight again since I'm dead, the battle would be meaningless. This isn't the case for you. It will shine in your grasp. I can't win using your sword. Li Qie disagreed. I'm satisfied with it being unsheathed. He smiled. No need to try and win with it, just don't let my effort in crafting go to waste. I understand. I'll give it a shot. Li Qie accepted. Chapter 4275. Sky Border was one of the 8 desolaces. Some considered it to be the strongest region. It wasn't the largest but was still home to many powerful cultivators. Many believed that it had produced the most Dao lords and experts. This seemed to be proven by the records. Because of this, no other region dared to place itself in front of Sky Border regardless of the criteria. At best, they would only consider themselves equal to Sky Border. Thus, it became a popular destination for cultivators from other regions. In a sense, all Dao lords must visit this place. It included boundless oceans and endless deserts. It was impossible to have an accurate gauge of all the territories. Many mighty existences could spend a lifetime only to fail in fully mapping the region. The prime example of this was a field known as Desolate Wild. Naturally, it had plenty of monstrous lineages. Some reclusive clans and sects, seemingly weak and small, had existences capable of repelling Dao lords. Though it was one of the 8 desolaces, it actually had 5 desolaces of its own. Their demarcation was predicated on geographic and political divides. They represented the 5 strongest powers that were praised even by the Dao lords from the other regions. They were known as North, South, West, East, and Central. The Central region was also known as Wild Central or Desolate Wild. The latter was the most mysterious area. Even Dao lords thought twice before entering. The other 4 also varied greatly from each other. The North belonged to true immortal sect and was the home of blessed Dao lord during its golden age. The West focused on the 3000 Dao. Whenever this region popped up amidst conversations, people would immediately think of Dao Sanqian, a cultivator that had dominated for eras and was well respected by the Dao lords. The South had many kingdoms with Lion's Roar at the top. This particular dynasty had brilliant subjects and officials. Most importantly, it had a particular existence. Though this person hasn't shown up for years, their notoriety remained. The East was a land of freedom inhabited by many clans. From freedom came development and prosperity. Someone once said that any of these 5 regions could dominate the other 7 desolaces. This might be an exaggeration, but the big shots believed that it wasn't too far off from the truth. Today, a traveler strolled freely with a relaxed expression, seemingly having no destination in mind. He was a bit dirty and appeared absent-minded. He was none other than Xueqi, except not as well kept as normal, being only slightly cleaner than a beggar. His eyes were empty, causing him to look like a moving corpse. Of course, this wasn't the case. He simply expelled his own true fate and soul, freeing his body in the process. Under this particular state, his body could linger in a small corner for several years like a beggar or travel through the domains including desolate wild with just one step. Nothing in the world could hinder his physical prowess. When he showed up in a legendary land, 2 figures appeared with speed beyond time itself. Alas, he was even faster and had already left. If he didn't want anyone to catch him, even the strongest existence wouldn't be able to catch a glimpse. The 2 figures were supreme beauties. One was sexy while the other elegant. Either would captivate all spectators. Both being in the same place had an even greater effect. "Did you sense that?" the lovely woman asked the noble lady. "Yes, it's him." The latter nodded. "Indeed, I can sense your emotions fluctuating," the lovely woman said. "Ridiculous," the lady denied. "Haha, I already know." The woman's smile could herald overwhelming joy. He's actually still alive." The lady ignored her and murmured, "No one in this world can kill him, but why did he return?" The woman said, "There must be a reason." The lady knew that both the 9 worlds and 8 desolaces had nothing to hold this supreme man back. Thus, his return truly astounded her. "What else can it be but to see you? It's your fault for being so attractive," the woman teased. "Be serious now." The lady gave her the side eye. The woman stopped smiling right away. Her eyes narrowed as she contemplated. They flashed with a frightening light containing the celestials and the myriad laws. This was the sign of a mighty cultivator. "No woman in this world can hold him back," the woman said. She was simply teasing her senior sister earlier. She knew that his reason for coming back must be something earth-shattering and unfathomable. Though they were unbeatable, this was merely the case in their own world. However, his reach extended far above that. "I can feel the stench of blood incoming," she commented. This has always been the case every time this man appeared in the past. Blind masters and arrogant sects were reduced to ashes. The commotion this time might be louder than the previous, perhaps capable of flipping 8 desolaces over. "I hope people will grow eyes," the lady said. "It's the opposite for me. I'm hoping those fools provoke him so that there will be a fun show to watch." The sexy woman was also quite mischievous, wanting more chaos everywhere. "Just seeing him is enough for me." The lady glanced at her before shifting her gaze towards the horizon. "I guess our senior sister can't wait to see the man in her dream." The woman smiled again. "And you don't?" the lady asked without looking back. The woman fell into a silence. Even if it had nothing to do with romance, she still wanted to see him again. First, there were only a few acquaintances and friends still around, but most importantly, she was curious regarding the reason for his appearance. Chapter 4276. Small shop. The sands in this desert flew like the waves and burned travelers. There was no end in sight, only heat and sand. Even the birds avoided shitting in this place. Strangely enough, there was a small tavern located in this desert. It was built from wooden planks in a shabby manner. There were only 2 tables, looking old from an unknown era. The surface was black and ashen, not its original color. They seemed feeble and would break with some weight. This was the case for the wooden stools as well. There was a piece of cloth hanging outside with the character, "Hi." It has been too long so it was barely legible. Plus, it was written in an ancient language. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to recognize it. High means ocean. It was tattered as well. A strong gust of wind could rip it to pieces. This also applied to the rest of the shop. Only one worker was here, serving as both the boss and the waiter. He curled up in a corner, seemingly asleep. His hair was ashen white, but not the same white due to age. The strands seemed to have withered up for some other reason. Time had left a mark on his face given the number of wrinkles. Some would question if he was still alive while sitting there. The only positive feature was his eyebrows. They were sharp and long, looking like unsheathed divine swords. The old man must have been dashing and perhaps handsome during his youth. No guests would ever come to this desert, but he didn't seem to mind. Not selling a single cup after 1,000 years didn't affect him. His choice of location was indeed inscrutable. Today, a dozen or so disciples came across this place by chance. What the heck? Why is there a wine shop in this bizarre place? Let's have a drink. One of them suggested. Boss, give us a round. Another shouted at the old man. Old man, did you hear that? Bring us some drinks. They became impatient since he didn't respond. Is he dead? One of them wondered. The leading senior took a look and shook his head. The old man finally looked up to see the customers. He opened his eyes and revealed how muddled they were. The cultivators thought that given his appearance, he might not last another day. Nonetheless, it wasn't any of their business. Please bring us a round of wine. An older cultivator politely asked. The man took his time getting out some bowls and a jar of wine. The bowls were covered in dust, clearly not washed for a long time. Some even had holes in them. The old man didn't have a problem with this and poured wine into the bowls. Some frowned after seeing this. The cultivation world was tough, so not all of them needed luxury and fine wine. However, this was just too crude and dirty. One of them ignored this and lifted up the bowl for a drink. He immediately spat it out and shouted, "What the hell is this? Horse's piss probably tastes better. Pah! People can't drink this crap." Others spat as well and were quite annoyed. The old man didn't seem to care about their reception. Old man, don't you have anything better? Give us a different jar. One of them shouted. No. The old man glanced at him. Some were quite unhappy with his attitude. They were customers, but he didn't treat them as such. Most importantly, the drinks weren't meant for human consumption. You should have an advertisement sign that your shop serves horse's piss, not wine. A youth was furious. The old man had zero reaction to the insult. Forget it, forget it. A senior brother didn't want to argue with this old man and said, "How much?" 50,000 jades. The old man had a bigger reaction this time as he held up 5 fingers. 50,000. You're really trying to sell this shitty wine for 50,000? Another shrieked. The old man flipped his palm over, seemingly determined to get his money. What kind of shady establishment is this? Your wine isn't worth 5 coins. One more disciple interjected. It's fine, we're paying. Their senior paid up and told the group to leave. Once they were outside, one disciple couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, why did you pay him?" The senior looked back at the shop and said, "Opening a shop in this desolate desert, he has to be insane, right?" The juniors didn't respond. Only a madman would try to make a living by opening a shop here. Not to mention making a profit, the owner would starve to death in no time at all. If he isn't insane, then he is an eccentric cultivator and they don't play nice. It's best not to cause trouble. The senior added. The juniors agreed with him and nodded repeatedly. So why did he open a shop here? One more became curious. Don't try to understand, we can't. The senior concluded. Chapter 4277. Another acquaintance. The one constant in this desert was its unbearable heat and sandstorms. The old man continued to be in a drowsy state, curling up in the corner as if nothing in the world could interest him. This was his position for millions of years, seemingly wanting to die and become sands. His decision to stay here was truly puzzling. Nonetheless, he outlasted the rise and fall of sex outside. Geniuses came and went, yet he remained in this place. Of course, no one paid that much attention to the old man outside of mere curiosity. They didn't have time to linger around. Plus, they couldn't figure out his mysteries anyway. This trend stopped today. A traveler walked on the scorching desert. Sand had gotten through his dirty robe, but he trod onward, undeterred. It's not that he didn't notice the high temperature and the danger looming there. His eyes were muddled as if the soul was no longer there. He was none other than Xueqi, still in his ethereal state. When his mind left the body, he could see everything in the world, including the myriad Tao. The abandoned body appeared to be a helpless mortal without Tao knowledge. However, this state was even more dangerous and destructive. He somehow made his way into the shop and sat down on the creaking bench. The old man was alert and knew who was entering the desert at the first second. Thus, he also noticed Li Qie but wasn't too interested at first. As time passed, Li Qie still sat there without uttering a single word. His existence didn't affect the shop in the slightest. The only audible noise was the cloth piece in front of the entrance fluttering to the wind. After an unknown trek of time, the old man finally looked up and stared at Li Qie. This was rather surprising because he wouldn't even look up at the sky falling down. The moment he got a better look at Li Qie, his eyes widened as he became emotional. They flashed with an eternal light capable of dissecting heaven and earth. This man was immensely strong. The current lords in this era couldn't withstand a single move from him. However, Li Qie didn't react to the uninvited gaze. "Want a drink?" the old man asked. Previous visitors would be shocked to see this. Some big shots had been curious enough to visit several times. Alas, they were all ignored. Today, he took the initiative to speak? "Sure." Li Qie answered without thinking, still being stuck in a dazed state. This was only possible since the old man was capable of channeling his voice and intent through to Li Qie, a testament to his power. In Li Qie's state, the rest of the world became mute to him. He couldn't see or hear them at all, but the old man successfully communicated. The latter searched the corner for a long time before finding a bottle of wine. He opened it and out came a salivating aroma. This was absolutely the finest of wine, unlike what he had given to other guests. The difference between the heavenly nectar and horse's piss. He poured a full bowl for Li Qie. The latter took a drink instinctively without looking at the bowl. In his current state, even the most precious wine was nothing more than water. The old man didn't know this and poured another full cup for Li Qie, wanting to satisfy his customer. One man drank while the other poured. This scene was bizarre due to the circumstances. Nonetheless, it still felt natural between these two. Who knows how many drinks Li Qie had gotten, but he wasn't close to getting drunk. His stomach didn't fill up either. This time around, the old man poured another cup, but Li Qie opened his eyes and regained his sentience and soul. "Why did you turn into this abomination?" Li Qie asked, clearly aware of who the old man was. The old man responded, "The path ended, I couldn't accept and chose a new one. This Dao Yu Zheng Feng passed down to you will do nothing except await death. Even if you grow stronger, you're nothing more than a walking corpse." Li Qie said flatly. The old man didn't respond. When he was younger, he was a peerless and handsome genius. He dominated the entire world and was loved by numerous ladies. His golden age was rather resplendent. Chapter 4278. Always the same, he was a dragon among men, possessing both authority and an impressive harem. He enjoyed the best life possible, becoming the target of envy and jealousy. However, he wasn't satisfied with just being a matchless god monarch and chose an entirely new path. Sure enough, he gained immense power, an ability insane enough to frighten gods and devils. Unfortunately, this stopped mattering to him once he embarked on this path. The Tao resulted in him despising everything, even the goal that made him abandon everything. Power became meaningless. In the past, he couldn't help desiring ultimate power and a higher path. His new path indeed granted him more power, but now, it escalated to the point where he didn't even wish to fight, let alone dominate the world. He wouldn't have the urge to fight a mortal enemy right now. There was nothing but indifference and distaste. No one has been able to change this path. Li Qie commented. This happened to immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo, then Yu Zhengfeng. Mu Zhuo did it due to external circumstances, and Yu Zhengfeng's heart desired this. "What about you?" Li Qie asked. "It doesn't matter anymore," the old man said. This path was one of hatred. The user would hate and be hated by everything else. They would lose their emotions and desires. Alas, they also gained immense longevity. Thus, death would be salvation, but it wasn't that easy to die. Only time could kill them, but how long? How pitiful. Li Qie smiled and closed his eyes again, assuming his astral state. The old man sighed and didn't continue the conversation. His former self would have been overwhelmed with curiosity after meeting Li Qie. He would have asked numerous questions, especially the reason for Li Qiye's return. After all, no immortal emperors and Tao lords came back to their world, not even the most capable ones. Li Qiye was an exception with access to numerous secrets. The geniuses in the past craved to know what's above the 9 heavens, the secrets of the myriad Tao. But now, the old man was no longer interested. He didn't have the desire to live, let alone external matters. He went back to the corner and curled up again. What happened just now was an ephemeral spark, completely trivial. Time passed and Li Qiye's body started moving again. He left the shop and the old man didn't stop him. His shoes became filled with sand. He eventually disappeared into the desert. On the other side, the shop remained, the only constant being the cloth sign fluttering to the wind. The old man slumbered once more, awaiting death. The scorching heat during the day and the chilling breezes at night couldn't wake him up. He was once a dashing cultivator who stood at the apex and had many companions. Now, only time was his companion and eventually his killer. On the other hand, Li Qiye's footprints gradually disappeared from the surface. The two of them had a deep understanding and experience with time. However, their Tao path was completely opposite. One day, this vast desert could disappear or turn into a great ocean. These two would certainly outlast it. This was more so the case for Li Qiye. The old man would die eventually, so in a sense, Li Qiye's torture was worse. Li Qiye's body continued its long journey, truly acting as a passerby without any senses. However, once he made it to an old city, his soul returned again since memories of old friends beckoned him. This happened again in another ruin. The tiles and broken walls made him think twice. He sat here and gave out orders in the past. Those he loved and those who loved him have disappeared on the river of time. Once enough time had passed, he would truly be alone. This had happened several times in his long history. In reality, the monstrous existences and overlords have suffered this fate as well. Only they were strong enough to survive while their friends and loved ones couldn't overcome death. This was the reason why they became unshackled. Joining the darkness was far easier. A simple choice that has nothing to do with morality. Only those with an indomitable Tao heart could move forward without being tempted by the darkness. There has been no lack of supreme existences in history. Alas, only a few shared the same characteristic as Li Qiye. He continued to observe the world and the myriad Tao during this journey. The whole thing seemed like a dream. Chapter 4279. Qi Jinlin. In the soulless state, Li Qiye removed all emotions and attachments. The world and its inhabitants were nothing more than connected dots of various shapes and sizes. Without his soul, these dots would never catch his attention. Only mighty beings could overcome this and communicate with him. Of course, this corpse-like state didn't mean that he was weak either. Just his body alone could suppress everything on top of being impervious to damage. He crossed through deserts and worlds of ice and snow, volcanoes and mountains filled with blades. Some areas were bypassed with a single step regardless of the looming dangers. He took his time with some others but nothing could touch him. Each step, regardless of his speed, was unstoppable and cleared out all obstacles. He also visited densely populated cities and other prosperous places. They weren't as dangerous but a few still caused trouble because Li Qiye resembled a beggar right now. His eyes were muddled so he appeared to be a fool. Some idle bums or children would tease Li Qiye but none could bypass his seal. Today, he walked on the street of an old city and became the target of a few children. "I got him." A kid tossed mud at Li Qiye. Bam! 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 He became dirty but still didn't react. "Is he stupid?" They laughed happily and teased him in various fashions. Since he ignored them and kept on moving forward, an older teen had a malicious suggestion. "Let's tie him up. We'll see if he can ignore us forever." "Right, let's tie him up and throw him into the river." His friend took it a step further. "Okay." They agreed. One of them took out some iron chains. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged man who was passing by saw this and shouted at them. He dressed humbly but looked exceptional due to his muscular physique and gallant eyes. Though he wasn't handsome, his features were righteous and resolute. His eyes were spirited. Alas, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow hidden deep in there, not usually seen from someone his age. "None of your business," one teen shouted back. The man glared at the teen, successfully intimating the guy without needing to show wrath. He was a cultivator while the teens were mere mortals. They nearly pissed their pants from fear, dropped the chains, and started to run. After all, mortals were mere insects compared to a cultivator. The man frowned after seeing the lack of humanity. He wanted to leave but couldn't due to Li Qiye's condition. He became interested in Li Qiye. He merely yelled at the teens earlier since he didn't wish to see a crime committed. However, as he was about to leave, he felt a special aura coming from Li Qiye, albeit only for a split second. He approached closer and carefully observed. The guy appeared to be a dirty beggar, but intuition told him that this was another cultivator. However, he couldn't assess Li Qiye's cultivation. The guy was empty, akin to a mortal. He was naturally too weak to see Li Qiye's current soulless state. Either way, even if Li Qiye wasn't in this state, he still wouldn't be able to see anything. My name is Qi Jinlin. He politely introduced himself despite Li Qiye's ridiculous state. He cupped his fist and continued, "May I have your name?" Of course, Li Qiye ignored him since the entire world was made of connected dots in his eyes right now. Only a top master like the old man in the wine shop could reach Li Qiye. The man didn't give up and continued, "Where are you going, brother?" Li Qiye still didn't respond and continued moving onward. The man confirmed that this youth must have had some problem with cultivation or a traumatizing experience. This resulted in him losing his senses and awareness. This made him sympathetic due to his own experience. He said, "The path towards the Tao is unpredictable. No need to be so down, brother. How about staying at my place for a bit?" He thought that if this continued, Li Qiye could lose his life. He was helpless and death seemed inevitable. For example, those wicked teens earlier could have killed him. "My place has verdant hills and green waters. How about it?" He asked again, wanting to help Li Qiye. Despite a lack of response, he still forcefully brought Li Qiye back to his place. Sure enough, he lived alone beneath a peak with beautiful scenery. He cultivated alone next to a waterfall and a lake. In reality, he was once a noble but suffered serious setbacks and moved here to focus on cultivation. This was his main focus. Nothing else outside of the occasional trips back to the city. The diligent man could spend days cultivating. Alas, he couldn't overcome the current bottleneck. Chapter 4280. Arduous Tao. The yin and yang circled around him along with Tao images. Chaos energy emerged akin to the start of a new world. His body was being melted, resembling an entity at the start of time. This chaos energy far exceeded his current cultivation level. One could hear bestial roars due to this majestic energy. Once the channeling reached its peak, a divine lion from time immemorial woke up and let out a devastating roar. The image of one appeared next to him, dominating and tyrannical. These characteristics spread over to him as well. He grew in size and became a tyrant. Clank, clank, clank. Alas, as his chaos energy and Tao were reaching their limit, chains suddenly appeared and sealed them. Boom! His true fate was stopped and couldn't channel energy any further. This was the bottleneck mentioned prior. The process thus far came to an abrupt halt and everything receded like the tides. He felt empty and couldn't restart the process. This made breaking through an impossibility. Again! He smashed the ground from rage, leaving a deep pit behind. Various emotions surfaced: ire, helplessness, and despair. He had experienced this numerous times already but didn't give up. Unfortunately, this bottleneck seemed impossible. Another Tao seemed to be binding his own and prevented him from improving. "Why is this happening to me?" he shouted indignantly. If it wasn't for this Tao seal, he would have soared above the 9 firmaments. He was once the most talented descendant of the royal clan. His cultivation speed was the fastest. This didn't mean that his foundation was rushed either. Though he was the son of a concubine, he still had plenty of supporters due to his talent. They believed that he could become something great. Perhaps the throne wasn't out of the question. Thus, his reputation and fame were unmatched. Unfortunately, the Tao shackles happened and he stopped improving abruptly. The other geniuses caught up and even surpassed him as a result. Years went by and the great genius became the laughingstock of the royal clan. His status cratered afterward. The royal clan had treated him well and gave him everything necessary for cultivation. But now, his unfavorable background annoyed others and his talent couldn't hide this fact any longer. This was one of the reasons why he left the capital. Is it impossible? He murmured in a daze. In recent years, there were still ancestors who have yet to give up on him. The flashes of brilliance in the past justified them trying numerous methods and medicines to break this Tao shackle. Alas, nothing worked. Eventually, all of them had to give up and chose other juniors instead. After all, they needed capable leaders in the future. He didn't hate the seniors for abandoning him. After all, they certainly helped during his prime and had tried numerous methods to solve the bottleneck. Abandoning him was pragmatic. It's just that falling from the peak all the way to the abyss was unbearable. Others also kicked him while he was down. He sighed and thought that maybe the heaven didn't want to see him improve. He took a deep breath and regained his composure for another session. He channeled chaos energy and Tao again. It's a shame that his effort was not rewarded this time either. Pessimism came but was defeated by determination. He had no intention of giving up just yet. Boom! Another session resulted in his energy and Tao receding back into his body. What else can I do? He had tried countless times but the result was always the same. Not even the tiniest improvement occurred. Worst of all, the experiments didn't point out a potential problem to him. He didn't know why this was happening. He had no injuries and no sign of chi deviation either. His merit laws had no flaws and mistakes either. The ancestors agreed that his comprehension of the merit laws was impeccable, going as far as being superior to members of the previous generation. Alas, he was still stuck in the yin-yang realm. The way you're doing it, a million more attempts won't help. He suddenly heard someone nearby. He turned around and saw that the beggar was looking at him. Ever since he brought this person back, he has been in a stupefied state, not eating or drinking. You're awake. He was happy to see lucidity in Li Chie's eyes. Are you okay now? He assumed that Li Chie's injuries had gotten better. He wasn't a stranger to injuries and knew how traumatic it could be. Of course. Li Chie responded. Brother, what did you mean earlier? Do you know something about my condition? He recalled Li Chie's comment and lowered his head. He naturally had no hope in this because even the mighty ancestors failed. Alas, he was desperate enough to do anything. Forcefully breaking through is useless. Li Chie said, your tyrannical physique requires the true fate's approval. Approval? My true fate? He mumbled and pondered. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head. Brother, are you saying that I should? He became excited and looked over only to find that Li Chie had returned to his drowsy state. He tried several times but Li Chie didn't respond. Chapter 4281. Ice Plateau Qi Jinlin released his true fate and divine intents, letting chaos energy surround and nourish them. He felt an unprecedented comfort and thought that he could actually open his Grand Tao and break the bottleneck. The shackles were still there but if he kept on gestating his Grand Tao in this manner, it would grow stronger. After hearing Li Chie's advice, he took the risk of involving his true fate in the cultivation process. Previously, he merely tried to channel as much chaos energy and Tao power as possible to break the shackles. This was proven futile. Now, he approached this problem from a new angle, focusing on his true fate instead. This in turn improved his vitality. The true fate gradually grew stronger and could play a factor in overcoming his Tao issue. It was only a matter of time. His enthusiasm returned as he nourished his true fate, hoping for the day of breakthrough. This is different. I think I can do it. He benefited from the sessions and became ecstatic. He looked over in Li Chie's direction but Li Chie was no longer there. Brother! He searched his home to no avail. He didn't give up and returned to the city. Li Chie wasn't there either. Where did he go? He murmured with disappointment. It turned out that Li Chie had done another spatial step while he was immersed in cultivation and left for another place. The body had no awareness or destination. The next location happened solely by chance. A world of ice and snow. In the distance was a divine mountain reaching the sky. It was covered in ice and couldn't be overcome, seemingly the home of an ice god. Just watching from afar was enough to stir the soul. Cultivators could sense a dreadful intent of the ice affinity. This place was known as Ice Plateau, famous for its inhabitable mountain. The world knew very little of it, let alone visiting. It was famous for a tale back in the previous epoch, the age of the immortal emperors. This plateau didn't used to be unbearably cold or filled with ice. It had fragrant flowers and birds singing, being one of the most fertile lands in the world. That era was ruled by a brilliant emperor. According to the legends, he had reincarnated 3 times and became emperor each time. His title was San Shi, meaning 3 eras. During his youth in his 3rd reincarnation, he obtained a divine fire from the other shore. He cultivated it and obtained a historically matchless mastery over flames. His opponent resided in a mythical ice palace, the Master of Ice. She has lived for a long time, starting as a goddess and ending as an empress. Her title was Ice Empress despite not being an immortal emperor. For some reason, a battle ensued between Ice Empress and immortal Emperor San Shi. Rumor has it that they had an ongoing feud for eras now. Another perspective stated that it was due to their conflicting Tao. Either way, this ended with a frightening battle that shook the core of the world. Alas, others didn't have the privilege of watching this fight in person due to its destructive nature. Immortal Emperor San Shi showed the power of his flame during this battle, incinerating both oceans and continents. However, Ice Empress was equally as impressive. Her ice froze time and space along with the stars above. Eventually, the invincible emperor that has reigned for 3 eras lost to Ice Empress. This was one of the most well-known fights from the last epoch. After all, immortal emperors were invincible during their era, especially one as brilliant as San Shi. How did he lose to Ice Empress who wasn't a real emperor? Though he lost, the prosperous territory under Ice Empress became eternally frozen. The mythical palace was encapsulated in ice and disappeared from the world. Everyone knew that the emperor had lost, but they didn't know the ending of the princess. Some speculated that she was grievously injured and couldn't heal the wounds, eventually dying in her palace. Another rumor included her taking the spot of the emperor and leaving for another world. Of course, one more camp said that she was still inside the palace, wishing to live a reclusive life. Now, these beings were only parts of a legend, no longer mattering in 8 decalaces. The one clue left was the plateau. Alas, there were no signs of the battle since only ice and snow remained. Xueqi suddenly stopped and fell downward. The chilling snow began covering him. After a long while, a group came across the area. "Hey, there's a corpse here." Someone noticed the frozen Xueqi. The group dug him out and a senior took a better look at Xueqi's dirty appearance then said, "This beggar must have gotten lost and died here." "Poor guy." A girl in the group lamented. Suddenly, Xueqi opened his eyes, albeit still in a muddled state. "What the hell?" the group shouted. "It's a zombie." A cowardly member turned and ran. He was grabbed by a senior who told him, "What zombie? He's alive." The guy calmed down just like the rest. They took a good look and sure enough, Xueqi was alive. They didn't know that the cold had 0 chance of freezing Xueqi to death, not even the coldest place in existence. Chapter 4282. A fool? The group all speculated that he was a beggar given his dirty outfit. How did a beggar reach this remote region? They heaved a sigh of relief since Xueqi wasn't a zombie and became curious instead. A girl wearing a white fur coat approached. She was clearly a lady from a rich clan. Her eyes were special with golden pupils. Anyone could tell that her bloodline was exceptional. "What is your name? How did you come to Ice Plateau?" She crouched them and asked. Xueqi didn't answer. His eyes didn't even glance at her. "Hey, Our Lady is speaking to you," a cultivator nearby shouted. This didn't garner a reaction from him. "Where are you going? This place is extremely cold and dangerous. Only death awaits." She didn't give up and said. His dazed eyes were still fixated on the sky. "Miss, the cold might be too much for him." A follower tried to alleviate the awkwardness. She frowned slightly and found this whole thing strange, both the beggar's current state and her own feelings. She found him rather familiar. "Come with us, it will be safer," she kindly suggested. In her opinion, his death would only be a matter of time if he were to be left alone in this wintry region. "Your Highness, I'm afraid this isn't proper given your position. Bringing him back will result in unsavory rumors." An expert immediately whispered. It's fine, I'm merely saving someone, an act greater than building 7 pagodas. She replied. Please reconsider, Your Highness. The expert repeated. After all, a stranger like him was completely insignificant. It would be akin to an insect dying. Yes, Your Highness, we can leave him clothes and food. Another advised. Due to her position, bringing back a male stranger, a beggar, wouldn't be good for her reputation. Take him with us. She was decisive despite her young age and gave the order. Miss. The seniors didn't want unnecessary trouble. It's final. She waved her hand. The others couldn't change her mind, so they had to take Xueqi out of this region. In fact, she took it further by taking him back to her sect. She was awfully interested in him and ordered followers to bathe and change his outfit. She chose only the best accommodation for him. Once he was clean, she took another look and found him rather ordinary looking. However, since she had plenty of time, the more she stared, the more she became attracted by his hidden charisma and mysterious nature. The thing bugging her the most was a sense of familiarity. She thought that she had seen him before but couldn't pinpoint it exactly. After racking her brains, she confirmed that they had never met before. She also asked him numerous questions but never got an answer. Are you hurt? Something bad happened to you, right? The truth was that when she brought him back, the seniors in the sect thought that there was something wrong with his brain. She disagreed because although he was unresponsive, his eyes were still relatively clear, unlike a deeply afflicted victim. Thus, she became interested in why he was in his current state. In the beginning, she was merely curious, but she grew attached to him. The one-sided conversation became more frequent and intimate. What do you think I should do with my cultivation? She asked. He was a good listener and never turned down a conversation. Due to her special status in the sect, she had no friends in the same generation, while Xueqi gave off a familiar feeling. Every time she said what she wanted to say, he would still only look up at the sky. Were you born like this? She wondered. Seniors and doctors had come to look at him in the beginning. Alas, they didn't notice any clue. Some believed that this was due to an injury. Others said that he was defective from birth. Only a medicine god can save him. One doctor concluded. At the start, many found her decision to bring a man back puzzling. It did cause some rumors to start as well. The seniors didn't agree either, but she insisted on keeping him in the sect. She didn't know why she went against everyone. She considered herself to be on the side of logic and reason. Her own action confused her. She attributed it to the sense of familiarity or his mysterious aura. As time passed, she considered him a confidant who would listen to her worries. He became a friend she never had before. Chapter 4283. Tao comprehension. Due to his silent state, the girl didn't feel any threat from him and told him everything on her mind. There are too many layers to the divine Tao. I don't know how to keep on improving. If I don't get through this next one, the sisters might surpass me. She was pessimistic today. Possessing a high status didn't mean that she was freed from worries. As a heavily groomed disciple, she needed to show results. If she were to be surpassed by her rival, she would lose her status. In history, the members of our sect cultivate the divine Tao in different ways. She murmured, they all experience something unique and personal. Recently, I saw a strange phenomenon, a divine tree blotting out the sky and my vision. I can't see anything past it. She became frustrated because there shouldn't be anything wrong with the merit law. Rumor has it that it came from a heavenly Tao. Their patriarch extracted it from a heavenly Tao in order to protect the descendants. Thus, it had no form and was fluid like water. Thus, disciples had varying results and power from cultivating it. This made the learning process exceedingly difficult and full of pressure. A successful soul would be able to take over the sect and gain immense authority. This was an established rule. Their leader must have finished learning this Tao. The strongest of these users was naturally their patriarch. In the distant and chaotic era, the patriarch annihilated evil and established an everlasting foundation. Their divine Tao became well known, rumored to be superior to most Tao Lord merit laws. She had access to this Tao at a young age, something quite enviable. Everyone knew that she was a potential successor. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that she lacked rivals. Among the competitors, Whoever successfully finished the Tao first would become the official successor. Alas, the recent phenomena during training recently left her confused. She asked the seniors and ancestors but didn't get any concrete response or solution. Everyone had a different experience before, so they couldn't offer good advice. Why am I the only one with these phenomena that blind me? Is this qi deviation? She told Li Qie. Being surpassed by the martial sisters was one thing. After all, they were all supreme geniuses. However, qi deviation might result in death. Why do you think these phenomena are detrimental? She suddenly heard a voice. Ah! She blurted out and stared at Li Qie in astonishment, still looking as gorgeous as always despite the shock. Ever since she brought him back, he was no different from a living corpse. She assumed that he could only listen without understanding. Thus, his sudden speech caught her off guard. You can speak? She stammered. I'm not mute, so I can obviously speak. Li Qie's soul had returned to the body, so he became normal again. She took another look and saw a distinct change in his eyes. They became unbelievably profound. She thought she might become lost the more she stared at them. You heard everything? She thought about their previous conversations and turned red right away. I did not hear when I didn't want to hear, so I was spared of your babblings, fortunately. He responded. You? She was embarrassed. All of you have done a terrible job training the divine Tao passed down by your empress. He changed the subject. What? These words struck her deeply. Do not worry about these phenomena. Others would love to have them since it is a sign of the door, yet they are stuck circling outside. He revealed. Really? Her eyes widened in disbelief, but his words gave her hope. Of course. He continued, the visual phenomenon of the blotting divine tree is a sign, a reflection of the source. A reflection of the source? She became emotional and took a deep breath. What should I do then? She hurriedly asked and forgot about everything else. I couldn't see anything outside of the tree. How can I understand its profundities? Profundities aren't learned with the eyes. Use your heart and listen to its whisper, feel its beat. Listen and it will answer. He explained. Is that so? She skeptically sat down in the meditative pose and channeled her merit law and vitality. Chaos energy permeated the room and the visual phenomena came back. The divine tree and the celestials floating around it. The myriad Tao and time itself were subservient to the tree. Its existence supported all life forms. Alas, the world created by the tree was just too large. She was tinier than a speck of dust in comparison, and couldn't fathom its immensity. The Tao resides in the heart, release your mind and soul. Li Qie chanted while she was lost in her training. His words echoed in her mind like bells, knocking on her very soul. She followed his advice, and after a buzz, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself to be in the illusory world. Time and the celestials also flowed around her. The orders of the world could be clearly seen, truly a magnificent sight. She became captivated by the colors. The most mysterious grand Tao seemed to be imprinting itself into her heart. What was that world? She forgot her way back while feeling this unprecedented Tao enlightenment. After a long while, she regained her wits and returned to the real world. How magical, I sensed it, its sound and beats. She shouted. Thank you? She was ecstatic and turned around to show her gratitude. Alas, Li Qie was not there. She assumed that he had gone outside but still couldn't find him after searching the entire sect. She panicked and ordered followers to look for him. They still couldn't find him within a 1,000-mile radius. Chapter 4284. Bodhisattva Garden. It was understandable that she couldn't find him since he had concluded his astral projection. He then performed a spatial leap to reach the next destination. A place known as Bodhisattva Garden or Bodhisattva Grave. The world has changed continuously, but one thing remained. The respect everyone had for this area. The resting place of medicine Bodhisattva. It served as a garden without walls. One could smell numerous medicinal fragrances from a distance. It resembled a hill in appearance with countless medicinal grass and herbs. They grew naturally without anyone in charge. Nonetheless, the garden was neat and had its own order. It had both common and rare grass. For example, one could even find precious ones such as 9-cycle violet leaf, platinum hyaline, crimson blood draconic tendon. Normally, Spirit vegetations had their own growing conditions, especially the precious ones. The latter had strict requirements regarding their surroundings. This didn't apply in the garden. All of them seemed to be flourishing just fine, completely untethered. This has puzzled cultivators for eras now. Rumor has it that medicine bodhisattva was buried here. There was a nameless tablet in the garden. To the left and right were various statues of auspicious beasts. In an inconspicuous corner was the statue of an old man, seemingly the servant of the bodhisattva. The memorial tablet strangely didn't have an epitaph or any rune. Nonetheless, people still came to offer their respect. Its existence was more significant than the spirit vegetation nearby, the primary reason for many pilgrimages. Xueqi stood in front of the tablet and his eyes flashed brightly. The light illuminated the tablet and pierced into the ground, allowing him to see all of its mysteries. There were also bundles of flowers left in front of the tablet, ranging from rose to chrysanthemum or other spirit flowers. They must have been left behind by cultivators who came to offer their respect. Medicine bodhisattva had appeared before many Tao lords. However, they were forgotten while this being was still worshipped. Xueqi didn't say anything and merely observed the ground beneath the tablet as if there was a hidden treasury. In reality, he wasn't the only one in the garden. It had 1,000 visitors or so each day. Please bless and protect us from disasters and sufferings, Bodhisattva. Many placed their palms together and quietly prayed. The majority of cultivators didn't believe in gods and ghosts, the same with whatever Bodhisattva. After all, they themselves were virtually gods in the eyes of mortals, capable of doing wondrous feats. They should be praying to themselves, not other deities. Medicine Bodhisattva was an exception in their world. She was a real person, not a mythical figure. She was a doctor who traveled around the world to heal people and perform kind deeds. Her medicinal skill was peerless, capable of saving mortals on their last leg and cultivators on the brink of death. Most importantly, she never discriminated, whether it be by race or morality. She would heal even the most heinous devil as long as they came in contact. She never demanded payments either. There have been top doctors and alchemists in history. Alas, they only worked in the cultivation world. No cultivator versed in this art would bother traveling around to help mortals. After all, refining each precious pill required immense effort and resources. One could say that using these pills on mortals was a waste of resources, akin to feeding ginseng to ants. Thus, she was special in that she would try to save whoever she saw regardless of their circumstances. This noble creed of her won the heart of both mortals and cultivators. Therefore, all of 8 Desolaces mourned her passing. Tao lords and devil kings alive came to carry her coffin. The entire world grieved as a result. She was a rare historical figure who wasn't known for having incredible power and battle prowess. The respect shown to her didn't wane over the years. Top existences, evil or not, still occasionally visited the garden to offer their respect. Today, Xueqi was also here. Was it for remembrance or something else? After a while, he averted his gaze, then gently stroked the tablet, seemingly wanting to sense its vibration. He then pulled back and turned his attention to the statue in the corner. It has been ravaged by rain and wind. The lines were no longer clear. Nonetheless, one could still tell that it depicted an old man. It appeared rather ordinary, perhaps a servant of the Bodhisattva. It stared in the direction of the tablet, perhaps still wanting to protect its master and the garden. No one really knew the actual stories behind this place. Most never paid attention to this statue. There were no writings regarding it either. Crack! However, once Xueqi got close enough, cracks suddenly appeared on the statue. Chapter 4285. Wounded, crack. The cracks took over the entire statue. It seemed to be on the verge of crumbling. No need for formalities. Xueqi reached forward and touched it in this crucial moment. Water-like rays flowed into the statue through the cracks. The gaps began closing since they were filled by the rays. Once he pulled his hand back, the statue became the same as before. It was as if the whole thing was just an illusion. He sighed and said, "You have done a commendable job, a reward is inevitable." The statue didn't speak, but there was an internal fluctuation only sensed by Xueqi. This conversation seemingly dated back to millions of years ago. In fact, Even a conversation was unnecessary between these two. He glanced back at the tablet and said, "The only thing to do now is to wait for that day. I'll personally come to take it then." The statue seemed to understand him since they had a secret relationship. Any true master present would be able to see the statue nodding. Regular cultivators wouldn't be able to discern anything. Monumental changes are coming, he concluded, and the statue agreed. He never told the statue about the reason why. Nonetheless, it shouldered a serious mission and didn't need to know the reasons. It had accepted the task and just needed to protect this place. "I'll be back again. Be patient and keep on waiting," he added. The statue nodded, ready to perform the task regardless of the endless years. This mission wouldn't end until Xueqi said otherwise. Though things are continuously changing. He thought about something else, but where I am should be the safest spot. It's best to stay in this world. There is still hope in the future. This might actually be the best plan. He then shifted his focus to the garden one last time before leaving. The statue clandestinely watched him leave. The other visitors had no idea about its movement, thinking that it was just a regular statue. They also thought the garden served as a memorial for Medicine Bodhisattva. Little did they know, there was a shocking secret underground that would astound even Tao lords. After leaving the garden, Xueqi didn't enter his astral state again. He traveled and stopped on top of a peak for a panoramic view of the scenery ahead. It gave him a feeling of peace to see the mountains and forests. He smiled and said, "Things come and go, but the land remains." Though the place in front of him appeared ordinary now, it used to be the home of a mighty sect, completely unstoppable. Alas, time destroyed everything, even the strongest foundation and mightiest bloodline. People tried to fight this inevitable truth only to fail. Immortal. Xueqi chuckled, "How silly, everyone wishes to become one." The character, immortal, was special in the cultivation world. It would make people fantasize instantly, even top characters like Tao lords and emperors. What did the character represent? Invincibility? Everlasting life? All in all, this was the end goal for numerous cultivators. They all yearned for it despite being aware of the impossibility. Only a few knew that nothing good might come from being involved with this character. One would most likely become an abomination first before an immortal. If immortals exist, there would be no need for the villainous heaven. He looked up above. There were white clouds and blue sky, at least in the eyes of regular people. As for Xueqi, when he gazed above, the heaven also gazed back at him. However, the heaven never responded. "I'm coming, I'll change the heaven," he uttered with absolute confidence. Each word carried enough power to split the world open and destroy the ages despite being spoken so casually. The world had no idea the potential consequences resulting from carrying out his mission. Xueqi then sat down and rested his chin on his knees, enjoying himself. This didn't last long before loud and urgent footsteps came from behind. A person got closer to Xueqi, clearly wounded judging by his lousy movement. Clank! This person thought that Xueqi was an enemy blocking their path and unsheathed a sword. It was an old man wearing a simple yet masterfully crafted robe, a sign of his status. Alas, he was covered in blood and wounds, some of which were deep enough to see bones. The worst one was on his chest, a full penetration by an unknown weapon. He was barely hanging on after making it this far. He stared intensely at Xueqi, feeling dizzy from losing too much blood. Beads of sweat streamed down his pale face. Xueqi only gave him a passing glance and didn't ask questions. He realized that Xueqi wasn't an enemy and heaved a sigh of relief. Alas, the momentary lapse in focus made him fall to the ground. "Your injuries are serious." Xueqi helped him up and said, I don't have much longer." He coughed out a mouthful of blood and struggled to breathe. "Indeed, your true fate is broken. You'll be a cripple even if you somehow survive." Xueqi assessed the wounds. Chapter 4286. Picking a successor before death. The old man sat down on the ground and smiled wryly. "You're right, I am finished." The destruction of the true fate signaled death. He was surviving on sheer willpower. What a shame! He looked around with indignation and unwillingness. "Seems like you still have unfinished business." Xueqi calmly said. "Yes. The old man grimaced from pain as he tried to reply. I can't go back to the sect in time. Even gods have regrets. You will die. It's better to die with your eyes closed than to hold this grudge after passing. Just let go and be at peace. Li Qie smiled. Anyone else would find this questionable. The majority would try to console the dying old man, but Li Qie was telling him to die faster. Just let go. The old man was also surprised. He thought about it and laughed. Unfortunately, this worsened some wounds and caused him to vomit more blood. Li Qie didn't seem to mind the result of his words. All right, I'm dying. The old man stared at Li Qie and hesitated for a moment before making a decision. I have something to give to you, fellow Taoist. He didn't wait for a response before taking out an item in a meticulous manner. It was clearly precious to the old man. It pertains to my sect's prosperity. He placed it in Li Qie's hand while enduring the pain. Please, bring it back to my sect after reading it. But, it's all right if you won't. Just keep it then. It's still better than letting it fall to the hands of those dogs. He risked his life for this item and it was extremely pivotal to his sect. He hoped that it would help revitalize the sect. Alas, death beckoned and he didn't have anyone else nearby. It had to be Li Qie. The world coveted the item. That's why he hoped that Li Qie would somehow be kind and bring it back to his sect after learning it. This was an unlikely scenario, but he would rather give it to Li Qie than his enemies. Li Qie glanced down and saw an ancient scroll with a seal on the surface. He knew what it was right away after seeing the runes. An immortal physique from the past. Indestructible diamond, MMM, a disorderly edition. Li Qie was amused. Yo, you can read it? The old man was astounded. It's just an immortal physique law, no big deal. Li Qie said. How could he not know the so-called ancient immortal physique laws? They were derived from the physique scripture and propagated to the rest of the world. Of course, the current versions were far inferior compared to the real things. Moreover, the actual physique scripture was in Li Qie's possession right now. However, it no longer had this name. No big deal. The old man's pain was alleviated for a moment since he was astonished. These immortal physique laws were unbeatable. His sect spent generations searching for one and their effort was finally rewarded. Alas, he also lost his life in the process. Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily and said, Take it then, do as you wish. He then coughed repeatedly and his color changed to a faint yellow. This was the final radiance of a setting sun. He had one step in the grave at this point. It was nothing short of a miracle for someone with his injuries to last so long. More footsteps could be heard from below. Many pursuers were coming. They're here. Chico. The old man grabbed the sword hilt tighter and became worried about Li Qie. It had nothing to do with Li Qie himself. However, all would be in vain if Li Qie were to be captured right now. Li Qie stood there with a smile, not listening to the man's urging. Go! The old man shouted with his remaining strength. Breathing became difficult. The pursuers finally arrived and surrounded Li Qie with drawn weapons. Sect Master. They saw the old man and pointed their sword at Li Qie, thinking that he was the culprit. The old man was relieved since they were fellow sect members, not the enemies. No. Alas, he was losing control. He pointed his shaking finger at Li Qie and mustered his last breath. I pass my position to him. He is the new sect master. The last words required everything he had. After this last command, he vomited more blood and closed his eyes. Sect master. The group rushed over to him while Li Qie watched silently. They lamented and cried, but the old man was already dead. Not even an immortal could save him now. The juniors wept while the older seniors exchanged glances, unsure of what to do because of their sect master's last wish. Sir, may I ask for your name? An elder of the sect with the last name who came over and cupped his fist. He had the highest status here and saw the last words in person. He was under heavy pressure. Though their sect was small, they still had rules and principles regarding the succession process. Alas, their previous sect master broke the process by passing it to Li Qie. They needed to deal with this carefully or it might result in chaos. Li Qie. Li Qie wasn't too interested in this trivial matter. The sect members were at a loss due to this unexpected development. They had just lost their sect master and now, an outsider has become their new leader. Sir, may I ask how did you know our sect master? Elder Hu inquired. We've just met. Li Qie told the truth. This further perplexed the listeners. Their sect master gave his position to a complete stranger? We. Elder Hu was speechless. They were just a small and inexperienced sect, unequipped to deal with this situation. Take this. Li Qie handed a scroll over to Elder Hu. Your sect master traded his life for this merit law and gave it to me. You may have it. An ancient immortal physique law was considered priceless by many. Li Qie was one exception. Chapter 4287, Little Diamond Gate. Well. Elder Hu hesitated while all eyes were on him and Li Qie. Even a fool could tell how important this merit law was. That's why their sect master risked and lost his life for it. Elder Hu knew more about the value of this scroll than the others. The sect master had revealed his mission to the elders before departing. Sir, since the sect master had given it to you, please keep it. After a long lull and internal struggle, he gave the scroll back to Li Qie. This prompted Li Qie to smile and accept the scroll without saying anything. Elder, what is our next course of action? One brilliant disciple asked while maintaining alert, vigilant of any incoming enemies. We're bringing the sect master's remains back to the sect. Summon everyone back as well. Be swift and discreet. Elder Hu ordered. The juniors respectfully picked up their sect master's corpse and were ready to retreat. Sir, please come back to Little Diamond Gate with me. Elder Hu bowed earnestly during the request. Little Diamond Gate? Li Qie repeated. Our sect master has passed on his position to you, sir. This is a pivotal event and I do not dare to make a decision on my own. Please come back to our sect first if that is okay with you. Elder Hu said. They respected their sect master's decision, but this was still an utterly ridiculous command. Letting an outsider take over. He didn't know whether Li Qie wanted to be their sect master, but either way, he must bring Li Qie back to the sect first. They would then deliberate and come up with a decision. He was sincere because putting the sect master position aside, Li Qie would still be an esteemed guest. How commendable! Li Qie thought to himself while glancing at the corpse and Elder Hu. Very well, I'll take a trip there. He then agreed. Of course, he didn't give a damn about becoming a sect master. It's just that a few things at play here amused him enough to pique his interest. After you, sir. Elder Hu heaved a sigh of relief and gestured. They then moved at a rapid pace through obscured roads in order to avoid the powerful enemies. Along the way, Li Qie saw that the sect was weak indeed. The disciples were just average cultivators. A single branch from any large sect could annihilate Little Diamond. However, their camaraderie from top to bottom was excellent. This might be due to the fact that it was a small sect, so the members were closer and weren't blinded by greed and competition. They returned to the case of the sect. Li Qie looked up and saw a notable aura, albeit tiny. The sect occupied a mountain range and a territory of 100 miles or so. There weren't many impressive architectures. It was located in a tiny corner of southern Desolace. Normally, a weak sect in this region would have a few 100,000 to 1 million members. Thus, Little Diamond was laughably weak in the grand scheme of things. A single expert from the larger sect could wipe them out. Interestingly enough, this insignificant sect had an unbelievably deep history. Its founding was traced back to the previous epoch. Alas, too much time had passed and the older members didn't have concrete information regarding its history. All in all, they only knew that their sect was older than many behemoths in the present day. The entrance had an arched gate with a plaque in the center. Little Diamond Gate. In reality, no current members could read these characters without knowing beforehand. The plaque was far older than the entrance. The characters were impeccably written, clearly the work of a mighty master. Our sect has endured time itself. I don't think there are many other sects as old as ours. Elder Hu introduced Li Qie to the sect. We might be small, but we have survived for eras. He added with pride, and rightfully so. For example, that gate in front of them must have been rebuilt numerous times. Only the plaque was untouched. Right. Li Qie smiled because the characters were indeed from the 9 worlds. In other words, this validated the long history of Little Diamond. Its existence was miraculous because, not to mention such a weak sect, even some dominating behemoths have been reduced to ashes and disappeared. Patriarch Long lived in the ancient era and was a world-renowned cultivator who taught numerous geniuses. He had the title of Diamond, so when he created our sect, he named it Little Diamond Gate. Diamond. Li Qie smiled. Yes, rumor has it that our patriarch cultivated an immortal physique known as Indestructible Diamond. He reached grand completion during his later days and became untouchable. Elder who spoke with pride. It is said that during his grand completion ceremony, even the immortal emperor came to congratulate him. Thus, we used to be the lord of an entire region. There was a lack of records regarding their patriarch since it was too long ago. Nonetheless, the members of the sect took pride in their glorious history. After all, they were nothing right now, but at least they had this going for them. Moreover, they could also say that they have outlasted virtually all other sects from the same period. Few could match them in this regard, one exception being Lion's Roar Kingdom. Elder who brought Li Qie into the sect and prepared the highest accommodations possible. He then convened an emergency meeting with the other elders. Losing their sect master was a heavy blow. Keep in mind that he was the strongest cultivator in the sect at the Grand Yin-Yang realm. They lost a stalwart pillar as a result. Moreover, he died competing for a merit law. This wasn't something that should be publicized, so they silently buried him. Now, they were lost regarding their newly chosen sect master, Li Qie. This was an unprecedented case for a small sect like them. Chapter 4288. Elder Assembly. After burying their sect master, an upper echelon assembly was held. Of course, the tiny sect only had a few hundred disciples. Thus, the assembly included 5 elders. They didn't have a deep command structure like the larger sects, including protectors, elders, supreme elders, ancestors. Normally, these 5 made decisions in the absence of the sect master. Since there were only 5, it made the decision-making process simpler and faster. Plus, they rarely experienced anything serious during their tenure until today. The hall had a repressed atmosphere after the death of the sect master. In the past, the sect master took care of problems personally, whether it be internal or external matters. In his absence, the 5 elders became a headless snake. What should we do? One elder initiated the meeting. Others exchanged glances but didn't respond. We can't let anyone know that the sect master died for an ancient immortal physique. Others will come to rob and annihilate us. The first elder said with a serious tone. He became the one with the highest authority now. He was the second strongest in the sect, being at the minor level of the Yin-Yang realm. In a larger sect, he would only be a below-average cultivator. The other 4 agreed with this, hence their decision prior to not having a large burial ceremony. They didn't notify their neighbors either. What about the appointment? Elder who asked. This was another tough decision for the group. Their sect master gave the scroll and his position to a stranger before death. This left them in a difficult spot. A sect needs a leader. The second elder said, regardless of all else, we do need someone to step up so that the juniors can be at ease. The problem is that he's an outsider. We know nothing about him. Another replied. I wonder why the sect master picked him. One more said. I'm not sure, but this is confirmed. I and the others saw with our own eyes that he was still lucid. Elder who said. It was one thing if their sect master was hallucinating or confused during his last moment. Alas, his mind was still sound. Can an outsider really become our next sect master? One elder asked. The others thought that there was no precedence to this even in their long history. They didn't have a complicated system to pick a successor. One could be appointed by the current sect master or the elders. Thus, there was no rule prohibiting Li Qie from accepting this role. It depended on their decision. What kind of person is he? The first elder asked. All eyes turned towards Elder, who because he was the only one who had interacted with Li Qie. Elder who smiled wryly and shook his head. Well, I also don't know anything about him. What is his cultivation? The first elder asked again. I'm not sure either. Elder who thought about it and answered, in my opinion, it should be higher than mine, most likely the Yin-Yang realm and above. If he was weaker, I would have been able to tell. The Yin-Yang realm would be perfectly acceptable. The fourth elder said, but there is no way he would be higher. Someone at a higher realm wouldn't agree to come here. After all, Little Diamond had no treasures and resources to speak of. Some powerful cultivators' personal wealth far exceeded their treasuries. Becoming a sect master sounded grand, but in reality, there was nothing good about it. It meant shouldering a heavy responsibility and taking care of several hundred disciples. Therefore, someone at the myriad form realm would not accept an invitation to become their sect master. Having a decent position in a larger sect was far superior than being the sect master of Little Diamond. I agree, let him be the sect master if he is in the Yin-Yang realm. The second master said. What if he harbors nefarious thoughts against our sect? The fifth elder said. Say, if he is in any higher realm, there is no reason for him to scheme against us. Just using force is more than enough. The first elder disagreed. Luck was the primary reason for their sect's survival, not power and treasure. They had nothing worth coveting. Moreover, if Li Qi's cultivation was indeed strong, he could just rob and destroy them. The first elder stared at his peers, then said, Gentlemen, say what is on your mind. Yes or no? The four contemplated carefully. This was a pivotal decision since it pertained to the well-being of their sect. One wrong move might result in sect destruction. They would be too ashamed to meet the ancestors in the afterlife. In my opinion, we should follow the wish of the sect master. Elder Hu, the third elder, gritted his teeth and said, What is your reasoning? The second elder asked. Forget about his cultivation since it is uncertain. There is another angle. The sect master gave him the scroll for the immortal physique and didn't bring it up with his last words. However, young noble Li was generous enough to give it to us. There are two explanations, one being he doesn't care about this peerless scroll because he is too strong already. The other would be him having perfect morality and character. Having said that, he went over the event in detail. The other four listened attentively, then nodded approvingly. The scroll containing an immortal physique was priceless. Only the mightiest sects wouldn't care too much about it. In this case, Li Qie decided to give the scroll to them. From this alone, the man was clearly right for the job. If that's the case, I believe he should become the next sect master. The first elder revealed his stance. Chapter 4289. New sect master. The other four elders contemplated after hearing their leader. I support letting young noble Li become the next sect master. Elder Hu stated his stance as well. Only 3 were left. Of course, the first elder's decision was rather influential since he was the strongest with the most authority and prestige. This meant that many other disciples would also support Li Qie. Count my vote too. The second elder also supported Li Qie, leaving the fourth and fifth elder. In other words, their choice didn't actually matter at all. Since everyone has decided, let him be the sect master. The fifth elder said. Refusing was meaningless. Plus, he had no ill will towards Li Qie and believed that the previous sect master must have had a reason. I support as well. It is decided then. The fourth elder was the last. Therefore, it was a unanimous decision to support Li Qie to become their sect master. This was a favorable development for the sect since the 5 were in solidarity. Little Diamond might be small now, but as long as their members had this level of camaraderie, flourishing was inevitable. This was a minor consolation after losing their leader. Let's prepare for the ceremony then. The first elder said. Should we invite guests? The fourth elder asked. Despite being a small sect, they still had friends and allies nearby. Thus, the succession ceremony was important enough to invite them. However, they needed to keep the death of the previous sect master a secret. No, keep it low-key. The first elder decided. Yes, these are special circumstances. We'll inform them when the time is right. The second elder agreed that this wasn't the right time for fanfare. Very well, Brother Hu. You'll be responsible for talking with young noble Li regarding this matter. The others decided and Elder Hu agreed. Elder Hu then personally came to visit Li Qie about this matter. The latter was looking at the blue sky. After a while, he stared at the elder and said, I see. Of course, this position didn't tempt him in the slightest. We 5 elders all agreed that you would be perfect as the next sect master, young noble Li. Elder Hu said. That's fine, but what makes you think I'm interested? Li Qie smiled. Elder Hu hasn't thought of this yet. They didn't discuss this possibility in detail. It's not as if they could force him. Please think about it, young noble. Elder Gu smiled wryly. Our sect sincerely awaits your leadership. They trusted their previous sect master to know what he was doing. Elder Hu himself believed that Li Qie could bring a change to their sect. The elders knew that if Li Qie were to refuse, the first elder would become the sect master. Alas, they were also aware that nothing would come from this. He was already old and could be stuck at the minor level of the Yin-Yang realm. Thus, he was weaker than the previous sect master, meaning that their sect had suffered an overall weakening. This didn't bode well for the future. They were already a minor sect. A continual decline meant potential destruction during their generation. That would be their worst nightmare. Therefore, they were hopeful of Li Qie. The sect might be able to develop better with this stranger leading them. Fine, let's chalk this up to fate. I have time anyway and will grant you all a fortune. Li Qie said. Great. The elder became excited because of Li Qie's attitude. He felt as if his sect had just come across a treasure. Putting Little Diamond's humble state aside, an experienced youth should be ecstatic to become a sect master. However, Li Qie sounded as if he was doing them a favor. He became more confident that Li Qie could change the direction of their sect. He left and reported this to his peers before arranging a quiet ceremony. The process was rather simple. All of the sect's disciples were recalled for the funeral of the previous sect master first. On the second day was Li Qie's coronation. No outside guests were invited to the event. The fellow disciples witnessed Li Qie on the front stage. The majority was very surprised and stared intensely at Li Qie. They were aware that he wasn't a member of their sect, and that the previous sect master was the one who made this decision. They also wondered why the 5 elders agreed to it. Nonetheless, since it was a unanimous decision, they also accepted this without a fight. Something not seen in the larger sections. Li Qie also observed the crowd as they stared at him. Chapter 4290. Poor. The majority of the disciples were weak, still stuck in the first 4 realms: mortal shell, iron skin, bronze tendon, and silver carapace. In larger sects and kingdoms, new disciples would pass through these realms in a matter of 2 or 3 years. In Little Diamond, the Conqueror Vessel realm was considered the top already for the young generation. Thus, the first elder being at the Yin-Yang realm was virtually untouchable, a supreme existence in the youth's eyes. Li Qie didn't comment on their weak cultivation and accepted their bow. After the ceremony, Elder Hu gave him a tour of the sect. After all, the new sect master was qualified to know the in and out of his new domain. In reality, they only had a territory spanning 100 miles or so. There wasn't that much of note. Only regular terrains, no special grounds and/or mines. Perhaps its impoverished state played a large part in its longevity. If it had any resources, other sects would have attacked long ago. In this case, the stronger sects didn't want to waste time conquering it. It would only require more manpower and resources to occupy. During its glory days, it was far stronger and had plenty of lands, going as far as being superior to most Dao Lord lineages. Later on, it became weaker and lost control. Eventually, Elder Hu led Li Qie to the ancestral peak, one of the most important locations. It served as the home for the sect's treasures and merit laws. There was a statue of their patriarch on this peak, depicting him as a middle-aged man with incredible divinity and prestige. Clearly a big shot during his era. There were 2 ancient characters carved at the base. No one in the sect could read them. Here is our patriarch, Elder Hu elaborated. A grand completion immortal physique master, impervious to swords and sabers. None in the world could injure him back then. Others referred to him as Diamond Long. I see. Li Qie chuckled. He also recognized the 2 characters at the base. Xuentian. He had an impression of this person. They had absolutely met before. Fate indeed, he murmured. To think that he could come across the sect of an acquaintance from so long ago. Of course, the ties were gone now. He didn't say anything else as Elder Hu took him to see the treasury. Well, it would be more accurate to call this a storeroom. It was only guarded by a few exceptional disciples. The treasures and merit laws were stored in the same room. To be blunt, no treasures here could fetch a decent price. Once sold, they could only let the disciples live a humble life. The merit laws are all here. Feel free to take a look, Sect Master. Elder Hu introduced the scrolls on a wooden rack. Little Diamond was too small to have rules and regulations regarding access to its merit laws. Some Tao Lord lineages had heaven-defying and secret merit laws. Even the sect masters weren't qualified to see them. This wasn't the case here. Li Qie took a look and saw how simple and common they were. Some could actually be purchased from street vendors. Our patriarch had an immortal physique law before, but for some reason, it was never passed down. Our sect once had sacred physique laws and several heaven-level laws, but they're all gone now. Elder Hu had a sad expression. They wanted powerful merit laws as well. Alas, they haven't produced any disciple at the myriad Tao level for a long time now. Top merit laws could be purchased, but they were too poor to do so. This was the reason why the previous sect master lost his life over the physique merit law. You have one now. Li Qie smiled and placed that scroll on the rack. Sect master. Elder Hu became emotional. Am I not the sect master of Little Diamond? Now it belongs to the sect. Li Qie said. Your generosity puts me to shame. Elder Hu prostrated right away. It would have been perfectly acceptable for Li Qie to cultivate that physique law alone. He had both the right and authority to do so. However, he decided to share it with the rest of the sect. Such generosity moved the elder to tears. We are so fortunate to be under your leadership. Elder Hu said. No need to be so happy. I can't be your sect master for long. Li Qie chuckled. Elder Hu didn't know how to respond. Take me to see the other elders. Li Qie said since he wasn't interested in this treasury. Elder Hu arranged another meeting in the main hall. This time around, Li Qie sat in the main chair. The atmosphere was slightly awkward since Li Qie was a stranger. No one had talked to him previously outside of Elder Hu. What is your plan? Li Qie stared at them and asked. The 5 elders exchanged glances, not knowing how to answer right away. Eventually, the first elder spoke. We follow your command, sect master. The other 4 were astounded after listening to Elder Hu telling them about Li Qie's generosity. This made it apparent that Li Qie didn't want anything from their sect. After all, that scroll alone was countless times more valuable than all of Little Diamond. What is your goal then? To revitalize the sect or improve your own cultivation? Li Qie smiled. They haven't thought of this before. For the first elder, he knew that this was the end of the road for him. There was no way of breaking through to the next realm. This had nothing to do with a lack of confidence. He had a good grasp on his own talent and the lack of resources. Not long ago, the sect used all of its resources and still couldn't get the previous sect master to reach the next realm. Chapter 4291. Tao instruction the elders contemplated while looking around. The first elder was still the first to break the silence. Sect master, our sect has no foundation to speak of. I don't think it's realistic to talk about revitalization right now. We seek to survive by storing more food and resources. That should be our aim. He was afraid of this young sect master being too ambitious and impetuous, wanting to go big from the start with a grand plan. He lacked experiences compared to others but still had a good idea of the sect's current situation. In his opinion, having an ambitious sect master might not be a good thing. First, they lacked resources and any grand scheme could result in bankruptcy. Worst of all, they might risk antagonizing a powerful enemy and that would be the end for them. The other 4 listened attentively and agreed with him. As long as we can survive and grow a little bit, that is enough to meet the ancestors without shame. We must maintain our long heritage. The second elder nodded. They believed that given their current power and resources, expanding was nothing more than a fantasy. Survival isn't difficult. Li Qie understood their viewpoint and said, You all just need to train harder, not to dominate the world but to protect Little Diamond in this tiny region. I'm afraid we're too old. The first elder said, Sect master, the truth is that this is our limit, we won't be able to go any further. The future of the sect relies on you. Yes, I believe our improvement will be negligible regardless of how hard we try. We should leave resources to the young ones. Elder Hu agreed. Improving their cultivation was easier said than done since they all had a bottleneck. Firstly, they lacked longevity. Secondly, they lacked talent. Thirdly, their sect couldn't support them. Reaching the next realm required immense resources, powerful merit laws, and ample pills. If they were to actually do this, They would take away the opportunities of the young ones who had more potential. Improving by several realms won't be an issue. Li Qie smiled. We appreciate your kind intent, Sect Master. Let's use me as an example. I would need numerous pills in order to surpass the Yin-Yang realm. It's a bottomless pit that can't be filled. The first elder smiled wryly. Right, the future is brightest as long as you can lead the young ones towards the right path. The fourth elder nodded. Who says cultivation requires natural resources and pills? Requiring external means is not the right way. Li Qie's response stunned the elders. Sect Master, could you elaborate? The fifth elder said with hesitation. Resources alone can't let one reach the apex. The arduous Tao will make sure of that. Li Qie said, one can only climb successfully while relying on themselves. Otherwise, it's akin to a fool climbing a tree to catch fish. Sect Master, do you mean? The first elder remained skeptical. It's not that he looked down on Li Qie, the guy simply seemed too young. You cultivate the Golden Bell prison. Li Qie stared at the first elder and said, it has taken you to the Yin-Yang realm but your Tao has stagnated. You know that this is the end. Why, you can see it? The first elder became startled. The other four felt the same way. They naturally knew the first elder's condition. However, the juniors in the sect had no idea. On the other hand, a stranger like Li Qie was so familiar with his condition. The truth is that you won't have any problem reaching the next realm. Pills aren't required. Li Qie chuckled. Really? The first elder became excited yet maintained a certain level of skepticism. I can still break through to the next realm? Ultimately, he still believed that he knew his own condition better than anyone. He had researched and attempted numerous methods before, only to find it hopeless. Yes. Li Qie calmly elaborated. Your left meridians are damaged from a reckless attempt of breaking through, resulting in an imbalance. This is due to you lacking foundational merit laws at the start of your Tao journey. I can't believe you know all of this. The first elder stood up in disbelief. Even his four brothers weren't privy to the details of his suffering since he never told them. After all, everyone had their own secret. Just one glance is enough to see. Li Qie said casually and astounded the listeners. Nonetheless, he proved himself correct and they had to trust him. What should I do then? Please guide me, Sect Master. The first elder bowed his head after calming down. Sincerity took over. He no longer underestimated Li Qie due to his age. I shall do you a favor. Listen carefully. Nourish your vitality with a focus on Yang energy. Store them in your Tao foundation while adding chaos energy to the mix. The true fate can serve as support. Let your Tao guide your vitality. He went on a long lecture, spewing a deluge of profound information. The first elder became immersed in the learning process. Once Li Qie finished, he became emotional and bowed earnestly. Sect Master, listening to you for a day is more fruitful than cultivating for 1,000 years. The other four elders found this astonishing as well. The young Li Qie was actually teaching the first elder how to cultivate. The lecture was seamless and logical in accordance with the Tao. This was unprecedented for them. Sect Master, please guide this disciple. Elder who stopped caring about face and bowed sincerely. You? You don't have any big problem. A decent foundation as well. The reason for your sluggish improvement is due to your Tao. Cultivate a minor art named Minor Sun and there will be considerable changes, doing less yet gaining more. Chapter 4292. Wang Weiqiao Li Qie, the new sect master of Little Diamond, began preaching the Tao and answering questions. This lifestyle didn't have a negative impact on Li Qie. In fact, it made him recall the past. This was far from his first time doing this. He had taught numerous immortal emperors and top masters before. Many famous sects in history originated from his teachings. His days in Little Diamond harked back to the halcyon days. Of course, there was a clear distinction. Previously, he taught the emperors and created invincible sects for several main reasons. To oppose the ancient Ming and to build up a mighty alliance. In the present, he did it because he felt like it. He had no intention of making Little Diamond unstoppable. He considered this as an amusing pastime brought to him by fate. The future success of Little Diamond relied on their own efforts and luck. He didn't wish to force the issue. Therefore, his days here were carefree and comfortable, making him feel like an old immortal in the tales from the mortal world. If he truly wanted to, he could make Little Diamond into a behemoth. Alas, this seemed meaningless to him, just repeating the past and creating another cleansing incense ancient sect or Black Dragon Citadel. He chose a free approach in educating the disciples this time, letting them explore it on their own for the most part. Due to a lack of rigorous expectation, the sect members actually became more enthusiastic and studious, whether it be the elders or just regular disciples. Initially, this small sect lacked profound knowledge on cultivation. They all shared the same few merit laws and the result became rather similar. The top and weakest cultivators were cast from the same mold. But due to Xueqi's interference, all of them saw the door to an entirely new world. He casually answered their question regarding the Tao, making the path seem so simple and easy. Some of them spent days researching to no avail. On the other hand, just one sentence from him could enlighten with lucidity in no time at all. The clouds receded and they could see the bright sun. Many also realized that they have embarked on the wrong path in the past and misunderstood the profundities of certain merit laws. It became clear that listening to Xueqi was better than years of isolated training. Therefore, each of his Tao lectures was packed with disciples. The field was always filled to the limit. The older seniors and even the elders seemingly became young again, putting everything they got into cultivating. These elders lost hope before and thought that they have reached the limit. Deep in their heart, they had abandoned the pursuit of the grand Tao. Xueqi was the one who told them otherwise. Spring returned and rekindled their ambition. Their diligence was noted among the student body, and the young ones didn't want to fall behind. Healthy and productive competitions permeated Little Diamond. They also relied on themselves without using pills and alchemy. Well, they didn't have access to any in the first place. Since most disciples were always cultivating, the sect became peaceful and quiet. Today, Xueqi took a stroll to kill time. When he came to the base of the sect where the workers lived, he saw an old man splitting firewood. Despite having gray hair, his body was rather muscular. Each swing was powerful and smooth, easily cutting the wood apart. There was no unnecessary movement. Only raise then swing in a single motion. Xueqi silently observed without saying anything. The muscular old man didn't notice Xueqi since he was lost in his own world. It seemed as if splitting firewood was something immensely enjoyable for him. It was rare to see an old man in such good shape. He eventually finished with all of them and laughed happily despite being drenched in sweat. "You did a good job," Xueqi praised. "Greetings, sect master." He finally saw Xueqi and bowed respectfully. "You're a disciple of Little Diamond? This is our first meeting." Xueqi replied. "I am only a worker in the sect and stood very far away during your coronation," he said. "You have cultivated for a long time now." Xueqi smiled. "Yes, sect master. I joined at the same time as the previous sect master, but it's quite embarrassing. I'm the weakest in the sect," he said. "I see." Xueqi seemed interested in him. "Ah, you two are together?" Elder who happened to pass by and joined the duo. "Sect master, Brother Wang is the oldest member of our sect. He joined a few days earlier than the previous sect master. He's been working here in recent years." Elder who introduced. "Elder who, a sect shouldn't have idle members. The sect has fed me, so although I am incapable, I know how to use an axe well enough to do hard labor. This gives the youths more time for training." It turned out that in terms of time alone, the old man named Wang Weiqiao would have the highest seniority in the sect. Strangely enough, he was the weakest, not even stronger than new recruits. When he first joined the sect, he also had the ambition of learning how to fly along with other impressive abilities. Unfortunately, his innate talent must have been lacking. After 100 years, his peer who joined only a few days later became the sect master while he was still stuck in the same spot. Such failure could ruin someone and make them leave the sect in order to avoid embarrassment. This didn't apply to Wang Weiqiao. He never gave up despite not seeing any improvement. He treated cultivation as a part of life. As long as he was breathing, he would continue to cultivate. Nonetheless, he didn't want to use the sect's resources needlessly either. Thus, though he couldn't do anything important, he chose to do menial labor in order to contribute. Chapter 4293. Accepting a disciple in reality, Little Diamond could still afford to take care of him. Though it was only a small sect, it still had several hundred members. Another mouth to feed wasn't a big issue. Wang Weiqiao simply wanted to share the burden. Though he was the weakest, he was still a cultivator, so hard labor wasn't overly difficult. Moreover, he was in great shape for someone his age. "I'm sorry, Brother Wang." Elder Hu didn't know what to say. Some young members in the sect also gossiped about this issue, albeit without true malice. Elder Hu and the seniors felt bad for him, but he insisted on doing so. "This is no big deal, my old bones are still tough," Weiqiao said happily. In reality, he was no stranger to jeers and sneers. In his first decades as a cultivator, he had suffered numerous setbacks and torment. There was no fatal danger, but the psychological trauma could be too much for most. As time passed, he became steadier and more resolute, able to accept the reality of life. Such a clean cut, well done. Li Qie picked up a block of firewood and took a look. The block was perfectly split down the middle. The surface was smooth as if it had been polished. From the gathering process to the split was a work of art. Even distribution of power and flawless trajectory. "You're too kind, Sect Master. I'm merely used to it after 8 to 10 years, that's all." Weiqiao smiled. There was something about his physique that made it appear in tune with nature. "Well said, that's the same with cultivation as well. Just have to get used to it." Li Qie nodded. "Get used to it?" Both the old men repeated. "But the Grand Tao requires comprehension. It's too profound and mysterious." Weiqiao disagreed. "How does one comprehend the Grand Tao?" Li Qie asked. "From training with merit laws." Weiqiao answered right away. "Then where did merit laws come from? Did they fall from the sky?" Li Qie continued. "Of course not. They were created from the wise ones before us." Elder Hu joined in. These created merit laws didn't just appear out of thin air. This required observing the mysteries of the world and feeling the rhythm of the earth and the cycles of reality. These are the sources of merit laws. Elder Hu and Weiqiao didn't understand yet and exchanged glances of confusion. "I don't quite comprehend what you are saying, Sect Master. Please enlighten me." Weiqiao bowed. "Tell me why you do such a good job at splitting firewood." Li Qie smiled. "Doing it often and getting familiar with the process. Isn't this rather simple?" Weiqiao said. "When did it become so simple and easy?" Li Qie asked. "Well," Weiqiao thought about it before answering. "Wood has grain, I just have to aim at one of them and it'll split right away. The fundamental here is finding the grain pattern. Everything became easier after you realized this. A cleaner split with perfect firewood. It's more than just repetition, no?" Li Qie smiled. "Thank you for your guidance, Sect Master." Weiqiao felt something flashing in his head and immediately bowed. Li Qie accepted the gesture and continued, "You cultivate chaos. Your vision is second to none, Sect Master." Weiqiao stood up straight again and praised. "It's shameful, but the sect did try to give me a different merit law when I first joined. Alas, I was too foolish to comprehend it, so I had no choice but to cultivate the simplest mantra. Even then, what I've attained is negligible. Don't blame yourself, Brother Wang. No one was more diligent than you in the past. Your effort puts all the youths to shame. You've been a great role model for them all." Elder Hu hurriedly added. "People say that the clumsy bird flies early. Unfortunately, my effort isn't enough to compensate for my limited abilities." Weiqiao replied. He wasn't angry and frustrated at himself or anything. This was merely the truth. Chaos was one of the 7 mantras, as simple as can be. Every sect had access to a copy since it was widespread around the world. It was the cheapest merit law in terms of getting started with cultivation. The thing lacking was power. Weiqiao spent decades training but had limited achievements. Others thought that he wasn't suitable for cultivation. "Effort will always be rewarded," Li Qie said. "Do you wish to keep on cultivating?" "Sect Master, I hated my talentless self once and even thought about giving up. However, I've gotten my foot into the door and can't give up. It doesn't matter how far I go, I'll keep on trying for the rest of my life. At the very least, I won't be letting myself down by giving up and can rest at peace when the time comes." Weiqiao answered with a smile. "Well said." Li Qie nodded then stared straight at the old man to say, I rarely take in disciples. Kneel. Worship me as your teacher. Wei Qiao was caught off guard by this suggestion. Elder who felt the same way, not expecting Li Qie's disciple recruitment attempt. There were several capable disciples in Little Diamond. They weren't supreme geniuses or anything, but a few weren't bad at all. However, Li Qie didn't take any of them in. This seemed like a rather strange choice due to Wei Qiao's lack of talent. There was a considerable age gap in the opposite direction as well. No one dares to question your understanding of the Tao, sect master. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I would only be wasting your time. There are several young ones that are worthy to be under your tutelage. Wei Qiao regained his wits and answered. He would rather Li Qie spend his time more productively guiding the youths with the most potential. I can grant others fortunes, but only a few are worthy of my tutelage. Kneel. Li Qie repeated in a cool manner. Wei Qiao and the elder exchanged glances, confused about the situation. Very well, I will commence a ceremony to inform everyone about this. The elder suggested. No need for that. Secular conventions aren't necessary. Li Qie waved his hand. Should I? I do not want to besmirch your reputation, sect master. Wei Jiao hesitated. He had a master in the past, but due to his sluggish cultivation speed, their relationship was annulled. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.